Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Silver Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Problematic Deku Had Multiple Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The media dubbed him the Verdant Analyst, a name that reflected his distinctive appearance and the enigmatic role he played as a vigilante. Those who caught glimpses of him were struck by his vivid green eyes and his striking green attire. The Analyst, part of his name stemmed from a notebook titled Analysis, which he was often seen jotting in. While witnesses remained tight-lipped and claimed to forget about the vigilante when questioned by the police, it was clear that they were motivated by a longing to protect him. // The Verdant Analyst had been the subject of a modest case file. This small-statured vigilante was believed to be between 18 and 25 years old, characterized by his striking green eyes and black hair. He donned a dark green hood, black cargo briefs, and dark red shoes, with a mask obscuring his mouth and leaving only his expressive eyes visible. His quirk was suspected to involve some form of analysis, as past encounters suggested. The first known encounter with the Verdant Analyst occurred years ago when he managed to hack into the communications of several pro-heroes during a battle. He provided real-time information about the villains, including their quirks and other critical details, significantly aiding the heroes. How he accessed this vital data remains a mystery, but many suspect that he tapped into police databases to gather his intelligence. Today was particularly difficult for little Izuku Midoriya. It was the day he was diagnosed as quirkless. The ride home after the doctor's appointment was relatively quiet, filled only with the sound of the radio playing in the background. Izuku was devastated and couldn't help but wonder why he couldn't be like everyone else. Before he could dwell on those thoughts any longer, his mom pulled into their driveway. Once they entered their home, Inko headed off to start dinner while Hisashi approached Izuku. "How did it go, kiddo?" Hisashi asked in a soft tone. Izuku struggled to respond. He wanted to cry, but he managed to answer his father in a shaky voice. He said, "I'm quirkless." Unable to hold it together any longer, Izuku ran towards his room, sniffling and wiping tears from his eyes as he went. In that moment Hisashi's world felt like it had snapped. It snapped. It snapped. He was expecting a powerful son who could be his successor and take over his work, not a worthless, quirkless idiot child. His thoughts of hate were interrupted by the child running away in tears. The stupid child couldn't do anything right. It was then that Hisashi Midoriya decided to go get the milk, as kids these days would say. After informing Inko about his plans to leave, he grabbed his suitcase and simply walked out the door. He had promised to send her money so she wouldn't have to work so hard. This was what Izuku would have preferred to happen. Unfortunately, he wasn't that lucky. Instead, on that day, his father revealed himself as the MSTR of the underworld, the greatest villain in history. The story of his life was quite the tale, but here was where his story began. It was the day Izuku wished for anything else, even being quirkless. It was also the day he was diagnosed and realized he could never be a hero. His quirk allowed him to steal other people's abilities, plain and simple. However, it wasn't the doctor who informed him of this. No, the doctor said he was, in fact, quirkless. It was his father who revealed the truth to him. He showed him. Izuku's mother was a kind soul, too kind for this world. Because of this, Izuku vowed to protect her with everything he had, even if it meant becoming a plaything for his father. Izuku hated stealing quirks. He detested it. However, when his father threatened to kill his mother, Izuku felt he had no choice. Once a quirk was stolen, there was no chance of getting it back. Not for Izuku, at least. His father had the power to return it, but there was no way he would ever do that. After all, he was a villain. The first quirk Izuku stole was from a middle-aged man, and it was quite simple. It provided speed enhancements. Izuku hated the feeling he experienced every time he stole a quirk. It was as if his body were filled with pins and it hurt. Just as quickly as the pain arrived, it would fade away. Using these quirks felt strange. They made him uncomfortable and not quite like himself. Izuku was currently 8 years old, and it was his birthday. although he had lost track of time during the years he spent training with his father and another boy older than him named Tamura. Tamura's quirk allowed him to disintegrate anything he touched, as long as he made contact with all 5 fingers. Izuku didn't enjoy fighting Tamura, but he felt he had no choice. His father didn't give him one. However, today felt different for Izuku. There hadn't been any training, nor any testing, and Izuku was not stealing anyone's quirk. This, of course, made him suspicious. He realized it was his birthday, but he had never celebrated any of his previous birthdays, and turning 8 didn't seem particularly special to him. A darker thought suddenly crossed Izuku's mind. He was likely about to be punished. That had to be the reason, right? He had attempted to escape more frequently than usual lately, only to be caught and threatened with the possibility that his mother would be harmed. As time passed, Izuku began to doubt the threat his father posed, especially since he had never harmed his mother. Moments later, his father entered the room, and suddenly, Izuku found himself teleported to a living room. He recognized it. Izuku had been transported to his old house. He wasn't sure how it had happened, but he didn't ask. Standing there in the kitchen, humming a tune Izuku hadn't heard in years, was his mother. She looked so similar yet so different from the last time he had seen her. "Mom," Izuku said hesitantly. Inko paused her humming and turned around, tears starting to form as she saw him. She stood there for a few seconds before speaking. "Izuku? My baby. Is that really you?" she asked, walking towards him slowly. "Yes, Mom, it's me," Izuku replied, his own tears brimming as he walked hesitantly toward her. She ran up to him and hugged him tightly. Izuku wished this moment could last forever. He wanted to stay in his mother's arms, where he felt safe. Unfortunately, Izuku is never that lucky. Bang! A gunshot was heard through the neighborhood. Izuku was pale when he realized his mother was dead. Chapter 2: The News Plus a Getaway Driver. Woman found dead in house after shots were fired. At approximately 8:12 p.m. on July 15th, Inko Midoriya was found shot in her living room. Police suspect that it may have been a break-in gone wrong, although they have not yet identified anything stolen from the scene. The type of gun used in the incident has not been determined, and the case remains open. No one was seen fleeing the scene, leading authorities to suspect that illegal quirk usage may have facilitated the entry into the home. Inko Midoriya's son, Izuku Midoriya, has been missing for 4 years, believed to have been kidnapped when he was just 4 years old. With her passing, police believe it is time to reopen the investigation into his disappearance, as finding his kidnapper could lead to uncovering his mother's killer. If you have any information regarding this incident, please contact your nearest police station. Katsuki had been having a terrible day. Today was the birthday of his last best friend. He visited Izuku's grave. Yes, his grave. Auntie Inko had been hesitant to declare her son dead, but in the end, she had to accept it. Bakugo missed Izuku, even though he was quirkless. They had been best friends, and despite Bakugo's mean and rude behavior, it was simply a result of his explosive quirk. He knew that Izuku understood this. It was on the day that Izuku had gone to the quirk doctor that he disappeared. Now that Katsuki was older, he couldn't help but think it was more than just a coincidence. Whatever quirk his best friend had received must have been dangerous enough for him to have been kidnapped within just 1 hour of being diagnosed. According to Aunt Inko, Izuku had been diagnosed as quirkless, and once they arrived home, he went straight to his room. Shortly after, she heard a crashing sound coming from his room, followed by him calling out, "Dad?" After that, there was complete silence. Inko knocked on the door and attempted to push it open, but something was blocking it. Once she finally managed to get inside, there was no one in sight. After his mother's death, Izuku hated his father even more than before, and he became increasingly determined to escape from this wretched place. He no longer wanted to be a hero. That dream had died years ago when he had received his quirk. However, if he could find a way to escape his father after so many failed attempts, then maybe, just maybe, he could make it up to his mother for all the wrongs he had done. He could also repay the families of those whose quirks he had stolen and those he had hurt. In that moment, Izuku made a decision. If he managed to escape this hell, he would become a vigilante. While he would likely be considered a vigilante for breaking laws related to usage as well as breaking, he believed that as long as he didn't strike first, he shouldn't face too much legal trouble. Furthermore, he would need to wear a costume and hide his face, keeping his identity secret. For now, the most pressing challenge was escaping, and that was all he could focus on. It had been a few months, and Izuku was currently walking with his father in what appeared to be a prison. This wasn't the first time Izuku had come to this place. He had visited many times over the years. But today felt different. As they reached the halfway point on the floor, his father turned to him and said, "It's time for you to choose the quirks you would like to take." Izuku nodded in response. His father then turned and left, locking the door behind him. Izuku wasn't sure how long his father would keep him down here, but he knew that if he didn't select at least a few quirks, there would be consequences. He began to walk around the prison cells. Each cell had a marker on the door that displayed the name of the quirk and a brief description of how it worked. As he wandered, Izuku thought to himself that maybe he could find a quirk that would help him escape, like an illusion quirk. He knew that the only way to escape would be if his father believed he was dead or as good as dead. As he walked past the jail cells, something caught his eye. The marker read, "Doll Maker," sparking his curiosity, so he decided to read the description. The doll maker allows the user to create up to 10 dolls of their design each year. These dolls can be controlled for minor movements, but only one doll can be animated at a time. When the user creates a new doll, the previously made doll disappears. The user can customize the doll however they wish. If they can envision it, it will materialize. However, to create a doll, a sample of someone's blood must be used, and the doll will be filled with the same blood as the sample provided. Jackpot. The only problem was that when he went to see the person inside, it appeared they were dead. Izuku's eyes began to water, but he held back his tears with ease, thanks to so much practice. He had never attempted to take the quirk from a dead body before, but if it worked, it meant he could steal quirks without hurting anyone. He hated the idea of taking quirks, but now he had another option. He held out his hand, and for a moment, nothing happened. He couldn't feel the quirk. There was no connection. Then, suddenly, he felt the familiar pain he had experienced so many times before. It came quickly, but he was pretty sure he had just succeeded. To play it safe, he pretended to look disappointed, as if it hadn't worked, just in case his father was watching. Izuku knew that his father had likely put that obstacle in place, anticipating that he would try to escape, a way to demonstrate the power he held over Izuku. He likely assumed that he couldn't steal the quirks from dead bodies, which is why leaving a dead body with the quirk he needed to escape would serve as the perfect taunt. After taking some other quirks, his father returned. Izuku froze in fear as his father approached him, clearly furious. He grabbed Izuku by the arm and dragged him toward his room. Once they arrived, he shoved the door open and threw Izuku inside, locking it behind him. Izuku was certain that the grip would leave a bruise, but he was used to it by now. He stood up and went to bed, falling asleep almost instantly. He needed the rest because tomorrow would be the day he would escape. The next morning he woke up early. Although he didn't have an alarm, he still felt tired, so he knew it must be before the time when his father's goons would come to take him away. One issue was that there was a camera in his room. The one area that wasn't in the view of the camera was the toilet. Does he suppose they respected his privacy? Yes, he does. It was strange, but he wasn't complaining. Izuku went to the corner and started making a dummy. The first one didn't turn out right. It didn't resemble him at all. However, he had a few more tries, so he wasn't too worried. On the third try, he managed to make a dummy that looked like him, although Izuku had to cut himself so he could use his blood in the dummy. It was worth it when he made a dummy that looked like him, same wounds, the same face, and the same clothes, the same everything. Now the only thing Izuku had to do was make the dummy walk out where it would be because of the camera and have it kill itself. Simple really. The first steps the dummy took were clumsy, but after the third step, it was walking normally. Made the dummy charge towards the wall head first. The impact was so strong thanks to the speed quirk, the first quirk he had ever stolen. The head of the dummy was bashed in, and it fell to the ground limp. Seconds later, an alarm went off, catching Izuku off guard. Realizing he had to act quickly, he decided to use one of the quirks he had acquired. The quirk was called Off the Radar, and although he had only managed to use it successfully once for a few minutes, that brief time was all he needed. As a few guards rushed in to assess the situation, Izuku activated his speed quirk and dashed past them out the door. Neither of the guards noticed him. Off the radar made it so no one could see, hear, or sense him, but it only worked for a limited amount of time. Plus it's one use per 5 years. As soon as he exited the door, he kept running throughout the building. He had no idea where anything was, but he continued to run in search of an escape. He felt the effect of being off the radar starting to fade, so he needed to hurry and find an exit, preferably a garage on what seemed to be the first floor. He noticed there were no windows anywhere in the building, but that didn't matter. He dashed into the garage and saw that there was no one in sight. He climbed into one of the vehicles, unsure how to drive and barely able to reach the pedals. Suddenly, someone entered the garage. Izuku quickly ducked and crawled into the back of the vehicle. The newcomer was whistling and listening to music through headphones as he settled into the driver's seat. Just Izuku's luck. He had chosen the same vehicle as this man. Perfect, right? As the guy started driving, Izuku realized this might actually work in his favor. If he could sneak out of the car once the man arrived at his destination, he would be free. They were currently driving underground through a long tunnel. As they approached the end, Izuku spotted a small building with a window and saw a woman inside, or at least he thought he did by peering out. The man driving rolled down his window and handed some kind of card to the woman. She checked it and handed it back to him, and in just a moment, the giant gate door began to open, letting in light. For the first time in years since he had seen his mother, Izuku caught a glimpse of the outside world. The sun, the clouds, and even the trees. They drove for what felt like a long time, and Izuku began to feel pins and needles in his legs from staying in the same position. He didn't care, he was too fascinated by everything they passed. As they drove through a neighborhood he saw it, Kaken's house. His eyes widened as he looked through the window and saw what looked like Katsuki sitting at a table with 2 others whom he faintly remembered must be his parents. They continued driving until they reached a giant hardware store. Once the man left the car, Izuku quickly snuck out and ran. He made his way to the only place he could think of a spot where he had dropped a pin earlier. The pin dropper feature allowed him to mark an invisible location to find it again, and it only worked for physical places. Following the mental directions he had, Izuku ran for about 30 minutes until he arrived at Kaken's house. He stopped to catch his breath before approaching the building. The lights in the living room were off, so Izuku went around to the side of the house to check if Kaken's room light was on. He hoped that Kaken's room had remained the same and that he hadn't switched rooms. While he didn't think it was likely, it was still possible. The light was on, and it seemed like Kaken was doing homework, so Izuku climbed on top of some trash bins and knocked on the window. Kaken paused his work for a moment before turning around. Izuku smiled and waved at him. Kaken froze, his eyes wide in surprise and disbelief. He walked slowly to the window, and it looked like he muttered something under his breath before finally opening it. "Hey, Kaken," Izuku said softly but happily. Kaken pulled him through the window and sat him on his bed. They stared at each other for a few seconds, and Izuku's eyes began to water. "Izuku? That is you, isn't it?" Kaken exclaimed. Izuku was about to respond, but Kaken didn't give him a chance. He pulled him into a hug. Izuku had only been 4 years old the last time he saw his best friend, but there was no way he could forget him. He hadn't been hugged in so long, and it felt nice. They stayed in that embrace for seconds, maybe even minutes. They didn't care. Eventually, the events of the day settled in Izuku's mind, and the panic and stress began to fade. He started to feel tired, and soon he fell asleep, still holding his best friend tightly. Katsuki was having an okay day. It was currently the weekend, and he had spent some time watching All Might videos of his latest takedowns. He had dinner with his family and was in his room doing a bit of homework his teacher had given them when he heard a knock on his window. He initially thought it might be a villain, so he turned around slowly, just in case. To his surprise, it was not a villain at all. It was Izuku. Izuku? The one who had been kidnapped? His first best friend? The one he knew was still alive? He walked toward the window. Could it really be? He murmured as he opened it. He pulled Izuku through the window and sat him on his bed. They stared at each other for a moment. "Hey, Kaken," Izuku said softly, yet still happily. "Izuku? That's you, isn't it?" Katsuki wrapped his arms around Izuku and hugged him just like he had when they were kids. He wasn't sure how long they stayed like that, but it was long enough for Izuku to fall asleep. Once Izuku was asleep, Katsuki examined him for any injuries and noticed too many scars. There were other injuries as well, so he cleaned them up and wrapped them carefully. What could have happened? Katsuki wondered. Izuku was wearing some sort of hospital gown, but it didn't look like it came from any hospital he knew. Katsuki decided to replace the gown with some of his old clothes since Izuku still seemed smaller than him. Yes, Izuku was shorter, but he was also very thin, too thin. Katsuki debated whether he should tell his parents about this, but he ultimately decided against it. He didn't want them to panic and do something they might regret. After doing everything he could for his friend, Katsuki fell asleep in his chair, trying to think about anything but what could have happened to Izuku. The morning came quick, for Izuku Midoriya. He had slept the best he had ever slept in what felt like and most likely was years. Kaken was already awake and he could hear the shower running. Kaken's bed felt like a marshmallow. He loved it. Smiling cat face with heart eyes. Kaken came out seeing Izuku was awake. He sighed. "You need the rest. I'm happy you slept while." Izuku beamed and the boy. "I missed you, Kaken." "Me too, you DMN nerd. I need to talk to you about something." Before he could finish, Izuku cut him off. "I know, Kaken. I know. I was there. I didn't do it though," Izuku said, waving his hand furiously. "I'm sorry. You had to see that," Kataki said, sitting down next to Izuku. "Oh, thank you for letting me borrow your clothes. I'll be leaving here soon. But could I borrow dash? Keep them. They are my old clothes so they don't fit anymore." "Wait a second, what do you mean you're leaving? Where are you gonna go?" "Kaken, I can't stay here with you. But I'm sure I'll find somewhere. Besides, one of my quirks is a literal luck generator, though it barely ever works," Izuku says, smiling. "What the hell do you mean, one of your quirks?" "Katsuki, keep it down in there," his mother yelled from the kitchen. Yeah, whatever, old hag. You better watch your mouth, brat. Now Mitsuki, sweetheart, I thought we agreed no more yellin'. Shut up. Your parents are energetic. I see they haven't changed. You still did not answer my question," Katsuki said, voice stern. "Well, you see." After about 2 hours of talking with only a few interruptions from Kaken, had told his best friend everything. Other than the vigilante part, but that was for another time. "I'm sorry," Katsuki said, pulling Izuku in for a hug. Katsuki stood up and went to his closet, grabbing a hoodie and passing it to Izuku. "You can use that, but we will go shopping together and you will get more clothes. I can tell I won't be able to stop you from leaving. I doubt you remember this, but when we were younger I promised to protect you. I failed, but I won't again, so if you need me, find me. But please try to be safe, and if you don't find a place to stay tonight, you can always come back here. You can always stay here with me." Katsuki then grabbed a notebook and pencil. "You mentioned that your father made you write analysis on heroes to help him take them down. You said you like taking notes and writing, so you can have this, but I want to write a few things for you first." Izuku looked at him curiously. "I wrote my number here, and I also added my address just in case. I also added your old address if you wanted to go. There's no one there currently, but eventually they will start taking everything out and probably donating it since they think you are dead, and since your mom is dead and no one else is stepping up to claim the house and the stuff inside. So if you want to go there and take anything, you want to do it soon. The name of my school, if you want to join my school, Aldra, of course you should come with your new identity, Hanako, right? The extras at my school, they don't like quirkless, so I'll protect you. I'm sure your mom would have wanted you to go to that school because our mom wanted us to go to school together. I'll also give you my email just in case." "Whoa, that's a lot. Thank you, Kaken." "Really? Once I get a phone or a computer or whatever I manage to get, I'll write you. So you know it's me. The code word is Rochambeau, dig me?" "Rochambeau? Yeah, it's random, but that way if someone pretends to be me or you have a feeling it's not me ever, then you ask what's the word. They hug one last time, relax, have a drink with me. I'm listening to Hamilton, sorry for the references LMAO, and then Izuku is off. About 2 weeks after he had faked his death and seen Kaken and Izuku had finally found a place to call home. It was an abandoned apartment complex, with a few others living on different floors. Izuku lived on the top floor. The others always stayed on their floor, and Izuku did the same. It was nice. Izuku started exploring the rooms. It was not even that bad. Apparently the complex was abandoned due to an apparent leak of some poison. It was cleared after a while, but the people who had lived there before did not want to come back, so it was abandoned. Apparently one of the people who had moved in on one of the other floors had set up some kind of electricity and water thing. When he asked the young girl who was 11, she responded with a short explanation. She had said that she reached out to the old owners of the place and they agreed to turn on the power and water and pay for it all as long as she didn't go to court with the truth. And as long as she didn't get money from whoever stayed there. Izuku found out later that the truth was the owner had purposefully tried to poison everyone and she had proof somehow. He found out later that his neighbors that lived on the other floors were also runaways. They were close to his age apparently, and he had seen them a few times. Once he even saw one of them wearing a strange costume. Izuku made a note of that so they could maybe hang out sometime. Izuku did need someone he could talk to. First he would need to change his appearance for his new identity, Hanako Suzuki. He was planning on just dyeing his hair black. Which means he will need money. So far, even just finding a place was lucky. And he choked it up to being thanks to his luck quirk. He knew it was activated by emotion, but he wasn't sure which one. He was looking through the rooms, making note of which rooms had things he could use when he saw an empty room. It was the biggest room and in the best condition. He chose that room as his bedroom. The room was nice. It had a bed that was covered in some kind of wrap. It was probably new when it got there. He found some blankets he had found in the other rooms and pillows, and he made the bed nice and comfy. He checked out the rest of the room. There was a bathroom with a shower, a toilet, a sink, and a shelf. He would have to find anything he needed either in the other rooms or he would have to go shopping. There was a small living room with a table and 4 chairs. The kitchen was nice with a stove and an oven. There was even a mini fridge. There was a bunch of cabinets with a few pans and pots. By the bed, there was a little nightstand and on the other side a closet for clothes. Izuku opened the closet and was surprised to find a black bag inside. He took the bag out and opened it on his lap. For a second, he thought it was an illusion, but right there in the bag was about 40 stacks of money. Izuku's eyes widened as he counted it. He was surprised there was a total of 50 stacks, each one with $1,000, which gave him a total of $50,000. He would have to trade it out for yen, but that was no problem. He was set. Izuku spent the rest of the day cleaning his room and taking the things he liked from the other rooms. He found a box of instant ramen in one room and found some squishmallows in another room, which she added to his bed to make it more cozy. Found some fairy lights which were adorable, so we just had to add them. He found a very nice desk made of wood in a room that seems to be the old room of a writer. In that room he also found a lot of supplies for writing, many notebooks, pencils, and pens. It was a dream. And it was such good quality. He put that in his room. He found another room that was pretty empty across from his room, so he decided that would be his vigilante base. That room connected to another room which, unlike the first room, stuff in it. It looked like a bunch of storage boxes. He opened them up, each filled to the top with RBB ducks. To his surprise, they were all green and orange. Izuku thought it was funny and put it into a different room so he could use that room to keep his vigilante gear. Izuku now had his room, which was the biggest. He had his base for vigilante work, which he added a smaller desk that he had found in another room plus a little chair. Then in the storage room that was connected to it, he did not put anything other than a few closets which would be for his gear. He continued looking through the other rooms. He found a guitar still in its case. He also found some beginner's music and a guide to playing the guitar. The person also had an amp, a bunch of picks in a box for the guitar, and some speakers. He brought it all to his room, but when he got to the room, he decided to put it in the room next to his, making that room his new music room. The room next to his room. Now the music room was rather small, but it had good sound, so it worked. The room originally had a small bed with some squishmallows, a little table, some colored pens and pencils. There was also a bunch of pictures of a little girl and her mother, and when Izuku saw it, it reminded him of his mother, so he took everything he did not want and put it in the farthest room, his storage room. Going through the rest of the rooms, he found some canned food and cat food and a few cat toys. Maybe he should get a cat? Maybe he could just feed the cats that lives nearby. That might be a better idea. He found a few other things, some jewelry, some cups, plates, books, clothes and more. It was getting late however, and his wounds from the escape were not good ones. So Izuku had food, but he was currently out of bandages and ibuprofen. Izuku decided to take a $10 bill that he had found and go to the local convenience store to get what he needed. It was a quiet walk to the store with a few confused glances at him, probably wondering what an 8-year-old was doing walking around alone. Once he walked inside, he went straight to the aisle where they kept the ibuprofen, and once he found that, he started looking for the bandages. "Oh, sorry little listener. You alright?" Izuku froze because he knew he had bumped into someone, but did he have to bump into present Mike of all people? "Why yes sir, I am okay. Sorry for bumping into you," Izuku said, bowing slightly. "No worries little guy, just watch where you're going." Mike smiled softly at him and then turned his head to see some creepy and tired homeless guy. Wait, he recognized him. Izuku stiffened when he saw Aizawa. He must be a hero. But he looked so tired and his stare reminded him of his father's stare. "Let's go Mike. Come on," the tired man said. For a moment it seemed had almost said something else other than Mike. They must be friends, and that's why the present Mike would be someone who looked really tired. Izuku thought that is why they were together, right? Mike turned to Izuku and gave him a smile before leaving with the tired man. By the time Izuku was done thinking, the two had already left, so Izuku grabbed the bandages and went to pay. After paying, he headed to his makeshift home, only stopping when he saw a cute cat, but otherwise heading straight back to his place. Once he arrived, he went to his room and put his things away. He had 1 dose of ibuprofen and put new bandages on his wounds as well. He would need to start saving the money that he already had from the bag. Hisashi and Shota were out to restock on bandages and cat food/treats. When they split up to get the things separately, Shota got the cat food while Hisashi got the bandages. Shota had got the treats and food for the cats and decided to check if Hisashi got the bandages yet, or if perhaps someone had seen him and asked for an autograph. This is why they never went out in costume. The fans were not a problem for Shota since he was an underground hero, but for Hisashi it was quite annoying, and they both knew this well. Shota had finally spotted where Hisashi was, only to see a kid next to him who looked scared. Panicked? No, that couldn't be. This kid was only what? 6, 10? "Let's go, come on." "Sheet," he almost said Hisashi. He already let it slip a few times, but he couldn't have it happen in front of a child. Kids had big mouths, especially young teens. Shota knew this well. This kid, however, there was something off that Shota couldn't place. And wait, why was he in this aisle? He had ibuprofen, but it looked like he had been looking for something. Before Shota could think any more about it, Hisashi dragged him off to go pay. It's time for a time skip. 2 years later, Izuku had settled into his new home. Kaken had told him each subject he needed to catch up on for school. It was tough, but Izuku was able to learn everything he needed to by the end of Kaken's summer, with a few weeks left to apply to Aldra. Izuku had started training with his neighbors, which he found out were vigilantes. They had told him about a cafe they worked at that was for vigilantes or anyone who needed a job. The 4 kids that Izuku had learned were a main Nakami, the non-binary one who was also quirkless. Celeste Minksu, her quirk would let whatever she drew come to life or become real. Irene Kindly, her quirk was bear, no further explanation needed. Tango Prismatang, her quirk was sing-song, and she could use telekinesis as long as she was singing. He started working at the Vigilant Cat a year ago, and it was nice and paid well. It was a cat cafe, which was awesome. Although he made another identity for the cafe, it was worth it. Kari Monica. Age, I think. Quirk. A quirk makes user appear their age -8 years. He works at the Vigilante Cat Cafe. Did this little gotcha thing. 3. Sometimes Kaken would come and they would hang out with the cats on Izuku's break. There was also this purple-haired kid who came every week. He always had bruises and barely talked, but it was nice to see how he got along with the cats. He later learned his name was Shinso, and he apparently had been going there for years. From the $50,000 Izuku had found, he ended up using $5,000 on electronics like his computer, his phone, and his headphones, which Kaken had said he should buy. He also used $5,000 on food throughout the year. He used $10,000 on clothes and shoes as well as buying everything for his vigilante outfit plus spares. With the $30,000 he had left, he saved it to pay for some online classes on coding and some tutoring sessions as well as first aid kits, plus he used some to buy makeup and other supplies he may need for his fake identities along with buying weapons for his vigilante costume. What weapons Verdant uses is yet to be announced. After all of that, he was left with about $10,000 which he used as backup. For coding and hacking, he had found an online course a bit after he turned 9 and started learning from there. He knew that to be a good vigilante he needed many different skills. Therefore coding and hacking were a great place to start. Izuku had been testing his hacking skills on the cameras around his neighborhood technically as a vigilante. But he was going to be a vigilante and no one will know, right? Wrong. Izuku had been switching between cameras hacking as he went when he came across some guy holding a knife to a lady's throat. Izuku panicked. What was he supposed to do? He couldn't reveal himself as a vigilante yet. He didn't even have a name. Plus he still needed to train more. And he hasn't even told Kaken. He got an idea and started searching the cameras for any hero who may be patrolling the area. He was going so fast he almost missed the number 7 pro hero. Kamui Woods perfect. He started to hack the comms of the heroes, failing the first try but succeeding after another minute. Immediately after he hacked into the comms he spoke. Kamui Woods. Hello. A man a block from here on XXXX Street is holding a knife to a nice lady. Would you care to lend a hand? As Izuku said this, he could hear his voice getting distorted even on his end. That was good, so Izuku didn't have to worry about them figuring out who he was yet. Kamui Woods only nodded and ran to where Izuku had told him to, probably guessing it was a pro hero or maybe an intern. Kamui took down the villain, easily tying them up and calling the police, and then he moved on, but as he was walking away, he pressed on his comm and said, "Hey, you there?" In a calm voice. Izuku scrambled to answer. "Why, yes, sir. Good job telling me where that villain was. You got a name?" Izuku froze. A name? He hadn't thought of one. He thought for a moment then answered, "The Analyst." There was a pause which scared Izuku. Did Kamui think that he was a villain? Was he gonna arrest him? Well, he will have to catch him if that's the case, and his voice couldn't be made out over the bad quality of the audio. On top of that, Izuku had masked his location completely and he... "Okay, Analyst, thanks for your help." "Wait, what did he? He just thanked me?" The boy's head was spinning. He was confused. Why did the hero thank him? What? He had hacked into their comms. That was illegal. Or maybe the hero really did think Izuku a hero or sidekick or something. He tricked a pro. Maybe his father was right. Maybe he really can't do anything right. After a week the same thing happened but with death arms this time. Izuku was bored, however, so he was just scrolling through cams when he saw a young boy being robbed. So Izuku did the most reasonable thing he could do, hacked into the comms again and called a pro. He was asked his name again and he gave the Analyst. It wasn't a bad name, but Izuku would have liked to think about it more, but oh well, it's not like it's going to be permanent. He could still think of a vigilante name. He had time. This ended up happening more times, which helped him begin to make a name for himself in the hero community as the Analyst. Izuku wasn't too proud of it since it was illegal, but no one seemed to question him, until someone did. Izuku had just helped Kamui Woods when Kamui asked, "Hey Analyst, I was talking about you with Detective Tsukachi. We were trying to find what agency you work at. No luck so far. Would you mind telling us?" Izuku gulped. He knew it would come to this. "Oh, I'm not a hero." Kamui paused. "Oh, are you a hero student then?" Izuku thought for a second before answering. "No, a vigilante." Kamui "Okay then, well if you want to join a hero you can always join a rehab program. Your skills would be very useful. Think about it." "Okay." Without thinking further he turned his computer off. What the f had he just done? He was 10 and a half. It was too soon to be a vigilante, and he was not joining a rehab program, especially when he hasn't even started being a vigilante. Plus he didn't have enough training. Sure, he did help Kaken in training, but that was only because he trained with his father basically every day while he was with him. That's besides the point. He was weak and he needed to get stronger. Izuku took a moment to calm himself down, but he decided to distract himself from it for now. He turned his computer back on and started looking at random websites. He liked the more illegal ones since he sometimes stumbled across some drama which was always great. He had been listening to music after getting bored of looking through websites when he got an email. Who could be emailing him? He opened the email. It was from the Red Shoe community? What the hell is that? It was an invite to join an exclusive server. What did that mean? So Izuku did what anyone would do, he looked it up. After a while of looking at red shoes and a lot of hacking, he found the answer. The Red Shoe community was a community of quirkless people and people who were diagnosed wrong and had the double pinky joint, but they still had a quirk. Some people did have quirks but were treated the same as the quirkless. Izuku went straight to the email and accepted the invite as if it would disappear if he didn't. Once he joined, he was surprised to see it was rather normal. People just chatted and made group meetings as well as free therapy sessions for each other. This made sense since quirkless lives were hard. He knew this because Hanako Suzuki his fake identity for school. Hanako was quirkless, which made Izuku live the life of a quirkless boy. The red shoes were something Izuku wore no matter the identity. He had a few pairs so that he could dye a pair if needed for an identity, since it would be suspicious if he wore the red shoes and the identity had a powerful quirk. The red shoes also fit better since he did have the extra pinky joint. His quirk was just unique, and though it was rare, it did happen. As he continued looking through the website, he noticed they also had videos on self-defense and fighting techniques. The comments said that if you followed the videos and practiced and trained every day, then you would be at a pro level by 3 years. Izuku knew he would have to start doing that, but for now he would wait to start till summer. At least he would be done when would be almost 14 when he would be done, which would be perfect, so he could be ready to start his vigilantism right as Kaken was going to hopefully go to you. On the server there was a group chat for each age group and chats to find red shoes near you, which is a cool way of saying quirkless people. Izuku found out that was a way to see who was quirkless. This server was very hard to hack into and was well guarded, so it was perfect for quirkless. Now when Izuku went out, he saw the world in new eyes. He noticed more. He started looking at people's shoes more. He found that they were actually more common than Izuku thought, and he found himself and waving at a few of them, earning a smile in return. Izuku felt nice. He was more happy to know that there were other people out there than he had thought. 1 week later. Izuku had just accepted his first group invite from the Red Shoe community for all the newer people on the server, so he decided to go. The meetup was at one of the trusted locations. The trusted locations they had were normally family businesses run by families didn't judge or were similar to them. Another type of trusted location could be a park or maybe one of the houses of the many people on the server. Izuku had chosen to go to the meeting closest to where he lived, which was a 20-minute walk to a small cafe named Quirky Coffee. Izuku liked the name, it was fun. He didn't expect to be greeted by a group of 15 people when he arrived in the back room of the cafe. They chose the back rooms of these places just in case anyone came in and decided to attack them, so they wouldn't put anyone in harm. He had expected maybe 5 people but not 15. He really thought there were very little people like him. He looked around the room and found a seat and sat down next to someone who was currently writing their name down on a name tag and putting to put it on. It seemed everyone was doing that, so Izuku took one and started to write. After a few minutes, and the group was a total of 21 people, which was very surprising, and the meeting started. Chapter text. When 21 people had arrived, they started the meeting. If Izuku kept staring at everyone, no one was the wiser. A woman stood up wearing a work outfit and a name tag. Her name was Izuku Tomio. Hello, Red Shoes. My name is Izuku Tomio. You may call me Izuku. I am today's meeting host. I work at this cafe and the owner is my grandfather, who is not quirkless, but he has a minor emitter quirk. He is a very kind man, and if anyone here needs a job, we're always open to hiring anyone. Remember, everything that is said in this room stays in the room where it happened or just in the Red Shoe community. Anyways, another job in the area is the Vigilant Cat, which employs red shoes as well as vigilantes. They don't need any information since they have vigilantes that work there, but if you have a cover story and you don't use your real name, then let them know how to call you. Now let's go around and introduce ourselves. She turned to the person to her right. Tell us your name and age. And something about yourself. The boy nods and turns to the group. And my name is Miller and I'm gonna be 7. I love snakes and I have a pet snake. Oh, I love the color dark blue. He says in a squeaky voice. Izuku nods and turns to the next person. Go. They continue on like that. Until the person next to Izuku went. My name is Main Nakami. I just turned I am non-binary and I like machi, the color yellow and I paint. They said in a casual voice. Izuku's eyes widened for a second. Celeste, his neighbor, had mentioned them along with two others. They were his neighbors. Izuku had only met Celeste and Tango for training. The other two had always been busy. Izuku turned to Izuku. You're last. Go ahead. Izuku felt a bit nervous, but he went and spoke anyway. And my name is Hanako Suzuki. I am almost 11. I like to analyze hero fights and really everything. I love Katsudon. Oh, and something not many people know about me is that I like singing sometimes and writing short lyrics for songs. I don't do it for often and it's just not something havathettum for yanobutov korzi will know yuria part off the stone diminutes, not like he maloni and zo hapido dash. Slow your horse, little guy. Save that for the after meeting. Izuku said, patting Izuku's back. After meeting? It's kinda like an after party, but instead it's after a meeting. We can all hang out and get some food or play games or just chat. Oh, cool. Izuku's eyes lit up. He got to talk and hang out with other people? Speaking of the after party, we should wrap this up so you can get to know each other. She says enthusiastically. That? At the after meeting. Izuku had been helping set up the snacks and drinks for the after meeting when he saw his neighbor. If Izuku remembers correctly, their name was Amain, forgot his last name, but of well. Amain was the closest in age to Izuku at the meeting, plus they were neighbors, so Izuku thought they should talk. That made sense, right? Hey Amain, Izuku said while walking over to where they were. Oh hello, Suzuki, right? Yeah. But call me Hanako. Izuku said firmly. Okay then, please continue calling me Amain, no last names for me. It's nice to meet you, Hanako. They shake hands. Sorry, were we supposed to shake hands? I've never talked to or met anyone in a long time, so yeah. After a second, Izuku gestured to the couch across the room and they started walking towards it. Don't worry, Hanako, it's fine. Amain said as they sat down on the couch. So what do you do in your free time, Amain? Izuku said with a smile. Well, I like to paint. I am about to start work at the Vigilant Cat. It's the cafe that Izuku mentioned. My neighbor told me about it. Are you gonna be a vigilante? Izuku half whispered. Well, I already am, and it doesn't matter if others in the Red Shoe community know, by the way. Remember, everything you learn stays with the Red Shoes. Besides, I'm not telling you which vigilante I am. Huh, well that makes sense. Right, I work there too at the moment. My neighbor also recommended it to me as well. By the way, we're actually neighbors. I've heard your name from Celeste and Tango along with another girl's name, Irene? Anyways, I normally stay on my floor, but I sometimes do short training sessions with Celeste and Tango. They told me they are also vigilantes. Oh right, I am gonna start vigilante work soon hopefully, although I already help though hero comms. And so, yeah. Amain sighs. Oh that's cool, yeah, come to think of it they did mention you. I can't believe I never even saw you. And you haven't met Irene yet? I'll have to introduce you later on. And for the job, I've known about it for a while. They are always hiring since not many people want to work there if they aren't Red Shoes or vigilantes. Well, it'll be fun working together. Plus, we should hang out more. We are neighbors, you know. We could hang out all of us since we do live in the same building. It'll be fun. Izuku says, the stars in his eyes bright enough to put the sun to shame. Well, you're quite enthusiastic. Well, Tango and Cell live on the same floor since they are best friends, plus they always work together, and Irene is on the floor under yours, so it should work. Amain smiles. Wait, then who is on the first floor? I thought every floor was taken. He says, confusion clear on his face. Oh yeah, well, from what I heard, some other vigilante named Lavender lives there. They are older than us, but that's all we know since they are almost never seen. But yeah, so Lavender is on the first floor, Tango and Cell have the second, I have the third, Irene has the fourth, and you have the last before the roof. The fifth. They explain to Izuku. Oh haha, makes sense, cool. He gives them a thumbs up. Hey, question. What kind of stuff are you planning on doing as a vigilante? Not that it matters, he said nervously. Oh well, so you know how Cell and Tango are vigilantes. Oh right, Irene is also one. She is new though. Hanako, Izuku, nods. He didn't know about Irene, but it's good to know. Well, I'm going to help them. We're gonna be kind of a team. We'll really wear separate vigilantes, although Cell and Tango almost always work together. That's besides the point. Well, we all work together on occasion. If someone needs backup, someone is always there. We all have comms on our vigilante personas just in case, or if we do some big mission together. Maybe if you come over sometime we could give you a comm, so if you want to team up we could. They say, barely stopping to breath. Wow, that's handy. It is good to have support. If you have another comm that I could use, then sure. Sounds good. Izuku says excitedly. Sounds good. Alright. I totally forgot you were telling you about what I do for them, huh? Sorry. No problem, don't worry about it, I do that sometimes as well. He says, smiling. Cool, thanks man. Well anyways, I guess I am the kind of the behind-scenes crew in a way. Well, I have a bunch of equipment to hack and stuff, so I normally help them find crime and tell them where to go. Sometimes I look things up, sometimes I turn on sprinklers or smoke bombs that I hid basically everywhere in our patrol area for quick escapes. It's all fun, even if I barely go outside to patrol in person. Wow. You've got to teach me your ways. I only have minor hacking skills and I only hack hero comms and cameras normally. Sure, sounds good. Izuku stands up on a chair. Hello Red Shoes. I hope you had a fun time, thank you for coming and I hope to see you all soon. I now declare this meeting adjourned. She jumps down from the chair and opens the doors, letting everyone out. Hey Amain. Wanna walk back together? Izuku says as they walk together out of the cafe. If you can lead the way then sure, I came on the train. Sure. It's this way. Izuku says, walking in the opposite way of the station. So you got a favorite hero? Izuku said, excitement in his tone. Well, heroes don't help the quirkless much and many heroes are fake. However, there are some real ones. My favorite is Eraserhead. What about you? They says, shrugging. Wow. I love Eraser. I have even worked with him over comms a bunch. But I would say All Might maybe? But there is really so many heroes it's hard to choose. Budido really like present me a bushel salo vira surhead endol midas awesome ant like keen devour to but besides to love hawks plus dash. Izuku says, catching himself from rambling too much. Sorry. Amain shakes their head. No, don't worry. It's totally fine. They arrive at the building. Since you seem to know the others better, would you ask them to meet up on my floor tomorrow at 1 p.m.? Izuku says as he started up the stairs. Yeah, sure, I'll text the others. See you tomorrow then. Hey, you want my number? Just we have each other's numbers? No, I'm okay. I'll contact you. But how dash? It's a secret. They laugh, then Amain smiles and they head onto their floor while Izuku continues the rest of the way to his floor. Hey mom, you home? I just got back from the cafe. Phew, she's not home. He goes to his room, setting his backpack on the floor. It is currently 9 p.m. and it's not like he would be able to sleep tonight like usual, so he decides to listen to music until he may fall asleep. It was 1 a.m. when his foster parents got home, slamming the door open. That action would have woken him up if he was actually sleeping, but since he couldn't, he was still very awake. His foster parents were most likely drunk, so it would be best for him to stay in his room unless he wanted them to put the muzzle back on him after he went through all the effort of taking it off. After about an hour, he finally managed to fall asleep. Hitoshi, get your butt out here, you have school. Hitoshi gets up quickly since his alarm had failed him once again. He quickly got his school uniform on and grabbed his backpack already packed from the day before. The door slams open. Come on, brat. He nods and rushes out of the door. Once he is out, he rushes down the stairs of his apartment and starts towards his school. His foster mother was always getting him out of the house as early as possible and left before he was home. His foster father, however, left for work early and then came back with her. He started taking small amounts of money when he could so that in the morning he could go get food. And also so at the end of the day he could go to his favorite cafe, the Vigilant Cat, which was open 24/7. Hitoshi was surprised that those who worked there looked surprisingly young, which made him wonder if he could get a job there sometime. Hitoshi just got an onigiri when he saw a group of cats around some kid. He looked familiar, Oh, he was feeding them. Hitoshi went over to feed them since he always carried cat treats for situations like this. His uniform, oh, this kid was from Aldera. That made sense. It was the one of the closest schools in the area other than his school. Oh, hello there, the black-haired kid said cheerfully. He waved back to him, since that is what he had been taught. Never talk unless he wanted people to hate him. Oh, mute, the black-haired kid signed. Selective, he signed back. He was now glad he had learned a bit of sign language. Oh, okay. Well, I'm Suzuki Hanako. Nice to meet you, Hanako said happily. Shinso Hitoshi, he signed. Do I know you? I don't think so. Hitoshi checks the time. Oh sheet dash, he was going to be late. Oh no, and he just talked. He turned to Hanako to see him smiling. You have a nice voice, you should talk more. He checks his phone and sees the time. Oh, I see. You're going to be late. He mumbles, well, me too, but it's not like anyone will care. Oh, I'll see you around, Shinso, he says brightly. Call me Hitoshi, see you later, he signed. Wait, had Hanako just said "oh" out loud? Oh, okay, Hitoshi. You can call me Hanako. And since names are hard in sign language, you can just sign my name as Eclipse since that is my sign name. Hitoshi gives him a thumbs up and they go the opposite ways to their schools. It's only when Hitoshi arrives in the classroom that he realizes something is wrong. He must have missed whatever it was the teacher had said, but that's fine since they didn't dash. That's not his teacher. Who the hell even is that? A homeless man? His teacher is nowhere to be found, everyone is quiet. This guy must have done something, maybe it's his quirk? The bell rings and after a minute of sitting in absolute silence. Hello, class. The class straightens. The man smirks. Why was he wearing a scarf? It wasn't that cold today, was it? As I said before, class, I am not a substitute. But I will let you guess what I am. You have 10 minutes to speak your answers, go. It's only about 30 seconds before the first kid says, Janitor? I'll tell you if it's correct. If I don't answer, then it is incorrect. Some other kid asks, are you an undercover police officer pretending to be a homeless man? No answer. Hitoshi thought that girl should at least get a point for creativity. What could he be? He thought to himself as he listened to some other responses while the man stayed silent. People said so many things, but it was when the kid in the front row who had some intelligence quirks said, pro hero, that Shinso finally thought of it. This guy was an underground hero. How did Hitoshi not notice? He wanted to be one himself. Underground hero. He signed hoping the man knew sign language. Correct. The man said, smirking at Shinso. The class erupted with questions since they didn't know sign language and they didn't know what he said. One of the transfer students who was new and only on their 5th day asked Hitsushi, why don't you tell us what you signed? The man glanced at the boy and then at Hitoshi. Is he not mute? The transfer kid answered. No, I've heard him talk a bit. No one answers him ever though. The man was about to ask a question to Hitoshi when the loud kid interrupted. No, you can't talk to him. It's a rule, everyone knows it. He might brainwash you because he's a villain, remember? I thought we already told him this. The kid says, turning to the kid behind them. Oh, the transfer says in a small voice. Then the man clears his voice. What this kid signed to me was that I was an underground hero and that is the correct answer. I am here to give you all a quick lesson on quirk discrimination. I am a pro. They are giving a bunch of the least recognizable pros the job of going to schools and teaching about work discrimination since it's not something that's already taught at some schools. The class was silent, dead silent. Let's start. Discrimination is something that has been a part of our society since the first people got quirks. Originally, those with quirks were discriminated against for being different, but as the years went on, more people started getting quirks, and less people were quirkless, which made things flip. Quirkless people now have a suicide rate of 85.6% per year, and as you know, 20% of the population is quirkless. Quirk discrimination is not a good thing. It leads to more villains in our society, which makes the heroes work harder to save people, and by creating more villains, there's an increase in the possibility of someone you care for dying. Quirk discrimination kills people whether you like it or not, so you all as kids need to learn this earlier better than later. Now I understand that you all have your reasons for whatever you are doing, but it still does not justify that you're hurting others, you're being villainous. I don't know what any of your quirks are and I don't know any of your strengths or weaknesses, but just because someone can't do what you can doesn't mean you have a right to hurt them, and if you're being hurt you have the right to do something about it, and I'm not saying to hurt them back or attack them. No, that would be worse. I would say to find help or someone who can support you. If you don't already have that, you could find a parent or teacher, or in the worst case, a pro or maybe a police officer if you don't have any of the others. If you know someone quirkless or someone who's being discriminated against, then take this opportunity and help them. That is my speech. I will let your teacher back in and I will be off to the next class. If anyone has any follow-up questions, you can find me after school. I will be somewhere at pickup if you truly need to talk. I'm sure you'll find me or I'll find you. My name is Eraserhead Underground Pro Hero. Thank you for listening and enjoy the rest of your classes. And with that the man left. Why, a main Tango Celeste, Izuku said as he ran over to the stairs where they had just come onto his floor though. And you must be Irene. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard about you from these 3-inch. Hopefully all good things. She said, chuckling face with hand over mouth. Yep, all good. Right. I'm Hanako Suzuki. He said with a smile, grinning face with big eyes. Wait, what? That's not your name, it's Izuku Midoriya, right? Oh no, Cell, did I forget his name? No. Tango said, whining to her best friend. No, he said his name was Izuku Midoriya, positive. Explain, also call me Cell, Celeste said to Izuku. Oh sorry, yeah, I keep forgetting what identity I'm in. My real name is Izuku Midoriya. I was presumed to have been kidnapped. Well no wait, that did happen but I got out. Oh anyways, my identity for school is Hanako Suzuki Quirkless. For the Vigilant Cat, I am a Kari Menka quirk -8 makes me look 8 years younger than I am. That's obviously fake. He said like it was common knowledge. I was gonna say that I like your hair dye, but I'm now assuming that's your original hair color? Amain said in a silly yet surprised voice. Wait a sec. Oh, we were all working at the Vigilant Cat together. OMG, you should have told me, Tango. Irene said, dramatically flopping backwards onto Tango as they followed Izuku to his comfy room. By the way, Izuku already knows their quirks and that Amain is quirkless, but pretend he didn't know Irene's quirk since my dumbass forgot. I'm sorry. Izuku looked at Irene, seeing her ears and small tail. She looked like a bear. Was that her quirk? Hey Irene, question. He said as they all sat on the cushions, bean bags and couches. Izuku sat on the small couch, Irene and Tango on the giant beanbag together, and Cell on a smaller beanbag with Amain on a cushion next to her. Yeah, what is it? She said, tilting her head in confusion. What's your quirk? Is it some type of bear quirk? Oh yeah, my quirk is literally called bear, well brown bear, but whatever. Anyways, so my quirk gives me claws that are retractable, great hearing, great strength, and I'm a bit better at climbing than average. Oh. I can talk to brown bears, though I've only met one. Lastly, I can turn into a brown bear, but that takes a lot of strength, so I use that as a last resort. And yeah, that's a basic rundown. She says, pointing to her nails to show them retract and pointing to her ears as she mentioned her hearing. That's awesome, he says, clearly in awe. He was about to start on rambling when Irene interrupted his thoughts. Sue, I have a question for you since you asked me one. Okay. Shoot. He says, mind still racing. You know that blondie? The one you keep bringing to your floor? Are you two dating? She says excitedly and surprisingly fast. What? Me and Kaken dating? What? No, of course not. He's my best friend. We've known each other since forever. It would be weird anyways if we did date each other. He says, embarrassed. Oh, so you have thought of it? Irene says suspiciously. It's like they say friends first then lovers. Or something like that, I forget. Huh. Tango says supportively after Irene. P.S. Can you draw some popcorn? Pretty sure this is about to get good, thanks. Amain whispers, saying thanks after Cell gives them the popcorn. No problem. Cell whispers back. Do you like this Kaken kid? She says teasingly. His name is Katsuki Bakugu, he says a bit annoyed. I'm the only one who calls him Kaken. He mumbles. Somebody's protective. She says, Tango looking intrigued and starry-eyed at the new info. I've only seen him a few times, but I can already picture it. Own fearful face, Tango said and then turned to Irene so they were facing each other. Ship. They said in unison. They talked for hours and hours until it was 2 a.m. and they all decided to go get some rest. Izuku had learned more details on the quirks of Tango and Celeste, and he learned other things as well. They gave him comms so that if he needed it he could call her back up from any of them, or if they wanted to join patrol or meet up or anything as vigilantes. He learned that Irene's family was actually really nice. The only reason she was staying in the building was so that she could hang out with Tango more, but also she wanted her own space away from her sibling and parents. And her parents were fine with it as long as she always made sure to contact them every day. Her parents agreed to her working because they thought it would be good for her to learn early on how to take care of herself and have a job. He talked a lot with Irene. Apparently Irene was also the most popular person in her school, which was not something he had expected from anyone he knew and was friends with because according to them they were friends. He told them about his life and about Bakugo with Irene and Tango, teasing along with his descriptions. Izuku also learned all of their vigilante names. Irene is Cub. Tango is Singsong. Celeste is the illustrator. Amain is Foggy Mist or Misty. They were indecisive. It was the best time he had had in a long time to say the least. They would have to do it again, but next time invite Kaken, and maybe even someone else if any of them had any other friends. It felt nice to have friends, Izuku thought. Maybe he could get Hitoshi's number. He knew him from the cafe, but Hitsushi didn't actually know it was him, and they had met while Izuku was disguised as Hanako and they had introduced themselves. Also he hadn't even spoken, probably quirk discrimination. He got some water and texted Kaken a quick good night, like he always did before he went to bed, then he turned off the light and fell into a deep yet happy sleep. Kidnapped child found dead after almost 8 years. On August 13, 2XX at 8:56 p.m., 11-year-old Izuku Midoriya's body was found on the shore of Dagoba Beach, skull bashed in. Police suspect whoever kidnapped the child did some kind of experiments since there is a lot of evidence in the form of scars on his skin. Whoever left the body likely is the kidnapper. Keep your children safe and take good care of them. This kidnapper is still on the loose. https://pin.it/3gq8n4gnz. For a few of the character designs. This part with Shota was supposed to be in the last chapter. I'm sorry. It had been a week since Shota had gone to Naba Middle School, the school Shinso attends, and given his speech. In this week he had seen the purple-haired kid 3 times. The first time was when he had just started his new patrol route. He had seen the kid walking around in his school uniform. Normally that would be fine, but in this case it wasn't since it was 5 a.m. when this kid was out. Most schools in the area started around 8 a.m. The second time he saw him, the kid was talking to someone else who looked his age. They were both wearing school uniforms, though the uniforms were different, so they likely went to different schools. So maybe they were just friends out of school. They were feeding cats together and chatting. It was 7 a.m., so a little bit later than the first time, but the kid looked so tired he figured he must have gone out around 5 a.m. again. The last and most recent time he saw the kid was during a later time of his patrol. It was 12 on a Saturday. Although it was normal for kids to be awake, especially on the weekend, this kid was sitting on a roof at 12 p.m. just staring aimlessly at the stars. Therefore it wasn't really as normal. The kid didn't seem suicidal, so he wasn't worried about that, but he never seemed to be sleeping. Maybe he had insomnia. Based off the way the kids at school treated him, he probably had a villainous quirk. Shota just hoped that his family supported him. All the times he had seen the kid, he never had too many injuries. A few bruises, but they were likely from school, which still wasn't good. Whatcha thinking about Sho? You seem deep in thought. Hisashi said energetically. He sighs. You know that purple-haired kid that I keep talking about from Nabu? He says in a tired yet annoyed voice. Of course I remember the little listener. You were talking about how you wish your students were as observant as him, and how you were impressed by his sign language though he could talk dash. Yes, him. Well, you know how I saw him 3 times this week since my change in patrol route? He says, cutting Hisashi off. Yeah. He reminds me of my younger self. I want to see if I can ask if he wants to be a hero dash. What? The great Eraserhead is going to have a personal student? No way, Sho. That's great news. Now I gotta meet him if he's that important. He uses his quirk, but Shota shuts it off before they get kicked out of their apartment again. If you use your quirk one more time we're going to have to move again. If that happens again we're not going to be able to get an apartment. He says annoyed. We'll probably be banned because you're so loud. Next place we stay at and we're going to have to make soundproofing. He mumbles. We have to celebrate show. He says brightly. I haven't even asked the kid, plus he probably forgot about me by now. He grumbles. 4 years later. Izuku is 14. This is 3 years after the news came out that he was dead. It was currently one of Izuku's days off work so he decided to go for a walk. It was early in the day and not many people were around. He was cold since it had been a cold morning so he decided to go to the Vigilant cat so he could get something to drink and be with the cats for a bit. He hoped maybe Hitoshi would be there so he could maybe ask for his number. It had been years since their first meeting and they had talked a lot before each school day though they never ended up seeing each other during the summer. Though Hitoshi had used sign language until 2 years ago, now he was finally speaking normally. He explained that he never spoke because he was worried about his quirk affecting others or that Izuku would treat him differently because of it. He had only started speaking after Izuku had told him he was quirkless. Maybe he felt more comfortable knowing that they were probably going through similar things? Well, he would probably never know. Izuku found that Hitoshi was an insomniac but also that his foster parents made him get out of the house really early. That only meant that Izuku was even more determined to become his friend so that he could help him find a better foster family or hopefully get adopted by a good family. Thank God his luck quirk was still working. He would enjoy it while it lasted because he knew that once it stops giving him luck most likely everything will go wrong since that's how it worked. It gives you luck for a while but once it reaches its max it'll switch and give you bad luck, and it's constantly turned on. Bad luck can end up being good luck but normally that is not the case. Once the bad luck gets to its max then it'll switch to good luck. It had been years since he had stolen this quirk but he figured out that the reason he had been able to escape his father was because his luck quirk had finally reached its max of bad luck and it had switched to good luck. It had taken years of his life so he was not surprised that it was working since he escaped till now, though he knew it was only about a year till it would probably stop working. And boy was he dreading it. He walked into the cafe waving to Sella Main who were working today. At work Izuku was in the front bringing out orders to the people who came in, Tango worked at the cashier taking orders, Celeste made drinks in the front or back, Main baked in the back making cookies, biscuits and other treats, and Irene cooked more savory food also in the back but she loved helping customers so sometimes her and Izuku would SW. There were others who worked there as well but he didn't know them. Everyone who worked there who weren't already friends just kind of left each other alone since that's how they liked it. He ordered a miaucha latte and sat down on one of the bean bags. Soon one his favorite cats hopped up on his lap. "Aw hello there Mookie," he said petting the cat. Kidnapped child found dead after almost 8 years. On August 13, 2XX at 8:56 p.m. 11-year-old Izuku Midoriya's body was found on the shore of Dagoba Beach, skull bashed in. Police suspect whoever kidnapped the child did some kind of experiments since there is a lot of evidence in the form of scars on his skin. Whoever left the body likely is the kidnapper. Keep your children safe and take good care of them. This kidnapper is still on the loose. He liked reading the article every now and then even though it was old news, it gave him comfort knowing that his father thought he was dead. "I didn't know you came here, what are you reading?" A tired voice says from in front of him. Wait, in front of him, when did he? "Oh yeah, I love this place, and I'm reading an article from 3 years ago," he says with a smile setting down his phone to pet Mookie. "Mookie seems to like you a lot," he says nonchalantly. "He's a sweetheart, he loves everyone," he says gleaming. "Isn't that right Mookie?" The cat meows as if on cue. Hitoshi chuckles, "He sure is." "Hey Hitoshi, I was wondering if we could trade numbers? We've known each other for 4 years now and I think it would be nice so maybe we can schedule a time to hang out." "Oh yeah sure." Hitoshi thought to himself, had never gotten anyone his age to give him their number, but I guess he didn't know his quirk yet. Hitoshi felt like he was taking advantage of Hanako. He had to tell him sometime. But waiting a bit more won't hurt, right? "Thanks. I'll text you sometime," he says brightly. Yeah, I seriously don't get how you can be so diamond bright all the time," he grumbles. "Watch your tongue, there are cats listening." "They don't care, right Mookie?" The cat on Izuku's lap meows. "You traitor. After all the treats I've given you, This is how you repay me? He says dramatically. The cat meows again and Izuku pretends to faint. 8:23 p.m. Years worth of notes. Hey, is this Hitoshi? Cat nap insomniac. Yeah, this Hanako? Years worth of notes. Yup. /cat nap insomniac changed their name to Hitoshi / years worth of notes changed their name to Hanako / Hanako. The school year is ending in a few weeks, so if you're not busy we should hang out during the summer this year. Hitoshi, sounds good to me. 10:05 p.m. Hitoshi, I know I asked before but you never answer. Do you want to be a hero? I mean, you do love taking notes and I'm sure you could since you are super strong from what I've seen. Hanako, I did for a while but I don't think it's for me. I don't think it would work out since I'm quirkless. I didn't tell you but I'm training and learning to fight for self-defense since I tend to get picked on a lot since I'm quirkless. Hitoshi, we should train together sometime then. I want to be a hero and prove the people who called me a villain wrong. I've been taking classes with an underground pro. Hanako, yeah, we should train together over the summer. Wait, you trained with an underground pro and didn't care to tell me? Also, how the hell do you know a pro Toshi? Spill. Hitoshi, it's really no big deal. The guy came to my school for some speech on quirk discrimination. Apparently they went around to all the schools. You probably had it with a different pro though. Eraserhead was the one that came to my school. About 2 weeks later he approached me on my way to school and he talked with me. He said that he liked how observant I was and that I reminded him of his younger self, and he asked me what my quirk was. After I told him, he asked me if I wanted to be a hero. I obviously responded, yes. And then he said, good, because I'm going to train you to be one, and that was it. Hanako, you're so lucky bro. Loudly crying face. I wish that happened to me. Eraserhead is literally the best. Death Arms came to my school. Slightly smiling face. Hitoshi, so are you any good at fighting? Cause I've been training for the past 4 years with Eraserhead, so I'm pretty good if I do say so myself. Hanako, 4 years? PFE, I've been training for most of my life since I was 4. Hitoshi, I don't know if I should be impressed or worried. What were you doing training at 4 years old? Hanako, me and my friend would pretend to be heroes. I mean, it wasn't really training. Hitoshi, then HM. Okay, well anyways. When do you want to meet up? Hanako, well my school ends next Friday, so how Saturday? Hitoshi, sounds good. My school ends Thursday, so that works. Thumbs up. Hanako, okay then. Let's meet at the Vigilant Cat. Does that work? Hitoshi, thumbs up. Hanako, perfect. See ya later Toshi. Hitoshi, bye. Today was the last day of school for Izuku and Katsuki. Izuku had hoped they could spend the day together celebrating, however Kaken was busy with his family, which meant they went different way home. He was walking down an alleyway when suddenly he sensed something behind him. By the time he turned around it was too late. He was already engulfed in the slime creature. Different house, different location for attack. He struggled to get out or pull it away, but he couldn't, and soon the sludge was going down his throat, not letting him breathe in any way. It was horrible. He was trying to yell but he couldn't. Don't worry, I'm just taking over your body. It'll be easier for both of us. If you don't fight back it'll only hurt for a minute. You'll feel better soon. The sludge monster villain said. I can't breathe, he thought as he tried to grasp onto the sludge. Grab all you want, my body is made of fluid. Thanks for the help, you're a real hero. The sludge villain said. Weak? I think I'm dying. I didn't know he was in the city. I got to get out of here fast before he tracks me down. My body is getting weaker. It like that one time. With my father, he said to let your body go limp and dash. But have no fear, you're safe. Now that I am here, that is, Texas Smash. Is that? Oh. My. He opens his eyes. Hey, wake up, heyo? Thought we lost you there. Ah? Well, looks like you're moving around all right. Sorry about that back there. I didn't mean to get you caught up in my justicing. Usually I pay more attention to keeping bystanders safe, but it turns out this city's sewer system is pretty difficult to navigate. Ha. Anyway, you are a big help. I have captured the evildoer. All Might hold up a plastic bottle with the sludge inside. The most amazing hero in the world, All Might, the real thing in the flesh, standing right in front of me. He looks so much cooler in person. Holy CRP, I gotta get an autograph. I got a pen. Have a pen somewhere around here. He sees his notebook. Please sign my notebook. He already did. Thank you so much. This will be a family heirloom for generations to come. Aha. All Might says with a thumbs up. Well, I got to get this guy to the police so they can take care of him and stay out of trouble. See you around. Wait, you're leaving? Already? He says, standing up. Pro heroes are always fighting time as well as enemies. He says, getting ready to jump and leave. He can't go yet. I still have so many questions I have to ask him. Now stand back, I'm taking off, thanks for your continued support. Ah. Izuku grabs onto his leg. Ah. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I love my fans, but this is too much. All Might says as they go through the sky. No, please, we're flying. If I let go now, I'll die. Wait, that's not true. I could probably use one of my quirks to sto dash. Oh, that's a good point. I just have a lot of things I want to ask you personally. All Might lands on the roof of a building. I have to go now, he says, walking away. My life has been so tough and I've had so many crazy moments with my father especially, but All Might is the best hero and my father is the worst since they're enemies, so if All Might thinks I can be a hero, then what's stopping me, he thinks as he stands on the roof. Is it possible for me to be a hero with a very villainous quirk, and if my father was maybe a villain, I'm the son of a villain with a quirk that would be hard to use for hero work. Could I ever dream of being a hero like you? He says. All Might pauses. With a villainous quirk? All Might coughs. At school people make fun of me for being quirkless, but I can't help feel guilty because of my quirk and my past, but ever since I was a kid I've always wanted to be a hero who saves people with a smile, and I want people to see my fearless smile and feel safe. I wanted to be a hero like you, but I'm not sure anymore if that's possible for someone like me. Then he looks up to see. What happened? You deflated. Where did All Might go? You're not him, you're an imposter. I assure you that I am All Might. Then his mouth drips blood. You know how guys at the pool are always skinning it in and flexing to look buff? Well, I'm kind of like that. This can't be real, he says, surprised. All Might lifts his shirt up to show a giant scar. Pretty gross, right? I got this in a fight 5 years back. My respiratory system and stomach were completely ruined. I lost my whole stomach. All the surgeries have pretty much worn me out. It can't be fixed. Right now I can only do hero work for 3 hours a day, so the rest of the time this is what I look like. No way. 5 years ago? So does that mean it was the fight with Toxic Chainsaw? Wow, you know your stuff, but no, that man landed some hits, but he couldn't bring me down. Most of the world has never heard of this fight. I did everything I could to keep it under wraps. I'm supposed to be the guy who's always smiling, right? And the symbol of peace. People everywhere have to think that I'm never afraid. But honestly, I smiled to hide the fear inside. This job isn't easy. Pro heroes are always having to risk their lives, and you can't kill villains as a hero. You also have to save people. So can you be a hero with a villainous power? I would say no, because people need to have someone they can look up to and feel safe. A villainous quirk would do the opposite. If you really want to help people, there are plenty of other ways to do it without using your quirk. It's not bad to have a dream, young man, just make sure your dreams are attainable and realistic. With that, All Might leaves, leaving Izuku on the rooftop alone. Boom. What was that? A villain. Ah, just like me, maybe it would be better dash. Boom. Wait a second. Boom. That sounds like Kachin's quirk. Izuku runs and starts jumping from the rooftop to rooftop. He is really grateful that he had been training for the past 4 years and a bit grateful for his father's gruesome training, but that didn't matter. Once he gets to the closest building to the explosions, he sees it, the sludge villain. It must have escaped when he grabbed on to All Might. F-dash. He runs down the fire escape using his speed enhancer and starts running to help. Kakin was yelling and making explosions trying to escape from its hold. And the heroes were standing by doing nothing. Wait, what the hell? Why weren't the heroes helping? Not the time, not the time. He dashes towards his friend, throwing his backpack at the villain and then punching it a few times with no effect. What are you doing here, you effing nerd? Get out of here. Kakin yells. No. I'm not going to leave you. On the count of 3, make as big an explosion as you can. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. 1, 2, 3, boom. Izuku pulls him from behind as he makes an explosion towards the villain. Izuku pulls him away and they run to the sidelines. The opposite of the heroes. As they left towards an ally, All Might went to put the villain in a bottle again while it was still stunned. They walk into the ally and stand in silence for 2 minutes until, what the F dash? You could have been hurt. And you could have died. Izuku snaps back, running into him and hugging him tightly. This seems like the perfect place to tell him. Izuku thinks, pushing Katsuki away so he can speak. By the way, I'm not going to be a hero, I'm going to be a vigilante. Silence. What? You can't just say that out of nowhere, and this is not the time nor place. Katsuki says, taking a step back so he can look him in the eye. Well, you never know if something like this is going to happen again, and so I don't want to lose the opportunity. I was planning on starting soon, that's why I've been training so much with you and my neighbors, and I'm going to start training with Hitoshi. He says openly. I still haven't met that BSTRD. When are you going to introduce me? It's been years. Huh, you jealous I'm not spending all my time with you? He teases. Not the time for jokes. You DMN nerd. He chuckles, let's go. They walk to where all the heroes are and soon Bakugo is swarmed by the media. Izuku gets scolded for his reckless behavior. It's a quiet walk home for Katsuki after he and Izuku part ways. Once he arrives home, his parents rush toward him. He can't stop thinking about how Izuku had risked his life to save him and how after what they had just gone through with the heroes scolding Izuku like he had done something wrong even though he had done their jobs for them, he was going home to an empty home. His mother wasn't going to be there to comfort him. Katsuki, are you listening to me, you brat? We were worried. His mother yells with tears in her eyes. Sorry. I was lost in thought, okay? He said angrily. The kid who saved you, is that your new friend? Hanako? You talk about him a lot. His father said while trying to calm Mitsuki down. Yeah, it was. He heard my explosions and came. He says in an annoyed tone. When are you going to bring his but over? You need friends. I don't need your help, old hag. Leave me alone, he says and then storms to his room. He grabs his phone and sits on his bed. 6:30 p.m. Katsuki. Hey Zu? You awake? Hanako. Remember, it's Hanako. Zu is no more and I'm awake, yes. Katsuki. Right, Hanako? Well, are you okay, nerd? Hanako. Huh? Yes, I'm fine, Kaken. Katsuki. Who are you with right now? Hanako. No one? Katsuki. I'm heading there now. Hanako. But you just, I mean your family wants to be with you probably and I don't matter, so stay. There was more to that message, but Katsuki turned his phone off to not read it. He walks out of his room. I'm going to Hanako's place. But you just got back from being attacked, you shouldn't go out. His father reasons. I don't even care, I'll be home tomorrow. He leaves without another word. Izuku was chilling in his cozy corner when the door slammed open and Kaken walked in. Kaken said nothing, he just went up to him and hugged him, sitting down beside him. Soon Izuku fell asleep on his best friend's chest with a bunch of squishmallows surrounding them. Izuku yawned as he woke up to an unfamiliar warmth. What was that? Wait, Kaken? What was he doing here? Then he remembered. Kaken came in and hugged him and he ended up falling asleep. He couldn't help thinking it was kind of like when they were younger. He missed it and he enjoyed the warmth. Stop moving. Go back to bed, Katsuki said groggily. Oh, okay, he said, laying back on Katsuki hesitantly. Katsuki puts an arm around him and falls back asleep. Izuku, however, is not going to fall asleep. His mind and heart are racing too fast. I'll let you interpret that how you want. About 1 hour later, when Izuku is finally calm again, Katsuki wakes up. Morning, nerd. A morning, Kaken. He says nervously. What's wrong? Nothing, he squeaks as he stands up. He ended up standing up too fast and got dizzy. Idiot, Katsuki says under his breath, standing up to grab Izuku so he doesn't fall. Thanks, Kaken, he says, smiling at Katsuki, his eyes so bright they put the stars to shame. Whatever, nerd, Katsuki says, stepping away from him. I hope he looks at me and thinks, shit, he's so pretty. Wait, what am I thinking? I'm not gay. Why would I think I'm not gay? What's wrong with me? Shit, am I? But no, I'm not. Well, maybe. Wait, I never did like girls, and ugh, what's going on? Those eyes are so pretty, it's like I'm falling deep into them. Man, he is so cute and adorable, I just want to cuddle him to death and dash. You good Kaken? Izuku says, looking up at Katsuki. I'm fine, Zu, what do you have here? I'm making breakfast. Not sure you can check the fridge and pantry, you know where everything is. Can you make dash? Katsudon? Sure, he says, interrupting Izuku and not letting him finish. You're the best Kaken, he says, smiling. Somewhere else. Irene and Tango make eye contact. Something just happened. Tango says, I think we just sensed our ship starting to sail, Irene says, smile widening comically. They grin widely at each other. Later they may or may not have had a small dance party in celebration. Once Katsuki got home, he went to his computer and looked up. My gay test. He did about 23 different tests, 19 of which were positive, the other 4 said he was bisexual. Vigilante will come in next chapter Srey. Though I may have that next chapter ready by Friday, no promises. Hey Cell. Tango said, knocking on Celeste's door. Come in, she says, standing up from her seat. Guess what today is? Tango says excitedly. What? Celeste says, confused while she thinks of what could be so exciting today. It's Bisexual Day. We gotta tell Izuku. She says, jumping up and down. Seriously? He only recently told us that he was bi, so I'm not sure if we really should. Nah, let's go. She says, grabbing Celeste's arm and pulling her out the door and to the stairs. They arrived on Izuku's floor and went to his main room, knocking on the door about 10 times before they heard footsteps. Izuku opens the door. Who? Oh hey Cell, hey Tango, did you two need something? He says, opening the door for the 2 girls, letting them enter. Yes, they said in unison. Oh okay, what is it? He said as he sat down at the table with them. Well, today is Bisexual Day. And well, it was Bisexual Awareness Week this week, but I found out today. But anyways, we need to celebrate. Tango says brightly while Cell smiles at them both. I mean, that sounds good and all, but what do we do? Plus I only just found out that was bi, even though Irene was surprised that I didn't know, and the only reason she knew is because I have mentioned liking girls, and then she saw that I like Kaken and always thought a hus like it kakanesa best friender samathingon dimean dash. Hey, let's stay on track, Izuku, Celeste said, cutting him off of his ramblings. Well, since you haven't actually gone out as a vigilante yet, today could be your first time and we could all go with the 3 of us and we could do something big to show we're bi. Tango says in a silly tone. I mean, it would be cool for the first time, so, sure, he says, unsure if he made the right decision. Don't worry, we won't do anything too bad, Hiei. Celeste said, laughing maniacally at the end, with Tango joining in as well. Well, that was something. Oh, remember that video we asked you to be in that one time? It was for the Ducklings channel, remember? How about we make some videos for it starring the bisexual ones on the team? There are details on the Ducklings in the next chapter, Tango says after recovering from the manic laughter from just before. That's a good idea. How about we find some homophobic people online and make a video of us pranking them or something? I don't know, would that be something we want to do? Celeste says, shrugging. Yes, totally. What do you think of Izuku? Tango says, turning to him. That sounds like so much fun. We could live stream while we do stuff today. Tango nods as Celeste says, yes, sounds good. Let's get on our suits. Wait, Izuku, does your costume still fit? I mean, you made it years ago, so, Tango said, standing up. Oh no, I got it early since I was planning on starting early, but I recently got a new one since you're right and it didn't fit. Izuku said, partly embarrassed. Cool, well, let's change. Meet on the roof at 10? Celeste says calmly. He nods and the 2 girls get up and head to their floor. Izuku, now in his vigilante outfit, went up to the roof. He thought about his vigilante name. He was the Analyst online, but he didn't really want that as his vigilante name when he patrolled. He decided he could just let the media name him. He pushed open the door and stepped onto the roof. Hey Cell is setting up the live stream so that a drone will record. Amain is controlling it and Irene is there with them watching. She wanted to watch it since she is lesbian and didn't want to interrupt the group of bisexuals. Tango says to Izuku as he walks over to where the 2 were. Cool, wait, aren't you worried about being recognized in that? You didn't dye your hair, you have your mouth covered by the mask and you have those glasses, but won't people recognize you? He said in a worried tone. Nah, it's fine. My family hasn't seen me in years and they think I'm dead. Same goes for Cell. When I was younger the black hadn't grown in either, plus my family never bothered to learn about my quirk, so they think I can use telekinesis when I'm humming a certain tune, which is not true, but they never cared to learn more. Plus my personality is basically swapped from then compared to now, since I used to be quiet and stuff. I'm really not that worried, and if they do recognize me they'll probably leave me, since when I was kidnapped with Cell they just said I died and didn't bother to look for me, so it would probably be worse for them since my mom is a pro and my brother is gonna probably be a hero with his quirk and stuff. Oh, also Celeste's mom is a pro too, she said, and leaned on the wall since they still had about 10 minutes until they would start the live stream. You were kidnapped as well? And your mom is a pro? And Celeste's? He says, very surprised. Yeah, well, first my mom is a pro, her hero name is Mind Mover, her quirk is telekinesis, and she's a minor pro, and Celeste's mom is sort of her sidekick, her hero name is Kiro, which Cell said is random, and her quirk is some kind of like thing that makes whatever she touches come to life. I kind of dozed off when she was explaining, but they kind of work together and were a duo. Well, so my quirk is a mix of my dad's quirk and my mom's. I said my mom's, but my dad's quirk is auto-tune and makes him sing perfectly, and he's actually a singer, but that doesn't matter. Well, so anyways, 2 years after I was born my brother was born Okami. His quirk is particle control, which is an enhanced version of my grandfather's quirk. When my parents found out about it they gave him everything and trained him so he could become a hero. My mom introduced my brother to Cell in the hopes that they could become friends and help each other become heroes, since my mom and Celeste's mom are friends. They both went to the same private school while I was sent to some random public school. I actually met Irene there, but anyways. Some stuff about Celeste's past: her father is a pretty famous painter and they're rich. She had an older sister, but she never really told me what happened to that sister, or maybe she did but I probably fell asleep already, whatever, you can ask her. Her father is also a part of the Yaoyorozu family, which probably helps with the success. Her father has a quirk that lets him analyze things and find their imperfections and how to fix them, which makes him a very successful person. Her family is very strict with her and they're pretty snobby. Cell's older sister has a quirk that basically if she sees something that's imperfect or she wants something to be perfect, her quirk will show her the steps she needs to take to get to her perfection, whether it's finding something, making something, or something like that, I don't know. Why, to be honest, one day when I was walking home from school, since my parents never bothered to pick me up, I was knocked out and taken. For Celeste, she was also kidnapped by the same person as me, but it happened differently and they needed her for her quirk. They wanted me to help protect their merchandise and kidnap new recruiters, but anyways, Celeste was being driven back from her school when she noticed her driver wasn't the usual one, and then when she spoke up to ask where her normal driver was, someone came from the trunk of the car and knocked her out. She woke up in a small room with a bunk bed. We were sharing a room and that's how we got to know each other. She said all of this not letting Izuku speak, as she spoke quickly, barely stopping to breathe in between, and then she was interrupted by Celeste. It's ready, come on, let's start the live stream. Cell said, speaking loudly so they heard her. They walk there and then the stream starts, barely giving him time to think of everything he had just learned. He knew something had happened for them to have grown so close, but not that. And who was the person or group from what it sounds like? He would have to learn more about later, because right now they had a live stream to record. Hello everybody. Sing Song here to celebrate Bisexual Awareness Week and Bisexual Day. I actually just learned a bit ago that it was today, so we're a bit late, sorry. Here with 2 of the other ducklings who are bisexual in our group. We were thinking today we could prank some homophobic people. We're not really sure what we're going to do yet, but you guys can sit back and watch us as we find something to do to celebrate. Sing Song says, grinning widely, not that anyone could see it. Are we going to do this or what? Let's go. Misty has already sent us the location of a few homophobic people in the area. Illustrator says merrily. Let's do this. Analyst says, he is not Verdant yet since they haven't given him the name, but they will after this stream sometime. The 3 vigilantes jumped from rooftop to rooftop, drone following close behind until they reached the first person. They ended up dyeing the hair of this homophobic person since they were currently napping in their house. They also may or may not have painted a mustache on their face before leaving 3 ducks, a purple one, a red one, and of course a green one. The next unlucky person was in their car stuck in traffic, so the three walked up to the car and knocked on the window, and when the guy ignored them they broke the windows. Then they got into the car and pushed the guy out, though none of them knew how to drive, so they settled for painting on the car bisexual flags everywhere. The man had run away, probably to call the police, and the traffic, well, it was still traffic, it hadn't moved at all, so they weren't worried. Plus other people were recording them or saying they recognized them. Some people laughed and some people cheered. Then there was some people who were clearly calling the police, so they made a run for it. The next few people went sort of like this. One woman got her hair dyed a lovely magenta purple and blue courtesy of the Analyst, Izuku, because he had expertise when it came to dyeing his hair. The lady was screaming while she was tied to the chair, and once they were done they untied her and let her go. She was furious and called the police, but they didn't care. Then they walked out in search for their next victim, who was an old Christian lady who said she was Christian, but really everyone knew she wasn't. Her name was Susan, and everyone knew her because she was crazy and annoying as hell. They ended up leaving her alone. Well, sort of. First they planted 3 paint bombs in her house and watched as the house got covered in magenta purple and blue paint. The very last person was a man in his 20s who had cyber-bullied many bisexual people and other LGBTQ+ people. They beat him up and then left him hanging to a lamppost courtesy of Sing Song, using her quirk to get him up there. Afterwards they decorated the same lamppost with many bows, magenta purple and blue colors, and they left their signature ducks, of course, after they called the police because they didn't actually want the man to be hurt too much. Once they got back they sat on the roof and talked and laughed about everything. They couldn't see anything of what people were commenting on the video since it was a drone that was following them and recording everything, but they would be sure to rewatch it later. Cup came to them and told them it was time to end the stream since the drone was getting low on battery, so they said goodbye to the viewers and turned it off. That was fun. I had a great time, thanks, Izuku said as they walked down the stairs. His floor was first, so he just wanted to say bye before they parted ways for today. No problem. We had lots of fun too, Cell said, looking at Tango, who nodded vigorously. Yeah, and it was super fun to watch with a main, Irene said to the other 3. Nice, well bye. I'll see you guys later. With that they parted ways. 9:25 p.m. Katsuki, hey, I saw your live stream. I didn't know you were BI. We never really talked about that stuff. I just wanted to say that you can tell me anything. 9:39 p.m. Hanako, sorry. I just got back to my room, so it took a sec to respond. Yeah, I guess it really just never came up. I would have told you, but it was never relevant. Katsuki, oh okay, that makes sense. Well, I am gay, it feels like I should tell you since I know you are bi, so yeah. Hanako, how can texting be this awkward? Loudly crying face. Hanako, oh. Srey, I texted at the SME time, ugh, typos. Well, that's great. Cool and nice to know. I fully support you. Katsuki, hidix. Good night, Hanako, and you better sleep. Hanako, okay, Kaken. I will. Good night. Unseen. Phew, finally done. Sorry if this is rushed because it is slightly smiling face. Today was Izuku's first patrol. It had been 7 years since he escaped his father and 2 weeks since the infamous sludge villain attack, plus it had been a few weeks since Bisexual Day when he had shown himself as a vigilante for the first time. Izuku had hung out with Shinso and they had a long training session which had gone well. They trained for hours and afterwards they went to the Vigilant Cat and hung out. Izuku was invited to the Bakugus as Hanako for dinner. He had gone, though he was pretty nervous since he wasn't sure if they would recognize him. They didn't. After dinner Izuku and Bakugu had talked and Izuku had told him that he was planning to start vigilante work on the next Saturday and continue doing that every night, allowing a few hours of sleep so that when he went to go to school he wouldn't be so tired. Bakugo wasn't too happy about the whole vigilante thing but decided to let it be. They agreed to train together after school on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, which was great, and soon they had very similar fighting styles. He had also celebrated Bisexual Day with Celeste and Tango, his 2 bi friends/neighbors. He got his suit on and grabbed his weapons. He had recently decided the weapons he wanted to use were kunai and daggers. He kept extras hidden all over his persona just for emergencies. He also carried some of the mini ducks he had found in the storage room in a small pouch on his belt. He kept the green ones and he was now going to leave them where he had done something like catch a villain, or maybe he could give them to any witnesses or people he helped. The neighbors and him had decided as a group of vigilantes who all used ducks that they should have a group name for when they worked together. They decided on the ducklings. They even had a joined email, YouTube and TikTok which they all had access to. Izuku had the green ducks, Irene took the orange ones, Cell got some purple ones, Tango got red ones, and Amain got the gray ones. The ducks matched each of their vigilante outfits, and that is why their group name is called the Ducklings. Apparently they had the email, TikTok and YouTube for a while, and they already had 1,000 followers even though they had only posted 6 videos, not including the livestream with Izuku. The first video was just Tango or Vigilante sing-song and Celeste or the illustrator taking down some villains together. They had gotten 50k views somehow and many comments shipping them, and that is the reason the video after that one happened. They basically cleared some things up, saying they were best friends and that they liked other people anyways. They were honestly like siblings and they considered each other as besties, though kind of sisters as well. They thought it was hilarious. The video after that was of them walking through a drive-through which people thought was funny. The fourth video was them running from the police with an injured cat following them, and that's why the next video was of them bringing the cat to a cat cafe. The sixth video was of Sing-Song, Illustrator and Cub, Irene, patrolling and its such screens a few times to show Misty, Amain, while they hacked or helped them, and it was kind of an introduction to all of the ducklings. They also added himself joining in the video next to Misty since he still hadn't gone patrolling yet. Tango and Celeste are not a ship at all, okay? Once he was done changing into his vigilante costume, he walked up the stairs to the roof of the building. He checked the time, 11:34, it wasn't too late. Let's try this, he mumbled, calculating as he jumps from his roof to the next one. Not too hard. It's doable, he notes as he starts to get the hang of jumping from rooftop to rooftop. He had done some parkour, although it was a weak point of his, especially for scaling buildings. Sure, he can run really fast across rooftops normally, but the other aspects of parkour were hard for him. 2:03, he was walking around after finding absolutely no crime to stop. Now he wished his luck quirk was off. Maybe that was the trigger to turn it off, because a second later he fell off the roof mid-jump. It was luckily a shorter building. He landed on his feet somehow, like a kitty, but once he looked up he saw someone breaking into the graveyard in front of him. Yeah, now he was sure that his luck quirk was on bad luck. There is absolutely no way he could find any crime if it was on good luck. He walks up to the kid breaking into the graveyard who had just broken the lock and was passing through the gate. Hey, what you doing? Analyst says to the kid, scaring him out of his boots. The young boy says, putting his arms up as if in defense. Hey, don't worry. I won't hurt you if you come peacefully, he says, walking closer to the kid. I'm sorry, sir, the boy says, clearly scared. Nah, it's fine, but before I turn you in, what are you doing breaking into a graveyard? He says in a questioning tone. Oh, my grandfather passed away recently and he left me this note, the kid says, pulling out a neatly scrolled up note and passing it to him. My grandfather loved puzzles, so he left one last one for once he died so that whoever solves it can get the family heirloom. My family didn't care, but I do since it was his dying wish that it stays in the family. I solved the puzzle and it's apparently buried with his body. Oh, why didn't you say so? I can help. Since you are related and it was his dying wish, it's very heroic of you to do that. Where's his grave? And how do you plan to dig up his grave? He says, walking through the gate and handing the kid the note. Yeah, I'm okay. The kid squeaked. Follow me. My quirk is a mutation that gives my hand retractable tools so I can my hands into shovels, so yeah, he says, clearly embarrassed as they walk through the graveyard. That's an awesome quirk. Don't be embarrassed. Analyst says, and then thinks that's good, then I won't accidentally steal his quirk. Pull has been acting up, I haven't used it since I escaped, so it would be hard to hold it back. It's been 7 years, but for some reason it's always around this time of year, so I have to be extra careful. This is crazy difficult with all the dead Bodis with quirks here. Mister? We're here, the kid says, tapping his arm. Oh, right. Sorry, he says, getting out of his thoughts. Okay, well, I'm going to start digging. What can I do? Analyst says as the kid's hands transform into shovels and he starts digging. Nothing, I guess, for now. Maybe you could help me open the casket? He says, digging super fast. Sure. Sounds good. As the kid digs deeper, he doesn't feel basically anything from the grave. Normally he feels the power of the quirks, so maybe he is quirkless? Hey, was your grandfather quirkless? No, he had a minor healing quirk that let him heal himself and others, but it was not strong. Okay, can you help me open the casket? The kid says, looking up at him. Yeah, sure. My quirk enhances the quirk I steal, which makes most quirks I stole when I was younger too strong for my body, except minor ones like the minor speed enhancement, but then there is also the luck quirk. His thoughts are interrupted again when the top of the casket pops off and the old figure with its hair falling out could be seen. Pull suddenly turns on and takes the quirk of the old man, and the analyst faints right onto the dead body, his mouth landing on the dead man's closed lips. Mister? You're waking up, the kid says happily. What happened? He says confused as he leans against a gravestone. Well, you glowed for a second and then you fainted. It was quite funny. You landed on the lips of my grandfather, he-ha-ha. The kid says, laughing awkwardly. Well, that's quite annoying. Did you get your heirloom? He says, embarrassed. Why, yeah, I did. I closed the casket and put the dirt back on top. You can probably tell that something happened, which is probably not very good, the kid says nervously. Nah, don't worry, I doubt anyone will care, he says, standing up as they head to the gate. What a strange first patrol, never thought it would go like this. Let me walk you home, it's getting late and you shouldn't be walking around at this time. Okay. Thanks, mister. The kid squeaks and starts walking presumably towards his house. Call me Analyst, he says, showing the notebook with analysis written on it. Okay, Analyst, well, my house is pretty nearby. It's only a few more blocks from here, the kid says, shrugging. Okay then, he says as he senses eyes on him. He chooses to ignore it for now. The rest of the walk is relatively quiet, though Analyst still felt he was being watched. He had given the kid a green duck, and after he dropped off the kid, he decided to take to the rooftops, so maybe whoever was following him wouldn't be able to follow. That did not work. Show yourself, I know you're watching me. Show yourself, he says, stopping on a rooftop. I can see you. You must have good senses to know I was there. The figure says from the shadows. Ha. I was lying and you fell for my bluff. Ha ha. Analyst says, turning to where the figure had spoken from. Well done, I wish my students were as observant as you. Enlighten me, what's your name? The man says from the shadows. You first, and maybe I'll do the same. He says, though he definitely won't be doing that. Nice try, but two can play this game. The man says, stepping out of the shadow so that he was more visible and closer for attacks. Nah, don't be modest. I know you're an underground pro, so let's be honest, you are Eraserhead, he says excitedly, and a hint of mocking in his tone. I'm surprised you know me, Shorty, Eraserhead says, stepping closer. Of course I do, you're my favorite. Well, I've got to go, pardon my rudeness, Eraser, he says, jumping on to the next rooftop. Maybe this won't be so bad, he thinks as he runs Eraserhead close behind. After about a 20-minute chase, Izuku turned on his comm to ask Amain for a quick escape. They of course answered, and soon a puff of smoke came up behind him, and he sped off back to his home. Thanks, Misty. Sorry if I woke you up. Nah, it's fine, I was already awake since Cub was on patrol, Misty says over the comms. How was your first patrol? They say as Izuku lands on the roof of their building. It was fine, I'd rather not go into detail. That good, wow. I'm going to go. I have Cub waiting for me on the other channel, see ya? They say, and then turn off their comm. Izuku gets to his room and slips into some pajamas, sitting down on his bed. 3:23 a.m. Hanako, hey, sorry for the early message and sorry if I wake you up, but you told me to always let you know when I get back from patrols, and today was my first patrol, so I thought I would text you since you asked. Are you sure you don't want me to text you the next morning? 3:24 a.m. Katsuki, don't apologize. And yes, continue to write to me even if it's 3 a.m. and I was just rewatching an all-night movie since it is your first patrol and I couldn't sleep until you got back safe. I won't do this every time, but it's the first time, you know. Hanako, all kaken. You're so sweet. Katsuki, I am not. Hanako, you are. 3:27. Katsuki, BTW, you will be telling me exactly what happened tomorrow after school. I already told my old hag I'm hanging out with you. Hanako, oh. Okay, well, you better not make fun of me. And my lips are no longer version, sad face. Katsuki, screw school, I'm leaving a note on the table. I'm on my way. Hanako, what? 10 minutes later. That dim nerd. WTF does he mean? Did he get kissed? Katsuki's mind is racing as he stomps up the stairs and to his best friend's room, not bothering to knock as he opens the door and promptly walks in. Kaken, you really didn't need to come. I think you misunderstood what I meant, Izuku says as he stands up from his bed where he was sitting. That surprisingly makes sense. But what the F dash? Did you even get the quirk after all that? Katsuki says loudly, of course. Did you use mouthwash? After? Kaken, it's really not a big deal. Yes, I used 48 bottles of mouthwash and I'm pretty sure I got the quirk. The thing is, it's going to be like a normal healing quirk, so it will be one of the only quirks I can use without breaking myself. That's a lot of mouthwash. And right, because you're stupid, but quirk enhances them but not your body. That pretty FNG annoying, but at least you can heal yourself, right? He says, not as loud as the first time yet. Still loud. Yeah. And I still have to train with it because if not there is no way I will be able to use it. He looks annoyed about it, while Katsuki laughs at his misery. They stay up for an hour more, Izuku writing who knows what while Katsuki watches TikToks. Hey Zuku, I found this trend we should do. It's called two best friends in a room, they might kiss, but the funny part is we don't actually kiss. Unless you want to, that is, he says, wiggling his eyebrows. What? Izuku says, turning red as Katsuki chuckles. It was a joke, Zuku, he says in a soft tone. Wow, his voice sounded so soft and that was so embarrassing. Izuku thinks as he blushes from embarrassment, it really shouldn't affect him this much. This causes Katsuki to go into a laughing fit, making Izuku even more embarrassed than before. He jumps onto Katsuki, causing him to fall over, and from there they start wrestling playfully. Downstairs in Irene's room. Tango, do you hear that? Irene says as she sits up in her bed. It's too early for this to go back to bed, Tango says, yawning and falling asleep again. Okay. But I think Izuku has the angry blonde guy over again, she says, slowly laying back down. Tango's eyes fly open. Do you think our ship has sailed? She turns her head to Irene. It sure sounds like it. If not, they're wrestling, I guess, Irene replies, and the two laugh at that comment, then go back to bed. So you're saying you meet this new vigilante and you let them go? Tsukachi says, groaning tiredly. Shoyuta rolls his eyes. Who knows if they were even a vigilante? Sure, they looked like one, but it could have been a one-time thing. Plus, I didn't let them go, they got away. I didn't use my quirk on them because if they are going to be appearing more in the future, it'll be handy to have an idea of what their quirk might be, and I figured they would use their quirk, which they did. It seems they may have some sort of mist quirk, though it could have been a smoke bomb. Okay, well then how did this vigilante look? The detective said, opening his computer to look through vigilantes in the area that could fit the description. Well, when I first saw them, they were with some kid who I assume they were helping before leaving. This vigilante gave the kid a green duck dash. Did it look anything like this? Tsukachi asked, showing a picture of the same duck alongside a purple one, a red one, an orange one, and a gray one. Yeah, the green one is exactly it. I didn't see any of the other colors though, he says, raising an eyebrow. Do you know who this vigilante is? Perhaps, if I'm right, then this may be a big problem. The detective says, looking something up and then turning the screen towards Shoyuta. That's him, he said, surprised as he looked at who he had seen earlier that day. Shoot. Okay, well, this guy, he has become quite popular along with some other vigilantes. When they work as a group, they call themselves the Ducklings, which is honestly a pretty silly name, but it fits because they always give out these trademark little ducks of different colors wherever they have helped out. It seems you have met the newest member who hasn't introduced himself with a name since he didn't know what to go by. Word on the street is that he used to be only online known as the Analyst in a different area, and now he's decided to start patrolling. He actually used to help out around your old patrol area. Maybe you encountered him once? I think he did help me out over comms a few times. His voice was always distorted like today, but today seemed like he was wearing a voice changer. I definitely see them being the same person, plus this kid had a notebook with him that said analysis on it. For now we can just say they are the same person until we have further proof, he says, sighing. Sounds good, will you dash? Be the one in charge of trying to take him in, not like I have a choice anyways, he says tiredly. Thanks, also keep an eye out for the other 4 members of the group. They normally work separately, but they're still dangerous. Tsukachi pulls up a picture clearly screenshotted from a video. This is them together, This first one here in the verdant green outfit is the one you met, his duck is the green one. The one next to him is Misty, who has been seen patrolling only a few times, though many of their ducks have been found. They have the gray duck. The group has a YouTube channel called The Ducklings you can keep an eye on just in case they leak any information. The one next to Misty is Cub, who is suspected to have some sort of bear quirk, though it may just be a mutation of the ears and tail. She has the orange ducks. Next to that is Sing Song, and based on the name her quirk is probably music or singing related, though we don't have details. Her ducks are the red ducks. Next to Sing Song is the illustrator, who has been suspected to have a writing, drawing, or even painting quirk. Her ducks are the purple ones. Wow, you know it's rare to find vigilante groups these days. The two men chuckle tiredly and say their goodbyes as Shoyuta leaves. 6:32. Hitoshi, hey Hanako? You haven't been online for a while, is everything good? Hanako, oh yeah, everything's fine. I've been training with a friend of mine to help him since he's applying for UA soon. He needs to be ready for the entrance exams, so we're doing some community service together and cleaning up Dagoba Beach. Hitoshi, the loud one? The one you're always talking about? If we both get in, maybe we'll be in the same class. That's nice, maybe? I would like to join you, but I've been training a lot with an eraser head and he's pretty strict on me getting rest, because one time I didn't and he wouldn't train me for weeks because he said that the body needs proper rest or whatever. Hanako, don't worry about it. Yeah, he is explosive and loud. But I'm very confident he's going to become an amazing hero, one of the best. He's super strong and amazing. You are too, and I'm sure you'll both get in and you'll probably even be in class 1A. Do you need me to help you with anything before the entrance exam in a month? Hitoshi, nah, it's okay. You seem to really like him, you always talk about him. Hanako, grinning face with sweat. 7 a.m. Saturday. 1 week after the entrance exam. Hello, Verdant. A tired voice says from behind the young vigilante. Who? Me? He says, turning around to see Eraserhead standing unimpressed. Ah, he says, almost falling off the rooftop where he was currently sitting, but before he's able to fall, something wraps around his waist, pulling him back onto the roof. Careful, problem child, Eraser says. Wait, how do you know I'm a child? He says in a defendant tone. And here's my answer. How old are you, 18? 20. That's what you count as a kid? Wow, then it hit him. Wait a second, you called me Verdant, I don't have a name yet. Yeah, I figured. Your suit is green, your ducks are green, you are very green. There are other vigilantes who also use green, but they've used some of the other good green colors like Viridian. I've just gone with Verdant, and that's what I'm going to remember you by now, though some of the people at the police station along with a friend of mine have been calling you the Verdant Analyst, since we're pretty sure you're also an old analyst who stopped working around 3 months before you started. So are you him? He says questioningly. Oh yeah, that's me. At least it's a cool name, I guess. You can call me that, I don't really mind, plus you are my favorite hero. He pauses. I haven't seen you patrolling very much lately. I only saw you twice this month. UA entrance exams, he says nonchalantly. Verdant thinks for a second before finally realizing. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I got my vigilante name from my all-time favorite hero. Eraserhead. Ah, he starts freaking out until his phone starts ringing. Great timing. Eraserhead looks at him with a confused expression, trying to see his phone to check who is calling him. Mind your own beeswax, Eraser. He says this and then he jumps away. He knows exactly who is calling him since he knows the ringtone. He must have gotten his UA letter. Hello. Kakin? He says excitedly before putting it on speaker. It was hard to hear things through his costume, and it's not like there was anyone around to hear. Plus they wouldn't know who he was calling since Katsuki had his name set as a Kakin on his vigilante phone. I got in, his best friend said. Seriously? He says, maybe a bit too loud. Yeah, I did it, nerd, he says proudly. You know where I'm going to be, so wanna meet me? We can celebrate when I'm done. Yeah, sure. Let me just tell my old hag. Was this useful information? Shota really wasn't sure. For one, he got to hear the vigilante's actual voice, or what he assumed was his actual voice. He sounded very young. He also learned that he does have friends, and maybe if he can find this Kakin, he can find the vigilantes. Also, it seemed Verdant might have a job. All that currently mattered was him getting his coffee. He walked to a nearby cat cafe. Hello. Welcome to the Vigilant Cat Cafe. What would you like to order? A young cheery voice said from behind the register. 1 black coffee please. Okay. That'll be 350 yen please. Thank you, your order will be done soon, we will find you and bring it to you in the meantime, you can take a seat with some of the cats. The red-haired girl said as she accepted the money. Shota sits down on a couch to wait. Soon enough a cat comes and sits on his lap, and not long after, a blue and black-haired kid came with his coffee. Enjoy, the kid said nervously. With a smile he turned to walk away quickly. Wait, do I know you from somewhere? He says suspiciously. And no, I don't think so, sir. Akari says he has a name tag, and then walks away. Aizawa ends up staying at this cafe until 1:00 p.m. since he ends up getting occupied with the cats plus checking forms for the new students of UA on his phone. Sensei, a young and tired voice says as they sits on the couch next to his. He looks up from his phone. Hello, problem child. I didn't know you came to this cafe, I've never seen you around here and I come here a lot. He says, taking a sip of what seemed to be coffee. A good choice. Yeah, well, this is my first time. I think I'll start coming here more often. They have good coffee. He says nonchalantly, though the coffee really is good. I see. Hitoshi says, putting a hand over his eyes. Shota figures it was probably bright in here for him and he was probably tired. He looked tired. Hitoshi stays as Shota stands up. It is now 1:15 p.m. And he had definitely stayed here too long. He hoped Hizashi wouldn't be worried or mad, though he did write to him at one point with a picture of a cat. Are you ready to go? A loud voice said, causing Shota to turn to see who it was. He was surprised to see that it was Katsuki Bakugu, the kid who ranked number 1 in the UA entrance exam, the one who had beaten his student by 10 points. From everything he had seen during the exam, this kid was the hell of a monster and he has some major anger issues. Though this kid didn't seem like the same person who he had watched yell at the other examinees. Ready as I'll ever be. Let's go. Akari says, grabbing the hand of the spiky-haired kid. They were probably celebrating since today was the day that some people got their letters. Maybe this is just how he is when he's not fighting. He would have to see. This kid would be in his homeroom class while he was teaching. We'll see how he really is. So where are we going? Shinso says as they walk. Aizawa sighs. A friend of mine who works with the police texted me that he has some information on a case we're working on, he says in a tired voice. Shinso nods, turning the corner and seeing the station as they walked. They entered the station just to see nothing. And it wasn't that the place was silent, no, it was noisy. There just wasn't anyone there. Where is everyone? Is this normal, sensei? Is it normally this empty? He asks in a bored yet confused tone. No, normally not, he says, guiding Shinso towards a room with the name Interrogation Room 1. Aizawa opens the door, showing a tired Tsukachi Naomesa. What happened? Where is everyone? Before he can finish, he is interrupted. It's protocol. I know you know that, son. He doesn't back down one bit. Besides, an individual's experience will never be the same as the next person's. I still need to know how you involved yourself in all of this. So if you will, please start from the beginning. Weird, but okay. I was born during a storm in the middle of July. You know what I mean. Eraserhead, come in. I assume this is your student and trainee Shinso? He says as he lets them in. Yes, sir, that would be me, he says, walking into the room with one table and a small kid. Wait, no, this is that Vigilante from that one group that became popular recently on social media. Verdant, Aizawa says nonchalantly. Eraser. Hey there, old pal. Nice seeing you again. It's been a week. The Verdant Analyst says in a silly and joyful voice. No way. Shinso? Hey there, pal. I see you're still training with dear old Eraserhead, he says, looking at the two of them happily. You could tell he was smiling, though his mask covered his face. Do I know you? Shinso was very confused. Nope. The Vigilante says cheerfully. Eraserhead turns to the detective and the detective shakes his head. It seems the Verdant does not know Naomesa's quirk. He would have lied or not answered if he knew. They all sit down across from the Vigilante. So why exactly are you here? You're not in HNDCFFS, so I assume you were not arrested. Did you do something to the people who work here? Is that why they are missing? He snarls. But fun stuff. Now that you are here, Eraserhead, just like I asked Sakachi. Well, now I can tell you what I did to your precious co-workers. He laughs maniacally. It's simple, really. I just made them invisible for 1 hour. You see, I found this potion thing on a criminal and it was apparently from their quirk. I took it and wanted to try it. All I knew was it was non-lethal and I accidentally drank some myself when I spiked the station's coffee. So I was invisible till about 20 minutes ago, so I decided to wait in here, and that's when the detective came in. And then he called you on my behalf. You are my favorite pro and I wanted to show you what I did. Awesome, right? The Vigilante says enthusiastically. Aizawa was now glad that he did not get coffee before coming in. He was glad to see that Sakachi had gotten better coffee elsewhere. Those currently working have no idea that anything's going on at all, since those who are invisible can see the others who are also invisible. Verdant says, smiling. Okay, well, we're going to have to arrest you now. For illegal quirk usage, vigilantism, and poisoning the whole police department. The detective says happily as he takes out HNDCFFS. He was glad that this vigilante wasn't in as much pain as he thought he would be and that they wouldn't have to deal with him anymore. Not yet. Maybe. Someday in the future, but a lot today, detective, he says, and then. Cover your mouths. Sleeping gas. Aizawa says, putting his scarf over his mouth. I have a mask, so unfortunately it won't affect me. He says in a sing-song voice. Good night. 9 Hanako, Hitoshi. Answer me. I've been writing to you for the past hour. Come on. I know you aren't asleep. Hello. I'm worried. Are you okay? Hello. Hitoshi. Hey, sorry, I just got my phone back. Hanako. What happened? Did your parents take your phone? Hitoshi. No, the police confiscated it so it wouldn't distract me during the interrogation. Hanako. Interrogation? Do I have to murder someone? Hitoshi. No, I was with Eraserhead training and then his friend called him saying that he had some new intel on a case they had been working on and that he should come down to the station. This is a common occurrence, so he brought me with him. Hanako, that doesn't explain why you were interrogated or there was an interrogation. Hitoshi, right, there was a vigilante in the interrogation room where we were supposed to meet the detective and he had sent the message because he wanted his hero, Eraserhead, to be there. We all fell asleep after using some sleeping gas except for him since he wore a mask. You might know the Vigilante. It's the one that hasn't been named from the Ducklings Vigilante group. I looked them up when I got back home just now. Hanako, how do you type so fast? Exploding head, fearful face. Wow, that's crazy. Do you know if they have a name for him? Hitoshi, yeah, they were calling him the Verdant Analyst or just Verdant. Hanako, Hitoshi, not really to me, but okay. A news channel played on giant screens throughout the city. New member of the Vigilante gang, the Ducklings poisoned police precinct. Recently, the Vigilante name of a popular gang member has been revealed. The police called him the Verdant Analyst, but some called him Verdant for short. Isn't that cute, folks? Look out for their ducks. Verdant ducks are the green ones. I think we have a new Vigilante icon. People look out for the Verdant Analyst. The news report continued to detail the incident involving the vigilante known as the Verdant Analyst. The public's fascination with the mysterious figure grew as the story gained traction. Rumors and speculations about the vigilante's motives and abilities spread like wildfire across social media platforms. 9:23 a.m. Hanako sent a video. Katsuki, nice. Verdant's first news report. Hanako, I know, right? Katsuki, that was sarcasm, dumbass. I guess you really can't tell over the phone. 9:32 a.m. Hanako, are you ready for class tomorrow? It's going to be your first day. Katsuki, heck yeah. Hitoshi Shinso, is that the kid that you're friends with? The one that trains with the underground pro? He got second place after me in the entrance exam. Hanako, oh yeah. You should talk to him. Remember, you know me as Hanako Suzuki, not my dead name, if you understand what I mean. Katsuki, yeah, whatever, I'll let you know whatever happens. Stay safe during patrol. Hanako, okay. I will love you, Kaken. Katsuki, love you, nerd. Knock knock knock. Come in. Have you met the detective? The police officer says, gesturing towards Sakachi, who had just arrived. Yes, sir, Eraserhead responds wearily. We keep meeting, the detective and Eraser say simultaneously. Allow me to provide an update on the case involving the mutant quirk outbreak. It appears to be linked to a substance that induces abnormal behavior in quirk users. Our undercover agent overheard that it is referred to as Trigger. Consequently, the president has decided to rename this case the Trigger case and expand its awareness to more precincts due to increasing occurrences across Japan, the officer explains as he hands Sakachi the case file. Thank you. Sakachi acknowledges in an irritated tone, while Eraserhead nods to signal the officer to depart. That's one heck of a way to start the day. It's only 5 a.m. and we're already getting busy, Sakachi said sarcastically, turning towards Eraserhead. Don't you have your first day of teaching class today, Eraser? Yep, unfortunately I do. So I guess I'll be off. I want to get there early and settle in for a nap before they arrive. Hopefully, some students won't be so clueless this year and notice me in my sleeping bag. It'll be nice to have some talent for once, Eraserhead responded. Hey, you never know who you'll get. Maybe you'll get Verdant in your class since you mentioned his voice sounded young. Plus, you have your trainee Shinso in the class and the explosive one you mentioned who got first, he said as they walked to the entrance. As they got to the front of the station, Eraserhead waved. I'll catch you later, detective, he said and walked out. When Bakugo had gotten to school early on the first day, he had expected it to be somewhat different from his past years. What he didn't expect was to see a tired old man in a yellow sleeping bag behind what he presumed was the teacher's desk. Did this guy eat their teacher? He was looking at the guy when the man turned his attention to him, looking him straight in the eye. That was creepy. Bakugo decided it would be better to sit down and wait for people to arrive. Soon enough they did, and after waiting about 15 minutes the kid he had been waiting to see came in. Hitoshi Shinso, the student he had met a few times, was trained by a pro, Izuku's favorite pro. And although they had only talked a few times briefly, Bakugo knew more about this kid than he could say, and it was all because of his dear Izuku's ramblings, which he loves. Shinso noticed the man quickly. If Bakugo remembered correctly, he was the fourth one to see. The first was him since he was the first in the classroom as well, the second was Endeavor's son, the third was a girl with things on her ears and purple hair who probably had a hearing quirk, and the last was Shinso since he also came later than those before him. After seeing the man, Shinso walked up to him for whatever reason and exchanged words. Shinso sounded more surprised by the second by what he could hear from where he was sitting, even though he was in the front. Izuku had told him he needed hearing aids, but he never listened. Maybe now for UA it would be a good idea to get some less noticeable ones for hero work training in school. Aizu is so caring. Shinso went back to his seat and the man in the sleeping bag stood up and got out of his spot and out of the sleeping bag, standing behind the teacher's desk. Good morning, class. I am Aizawa Shota, your homeroom teacher for this year, their teacher said. Bakugo would have never expected that. Though he should have seen it coming, and now that he thought about it, isn't this guy Eraserhead? He has the scarf and everything, plus the stare. I can't wait to tell Izuku that he will flip. Bakugo thinks as he listens to their teacher. It makes sense why Shinso went up to the man and why he was so surprised. He must not have known. It is to be him. I made a surprise for you. Hearing aids to celebrate your first day at UA. I made them myself. You're going to need them if you want to become a hero. They'll blend in pretty well, so they shouldn't be too noticeable to people. There's also a function that I can use as a comm. I can connect to it if I need to contact you a situation, or if you need to contact me, just press the little button on the back, Izuku says as he hugs his best friend and hands him the box. I was thinking I needed this during class when I couldn't hear the Aizawa. Some of my teachers, he responds by taking the hearing aids from the box. Help me put them on. Of course, Kaken. Izuku says, taking them from Katsuki's hands. After years of struggling with partial hearing loss, Izuku had given Katsuki advanced hearing aids that he had made just for his ears. Putting them in, he finally realized how much he couldn't hear before. Thank you, Aizu, he said, pulling his best friend into another hug. You're telling me that you still haven't found her? Her roomie is unimportant. Get me that girl. If you happen to come across the other one, then bring her as bait. A booming voice says, though a mask. Why, sir? The young boy says in a timid and small voice. Good now, leave me. The masked figure says slowly. We'll get your little duo back in here soon enough. My creature and my source, he says as he stares at a pin board filled with pictures and pins and X on many of the faces. Most were young faces. Time to see how my new source is, he says under his breath as he walks into a corridor with rooms more than half with people who were likely going insane. He arrives at the door he had been heading to, he knocks and then opens. Airy. After their first monthly group patrol, the ducklings were all sitting on a roof together. Did you know that the greatest villain of all time, the mastermind of the underworld, has VWD? Verdant said, randomly breaking the silence. And how exactly do you know that? Misty says as the other members look confused. Oh right, you all don't know. He's my father. Verdant says, annoyed, yet somehow he managed to sound happy. Oh, that makes sense. Wait, he's your what? Sing Song says, almost falling off the roof. How the hell? I've heard rumors about him and how horrible he is and how strong as well. Plus, isn't he the one who steals and gives quirks? The illustrator is annoyed since she only now found out about this. Yeah, that's him, good old dad. He thinks I'm dead, so don't tell him otherwise if you ever meet him, he says, shrugging. That's crazy. You mentioned you ran away but at 8? And you faked your death. I thought you had fooled your parents, but I didn't expect one of those parents to be all for one. Cub says, surprised as she kicks her feet. It was hard to manage, but wait, what did you call him? Verdant says, and the other vigilantes turn towards Cub looking for an answer as well. Oh, it must have slipped my mind. I met his successor on patrol. He was looking for recruits and he asked me. I of course said no, but before I did, he told me about his MSDR's power, and while he was talking he accidentally said all for one, but I pretended I didn't hear, so yeah. Cub explains to the other 4 vigilantes. That makes sense, and honestly that would have been me in Tamura's place if I hadn't escaped, he says, causing a confused look from them all. Tamura is the guy you met, we used to train together, and he is technically my brother though he is adopted. Cub nods in understanding. The others are still a bit confused. There is a few minutes of silence before Sing Song asks, what is VWD exactly? There is a pause before Verdant answers, well, it's a genetic disorder that affects the blood. The von Willebrand factor in your blood is crucial for clotting. Without it, your blood won't clot properly. This means if you were to get a serious cut, the bleeding wouldn't stop, and it could be life-threatening. I know about this condition because I have it too, and it's passed down through generations. I'm glad that I'm not a girl, no offense, but because for them, the disorder can cause prolonged and heavy PRDs. I'm not sure how long is normal for a PRD, but this can make it last much longer, like double the normal or even triple. I did some research on it when I had the chance, so yeah. Wow, good to know, I guess. Tango says, feeling even more confused than before since she didn't know some of those words. My AI just let me know that a pro is approaching, so we should probably skedaddle, Misty says, standing up. One night later, Izuku had been chilling on a rooftop when he heard singing. He could only describe this singing as a siren-like voice with the way he felt as he heard the appealing song. He felt compelled to do as the voice said. The voice came again, clear now that he was closer. That I did it, I did. I jumped. I stepped right off that cliff without a parachute. Izuku stood up. I looked over the edge and saw the view of something I could never do, and no part of me knew how, but the moment came and it had to be now, so. He walked to the edge of the roof. I did it, I did. I jumped. I stepped right off that cliff without a parachute. He fell. Down, down, down until he finally realized what was happening, but when he thought it was too late, something pulled him up and he landed softly on his feet. Don't you miss me? An oddly familiar voice said from behind him. He turned around only to see someone who looked like his mother. More than you know, he mumbled, since he must be hallucinating. Then come closer and hug me, she says, extending her arms out. This couldn't be his mom, right? I'll make sure that you are safe and sound. He knows this couldn't be his mother, but he still walks toward the figure of his supposed mother. She walks toward him slowly, and once they are close enough, she puts her hand on his face, caressing his cheek. Oh honey, look how well you've grown up. I've been watching you and you are doing so good. I'm proud of you. I'm so very proud of you, she says as she looks him in the eye, her ghostly hand moving back to her side. He says, eyes starting to water. Yes, honey, I can't stay for much longer here in this world, for it is no longer my place. I used up the last of my energy to save you. Stay safe when I'm gone, and if you were wondering about Katsuki, I can tell you like him, sweetie, she says with a soft smile on her face. I give you full consent to date him. I know that you two are made for each other, and I know that your Auntie Mitsuki knows too. I see the way you look at each other. All Izuku can do is stand there surprised, tears staining his shirt as he cries silently to not interrupt his mother. Remember to go with your gut. I would put a little more trust into that Eraserhead guy. I followed him around and he is a real hero. Your friends are good ones, they'll always have your back. She starts to glow. Izuku's eyes widened. What's happening? Are you okay, Dash? My time is up. I guess I do speak like I'm running out of time. She looks at Izuku as she starts to fade. I love you, Aizawa, my baby. I'll always be watching you. I believe in your dreams, Izuku. All of them, and I am sure that you will do great things in your life. History has its eyes on you. As the last of her fades, she makes eye contact with her son and whispers, I love you. He stares at where his mother had just been, tears overflowing. He looks down to the floor where the item had fallen. A key, he says under his breath as he falls to the ground, clasping it in his hand. This was the key his mother always wore around her neck. He never learned what it was for, but somehow it had been left behind, and it was the only thing he had that was hers now other than an old picture from Kaken. He curled up into a ball, sobbing and clutching the key tightly. He was in an alley, but somehow he felt safe. Maybe it was his mother's ghost. The minute even when she was dead, she was still protecting him. Why did she have to leave? Why did she have to die? Why did he have to kill her? It was his fault that she died. It was as stupid bad luck, and his stupid father hated everything. He hated the world and himself. There you are, oh shit, a voice says, running up to him and picking him up. He didn't care, he just let the person do as they pleased. It didn't matter anymore to him. What the hell happened to you? The person grumbled, walking at a fast pace. Soon enough he was placed on a bed and he could feel the warmth of blankets being put on top of him. The person went to walk away, but Izuku grabbed their hand before they could leave. Stay, was all he could say, and the person nodded, sitting next to him and placing a warm hand on his shoulder. He fell asleep next to the person as they hummed a sweet tune. We found the girls, sir, a young child said. Well done. Now where are they? A deep voice said through a mask. W didn't get them, sir, you didn't tell us to. Get them now, goddamn it, those two have caused me enough trouble already and I need them now, go. The voice says irritatedly, interrupting the other. He turns to the young girl. Now where was I, Eri? He says as the girl trembles in the chair. Are you sure you're okay, Zuku? I can always tell my parents that I need to stay for another week. I have a training field trip tomorrow, but I don't care if I miss it, you're more important to me than that, he says as he stands at the door. And no, Kaken school is more important and I'm okay now. Thank you for staying with me and for everything you did. Besides, Amain showed me how to hack the security cameras at the USJ since for some reason they weren't blocked by your principal's crazy intense security system, so I can watch through there if I need to contact you. You have your hearing aid, he says, pushing him out of the door. Yeah, whatever, nerd, if you need me, call. Don't hesitate, he says, and then they both walk out. I can't believe this is my first time walking you to you, it shouldn't be. Izuku says as they walk. They are early, but it doesn't matter too much. Izuku is currently wearing his Hanako disguise. Once they are halfway there, Izuku spots Hitoshi walking out of his house hurriedly. Hey Toshi. I forgot you lived around here. I'm walking Kaken to school and want to join, he says cheerfully. Oh hey Hanako, hey Bakug. Yeah I guess, sure, he says as he walks over to them. So Kaken, huh? He says to Bakugu, who glares at him. Look, we're here. Oh. Is that your teacher? So cool, he says as he spots Aizawa. Yeah, he's also my mentor. Looks like he's waiting for the class to arrive. See you later, Hanako. Hitoshi says, giving a slight bow before jogging off to Aizawa. See ya, nerd. Stay safe, Katsuki grumbles after Hitoshi leaves. Will do, Kaken, he says, smiling brightly. Katsuki walks away. As soon as he is home, Izuku goes to his computer and starts hacking into the security cams at the USJ. After getting in, he makes himself a snack and sits down as he waits for them to arrive and the show to begin. Good luck, Sho, Zashi says, waving to him as he walks out. He gets into his car, drives to UA parking and walks to where the buses are waiting for the students. He waited a few minutes sipping from his coffee, which appeared out of nowhere. Finally, he saw some students walking up to the gate, though only 2 were his students. The third was some random kid with black hair. Soon enough, Shinso walked over to him. Who's the black-haired kid? He asked his trainee. The one I told you about, Hanako Suzuki. He's my friend and apparently, he is Bakugo's best friend, which is surprising. I didn't think he had one of those. Shinso mumbles back. He hums, is that the one that you train with sometimes? Yeah, that's him. Maybe I'll introduce you to him sometime. He goes to the Vigilant cat a lot. Shinso says as Bakugo turns away from the kid and heads towards them. Good to see you back, Bakugo, Aizawa grumbles. The kid only nods in response. He had heard Kirishima and Mina talking with Denki about Bakugo's absence. He had heard them say that he was taking care of a friend who was going through a hard time in his life. They had said it was so kind of him and so uncharacteristic. He couldn't say he disagreed, and now he had a feeling he knew who the kid was, and it coincidentally was also the friend of his trainee. That didn't matter right now. They had a field trip to get on with. After finally getting his students onto the bus, they drove to the USJ. It was a loud ride, that's all he'll say. They had arrived safe and sound, but after only a little bit he had a feeling that something was about to go wrong, and boy did he hate those feelings because they were always right. He just hoped he could prove himself wrong. He did not. Villains came through portals and they went after the kids, and when he tried to contact them for help he couldn't. The comms had been shut off. He even asked his students to try and contact anyone, but it didn't work. He scanned through all his students' eyes, landing on Bakugo. He looked like he was listening to something. He stopped to listen, but he heard nothing until he did. But it was the sound of battle. Kaken. I'm going to gear up with ducklings. These enemies are dangerous, but they don't seem to know any of your quirks from what I have observed so far. Be careful, I'll be there soon. We should find a way no one winds up dead, so full speed ahead. We're up, we're off, and away we go. He says through the comm in Katsuki's hearing aid. He quickly got into his outfit and contacted the other ducklings. Soon they were already dressed and heading to the USJ. Once they arrived, they had gotten to the place and let them know where they could sneak in from. Amain was a great help. They had put cameras on each of their suits just in case of emergency. This came in handy since they could withstand any signal jammer, and it let Amain see everything so that he could give proper instructions. They guided them through the USJ, helping the vigilantes on where to go. After only a short time the villains were in sight and they were heading toward battle. Verdant puts a hand to his comm. Sing-Song and Illustrator, you two take the left half of this place and knock down as many villains as you can. Don't help the students unless necessary, they can handle themselves. Irene, you're with me, we'll take the right side. Great. Very well. Groovy. All right, good luck with your fight. Holler if you need a hand, I'll be watching as well. The other members respond. Let's do this, ducklings. Go. They split into their teams and start taking down villains. Though Verdant won't admit it, he likes how all the ducklings' costumes blend in with the villains, especially in situations like this one. Baku bro, let's do this. Kirishima says as they attack the mist guy. They attack the mist guy but end up falling right through him. When they get through him, they are in the ruins zone surrounded by villains. Katsuki glares at the villains. Who is the mist guy? You know him? He says through the comm as he fights. He hopes that Kirishima will just think he is asking the villains, and honestly all he wants is an answer. It doesn't matter from who. There is a sound over the comm and then he hears Izuku speak, Kurojiri. He's the new guy, or was the new guy? You can pin him or hold him down by the metal neck plates he wears. I wouldn't go dash. Thanks, he says, interrupting Izuku. The villain he was currently defeating looked at him confused. Katsuki knocks him out and moves on, battling with the next villain who dared attack him. Wow. Baku bro, where'd you find those sick moves, man? I knew you trained out of school, but man, that's so manly. Kirishima says as Bakugo finishes off the last villain in the area they were currently in. Doesn't matter, let's go, shitty hair, he says, storming off in some random direction. They walk and soon they hear more villains talking. They stop to listen for any important information they may leak, and they see a group of villains surrounding 2 other people who Katsuki recognized as Sing-Song and the Illustrator. Why weren't they fighting back? They are strong enough. They must be under the effect of some kind of quirk. Wouldn't you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like to use more than words? One villain says to the vigilantes. Deep in the night the fight lasts for hours, you can be hurt or you can rejoin. Another says as the two look at each other seemingly knowing what the villains are suggesting. Wouldn't you like to be part of the change? Wouldn't you like a world with no quirks? They say. Deep in the night the fight can be tragic, well help him change the world. The first one says again. He can turn you into nothingness that'll end up in a grave, he can all but steal your quirk away like our other boss can take. Another says she was leaning against the wall across from the others. Yeah. Our other boss can conjure up monsters that will grind you to the bone. The second one says. But your dear Overhaul has ways to haunt you when you take him on alone. The one against the wall says. Thanks but we're good, Sing Song says, and then she starts singing loudly. A few of the villains' eyes widened, really just the ones who had been speaking. The others didn't do anything about it other than look confused. Soon enough the villains were floating. I got it. Illustrator says drawing something and then using the binding to tie them all together. Sing Song stops singing and the villains all fall to the ground. She doesn't speak but puts up a thumbs up. Bakugo takes that moment to walk out. Illustrator looks at them high on alert. Sing Song however does not see them since she is facing the other way. Hey you two. What the hell was that about? Sing Song flinches and turns around. She visibly relaxes upon seeing them. Man. Bakugo you're great but we're hero students. Do you think we should be talking with vigilantes? Kirishima says unsure of what to do in their current situation. It's fine. I watch their TikTok, they don't kill heroes, they are just hero wannabes, he says mockingly. What did you just call us? You motherfucker. The illustrator says as Sing Song tugs on her arm she stops and turns to Sing Song. Sing Song signs in response, stay quiet, defeat villains. The illustrator nods and turns to the boys. What did she say? Kirishima's. She said, stay quiet, defeat the villains. I couldn't agree more, he says with a smirk. Can't wait to tell your boyfriend that the oh-so-high and mighty Bakugo acts like a piece of shit when he is not around. I mean you act bad but this is honestly worse. Your personality kinda sikes. You like a little angry Pomeranian, illustrator says and Kirishima turns to him. You know these vigilantes? And you have a boyfriend? That's so manly dude. Kirishima says giving an approving smile. I don't have a FING boyfriend. He's my friend you motherfucking idiots. And I don't know this vigilante girl, she knows me, he responds to them both angrily, he's stalker sheet. He grumbles. Tango is recording. Bakugo is yelling at Celeste and Kirishima is watching. When she had pulled out her phone Kirishima had been about to protest but she just put her hand up to her mouth to signal him to be quiet and he just shrugged and complied. It was a win. She would have to show Irene Izuku and a mane. Exciting. Tamura watches closely as Eraserhead takes out his picks. He knew that he should have looked for better ones. Eraserhead was a true hero who he looked up to when he still believed in heroes, not that he still did. He was a full-on villain now. He couldn't afford to like heroes, not even the ones that were real and not just fakes who saved people for the fame and money and glory. Unlike almighty Eraserhead is someone you can't afford to look up to. That's why you liked underground heroes. If he could have ever had the chance to be a hero he would have been one. They did work and save people but they just didn't get any of the credit and almost no fame. The money was okay but not as good as limelight heroes. They did it so they could save people. They didn't care about the money. They were the true heroes and society needed more like them and he would defeat All Might and show everyone what a fraud he was. He wasn't going to be weak like his brother. He would be strong and prove to his father that he was worthy to take his place and succeed him as the next greatest villain. He wouldn't say he wasn't excited for that day. He was, and there was going to be some major changes around the league but he could wait and that's just what he does. Knew when the time would come he would know it. He runs toward the pro calculating his success. Eraserhead skillfully throws his capture weapon at him but he manages to dodge it and continue running forward. He grabs the capture weapon in one hand. Eraserhead yanks the capture weapon toward himself, and Shigaraki falls. The pro then proceeds to throw an elbow at his stomach, but Shigaraki is prepared and catches it, activating his quirk on Eraserhead. They exchange some words and Shigaraki starts to disintegrate his elbow through. Soon Eraserhead jumps away. His useless NPCs then attack Eraserhead. He dodges though he is still holding his elbow. Sugar Rocky moves away from him and Eraserhead finishes off the last few that had attacked him. He turns to him, turning on his quirk. Just look at you, you're still standing. You really are so cool. Oh, by the way, hero, he says, and Eraserhead turns his head. I am not the final boss. He finishes and the Nomu is now behind Eraserhead. It grabs him by the head, and right before it can smash its head into the ground in the distance, someone says, "Stop," and the Nomu freezes. That can't be right. The only people who are supposed to be allowed to control these was me, Dehar, and the doctor. He sees someone coming closer. They're running fast. He feels like he recognizes them, though he doesn't. It looks like another villain. He didn't know all of the villains. How could he? There were too many. How did you do that? He said angrily. I guess you'll never know. It's a secret. Now I can't let you be hurting my dear old Eraserhead here, so why don't we put him down, right, pal? The hero perhaps? Says to the name, and then Nomu puts Eraserhead down as asked. The guy commands the Nomu, his Nomu, to leave, and it does. What the hell? You just spoiled my fun, how dare you? This is my game. Oops, sorry about that, the guy says. Verdant. What the hell are you doing here? Why the hell are you here and how did you get in? Eraserhead says to the guy that he thinks this person might be a student. He looks like he could be one. But what the hell was going on? Do they still know he's here? Did they forget about him? It sure seemed like they did. Costumes. And characters. https://pin.it/55w8j0 Yuri chapter text. Shoyuta feels pain in his head as the Nomu grabs hold of him. He braces for impact but is confused when nothing happens. He hears people speaking and then he is put down. Oops, sorry about that. A familiar voice says. He looks over and sees the Verdant Analyst. Was Verdant here? How did he get in? Verdant. What the hell are you doing here? Why are you here and how did you get in? He says, exasperated. He sees Shigaraki starting to look frustrated out of the corner of his eye. Who the hell are you? My name is Nobody, Verdant says as he walks to Eraser's side. Bullshit. You know what, never mind. You'll be dead soon enough. Shigaraki says and then launches toward Verdant. Shota throws out his capture weapon and grabs the villain, tossing him to the side. Nomu. Grab Tamura. Verdant says and the villain's eyes widen. The Nomu obeys. How did Verdant know his name? Maybe he hacked into something. He did have a history of hacking in the past. The villain disintegrated the Nomu's arms and ran, but the Nomu grabbed them and grabbed him once again. This was the CYCL that seemed to be going on, so he took the opportunity. So how did you know his name? I hacked some sheet, is the distracted response he gets from the Vigilante, who seemed deep in thought. He hummed in response as he watched the CYCL continue. He sees Ida with some other students as they finish battling the villains. He may or may not have seen some vigilantes amid the battles he could see from where he was. This was no time to celebrate though. He erased the villain's quirk after he thought enough time had passed, and the Nomu held him frozen now that the task had been fulfilled. Good, now keep him there, make sure he does not get away, Verdant says and then turns as he hears talking. Kakatsuki? How did Verdant know his students? He probably hacked into UA files. Bakugu's eyes shoot up when he hears Verdant, which is... Well, anyway. Bakugu runs towards Kirishima, following close behind. Mr. Aizawa. We ran into some vigilantes who went to help some others. Kirishima says as they stand in front of them. A portal opens and he sees the mist villain step out. He rushes towards it as he yells to his students to stay behind. He falls through the villain, and when he turns to check on his problem children, they are gone. Izuku is now in some random building. He spots Kirishima and Katsuki by a wall a little ways away. Someone lunges at him, and they go into battle. The villain makes eye contact with him, and his feet are now frozen in place. It lasts while the villain looks him in the eye. Whenever he blinks, Izuku can move again, though he only manages to take one step before he is stuck again. The two students are still by the wall, right out of view of the villain, but in perfect view of him. Kaken, he yells to his friend. The villain's features scrunch up. He wasn't expecting that. Who? Me, motherfucker. This is the villain's only warning as the wall explodes from beside him. The villain is taken down in one hit. You keep surprising me, man, Kirishima says, stepping away from the man who now lays on the ground decapitated. No, oops. I'm knocked out. Whatever. Let's look for the others, he says, walking to the ramp of the ship and getting off. Sounds good, Verdant says, following. Hurry up. You guys are so dim and slow. Bakugo turns around and the other two rush up to him. You are literally always yelling and angry, Kirishima says to Bakugo. I am not always yelling and angry. Bakugo yelling, in his yell-tastic voice filled with yelling. Why do so many of you extras keep saying that? He continued angrily, anger in his voice as he responded angrily, anger seeping into his words as he walked away angrily, footsteps filled with anger as he left angrily. Exactly. Kirishima and Verdant sat simultaneously. Did you say something to me, dumbass? After the two shake their heads and he turns around and continues walking. Soon they find Mineta and Tsu. Hey guys. Have you seen any of the others? Kirishima says, and the two turn around. Tsu walks over to them, Mineta following. Hey Kirishima, and whoever you are. No, we were looking for others but we kept running into villains. We had some help from this orange vigilante girl who came. I think she said her name was Cub or something. She was battling and the villain teleported her somewhere else on the map. Karo. Oh right, you can just call me Verdant. I am with that vigilante and two others. Did you see any others? Verdant asks, hoping that they are okay. Mineta starts, N-dash. Yes, we saw the other two extras. We were with them before seeing you and Mr. Aizawa. They left to help others. Bakugo interrupts, responding to Verdant. Oh, that's great, thanks for telling me, Katsuki. Verdant sighs. Wait, do you know each other? Why is he using your first name, Karo? Tsu asks Bakugo. Bakugo glares at Verdant. Izuku can't help it. It's not like he is trying to do it, but it is just a habit. Kaken has always been Kaken. It has been hard to not call him that. This motherfucker is a vigilante. I know him from TikTok and Sheet. He probably hacked into UA's system. Tsu nods hesitantly and they walk toward where Aizawa is watching Tamura. They are pretty close to him and then they all stop when they see that the teacher is pinning down Kurojiri by his neckpiece. He must have figured it out, Verdant thinks, and Aizawa looks up, stopping his quirk for a second. Kurojiri makes a portal under him and he falls through it. Aizawa jumps away to not fall in, looking for where the villain disappeared. Silence. Then a portal opens under the Nomu and Tamura and they disappear again as they all stare. What the hell? Did they fucking retreat? Those motherfucking extras. Sheet, what the F dash? Bakugo yells angrily. That's great, man, what are you talking about? Plus, only the main villains got away, all the others are still here. Kirishima says to Bakugo with a thumbs up and a smile. Verdant hears something in his ear. Back. I'm back. The cameras are back on. Duckling's status update. Misty says over the comms. I am all good here with Sing Song and Cub is coming as well. She has a few students following her but we can see her. The illustrator says. Yup, all great. We have most of the students here and Irene has 3 others. We are just missing Bakugo, Shark Kid, Frog Girl, and the Great Pervert. We have some minor injuries but everyone is good enough to walk, Sing Song says over the comm. Yup, I am now with the rest of the group. Verdant, you with those others? Pfft. Verdant puts his hand to his comm. Why, I am with them. We are in the center area. Eraserhead is here. The main villains just escaped in front of us. He answers, earning a confused glance from Aizawa, who probably didn't know they had come. He sees Aizawa's eyes widen, puts a hand up to his ear, and speaks. He speaks over the comm and after a little bit, you can hear a loud voice saying. He zones out. The events of the day finally caught up to him. It's all a blur, a world of flashing lights. Tamura recognized you. He'll tell father. He knows. They know. They'll kill you. They'll kill Kaken because of me. I can't believe it's all my fault. I can't do anything correctly. I'm hoping. You dim a nerd. Hello? Hello? Is there anyone home? Katsuki says in Izuku's face. Izuku flinches. Keiko-chan, what happened? Is everyone okay with the villains? And yes, it's all good. In the end, you just weren't there. Or some sheet. I don't know. I know that Irene, Celeste and Tango had to escape with you tied to a rope and being pulled by them since you were so out of it. He grumbled. I'll have to apologize, he says in a small voice. Damn it, what the hell happened back there? You have been out of it all day. I was worried. You dumb nerd. He says, worried and angry about him. Sorry for worrying you, Kakin. Wait, how did you get out of the hospital and away from the heroes? He says, looking up at Kakin. He speaks loudly and angrily. Stop trying to change the topic. Sorry, he squeaks. He pauses and then starts speaking again, this time more anxious. Well, I was just thinking about the villains and my brother, well, adopted brother. I was thinking about the fact he may have recognized me. Plus my father will most definitely be hearing about what happened here, then he will look into how I can control his Nomu and then he will know I am alive. After that, he will hurt you and the ducklings and Shinso and then turn me into a villain or a Nomu or kill me. I just can't believe I was this stupid. I can't believe I didn't take a second to think. I mean, seriously, what the hell is wrong with me? He explained, beating himself up about his mistakes. They were in his room as Izuku now noticed. Just how long had he been out of it? It was dark out. He was not wearing his vigilante outfit but instead a pair of baggy briefs and a random shirt. When had he changed? Was he on autopilot this whole time or had Kakin helped him? He was tired, that was for sure. Too tired to deal with any more emotions, he just wanted to curl up next to his Kakin and sleep. He wanted to feel the comforting warmth of his best friend's body next to his. He wanted to find a space where he could relax completely without the many fears and terrors that followed him, a place where he didn't have to worry about anything or anyone. Katsuki is frustrated. Oi. Fucker, listen up. You did all you effing could to save people, you hear me? Why, I know, but I feel like now you are all in even more danger because of me, he sniffles. Katsuki's eyes widen and he rushes next to Izuku, who wraps his arms around his torso and pulls him closer to himself. Will why you stay with me, Kakin? He says, looking up at his best friend. Yeah. I will, nerd. He responds, wrapping his arms around him warmly, and Izuku starts to cry, leaning into him. Just let them go, Aizawa says to the group of police who were about to rush after the vigilante group. But sir, one guy says. No. Follow Eraserhead's commands. He is an underground pro and a trusted ally. I trust his judgment, the squad leader responds. Yes, sir, the rest say, and Aizawa walks away. Verdant had been really out of it ever since he had answered whoever was on the other side of the comms, probably the other ducklings, he assumed. He sees Bakugo, who looks worried, standing near Kirishima. That is strange. The vigilantes saved his class. Sure, they would have likely survived anyway, but they would have more than just mental scars, so those kids owed the vigilantes their lives. They head to the hospital for a check with each student, and then after everyone is cleared, they start interviews to see each point of view of the incident. After his interview with Tsukachi, he decided to go behind the mirror to watch the interviews. It was the same type of thing for each student. After they scattered, they fought villains with the vigilante group's aid. They described each vigilante with minimal lies. A few did lie, and those lies were not very big or important. His attention was brought back when the fiery kid Bakugo took his turn. Hello, Bakugo. My name is Tsukachi Naomasa, and I will be asking you a few questions regarding the USJ incident earlier today. The detective shakes Bakugo's hand. Hello, sir, he responded in a rather calm voice for Bakugo standards at least. They sit down and Tsukachi takes out his computer with the questions form. On the other side of the mirror, Aizawa glances at the TV that is now showing the form as it gets filled out with each question. Tsukachi also asks if their answer is true or if it is a lie and writes the answer down. Last question, you have any past relations with any of the vigilantes? The detective asks the spiky-haired teen. The kid doesn't hesitate, no other than meeting them there. Tsukachi writes it down and then guides the kid out. Aizawa waits in the detective's office. The detective finally arrives after a few minutes of waiting. So, could he be a new lead? Seems like it. He is young though, so he may believe he knows them when he doesn't, but he is still young. I am sure we will catch these vigilantes soon, so for now you can just keep an eye on him. If we don't catch them soon, we can plant a recorder on him since he may become our only lead. The detective says, tired. Sounds good. Izuku wakes up to the warm smell of katsudon drifting through the air. He sits up with a groan, rubbing his eyes as they adjust to the light. He turns to see Katsuki cooking in the kitchen. It is comforting to see him first thing in the morning. Katsuki skillfully puts the katsudon in a bowl and walks towards him holding a plate with food. "Morning, sleepyhead, you've been resting for a while? I swear you looked dead when you sat on the bed. Did you know you talk in your sleep? Tell me though, who is this mystery guy?" He passes the food to Izuku, whose mouth is now watering. "Morning, Kaken. I didn't know that." "Oh, the mystery guy is you, of course," he says, accepting the food, grabbing the chopsticks, and stuffing mouthfuls into his mouth. Katsuki pauses, staring at Izuku, then stands up and grabs his bowl of food. Izuku looks at his friend. "Are you blushing?" he asks. He realizes that whatever he had said in his sleep about Katsuki must have been very embarrassing to him. He puts down his chopsticks. "Sorry?" Katsuki glances up from his food. "Why the hell are you apologizing?" he mumbles. I just thought maybe I said something embarrassing in my sleep. Or I don't know," he says, blushing from embarrassment. "Sorry." "Don't apologize, there is no reason to," he says loudly, grabbing his chopsticks and eating his katsudon. They finish eating in silence and Izuku does the dishes since Katsuki made the food. "Let's go outside, Kaken," Izuku says, grabbing his friend's hand and pulling up from his seat. Katsuki grumbles in response and they head outside. There was no need to dye his hair since it was still black from the day before. No worries, none. Izuku brings Katsuki to a nearby park and they sit together under the sakura trees laughing and talking about everything and nothing. The silence had gone for a while, but it wasn't the bad kind of silence. It was calming and the air smelled sweet. Izuku glanced towards Katsuki only to meet his eyes. Katsuki had been staring at him and he hadn't noticed. "Not that it matters. Kaken, I wanted to tell you something." Katsuki nods and he continues, "You know we have known each other for a long time, and ever since I escaped my father, you have been there for me. You are my protector, and I like you. Like a lot." He says, "I think I am in love with you." He takes a deep breath. "So, will you date me?" he says, closing his eyes, scared of the response he would get. There is a short silence, though it feels almost like an eternity before Izuku gets an answer. "You dim a nerd. You effing beat me to it. I was planning on confessing this weekend." Izuku blinks. "What? So does that mean?" "Yes, I'll effing date you, motherfucker," he says loudly, turning Izuku beet red from embarrassment. "You are so loud, Kaken," he says, smiling in defeat. The first thing Aizawa noticed the next day when school resumed was that Katsuki Bakugo was different. The USJ had been on Wednesday and Thursday school had been cancelled, so school would resume on Friday. After noticing that, he saw the other things. The signs of PTSD were the most easy to see. Something else that had changed from this event was that the class was now closer to each other than ever. They seemed more anxious and protective of each other. Not that it was a bad thing. Bakugo had considerably fewer signs of PTSD, but it was still there. He noticed that Bakugo had started to act differently in the way that it reminded him of himself when he had begun dating Hisashi. That must be why he snuck out of the hospital. They asked the kids to stay in some hospital rooms even though they didn't need it. They wanted to make sure that they were all okay before releasing them. It was strange, but he was sure he would do the same so he could be with Hisashi. He decided it would be best to contact his most reliable source of information, his trainee. He couldn't trust the other students. They would all probably make up their scenarios, plus Bakugo likely didn't want any of the others to know if he was in a relationship, and it would be fun to watch them try to figure it out. After a training session, they decided to go to the Vigilant Cat before they parted for the day. "So do you know if Bakugo is in a relationship?" He deadpans, causing a confused glance from his trainee. He continues, "He reminds me of myself when I first started dating my husband. He tries to hide it. It is not noticeable to most, but I was scanning the class for anything from the USJ incident." "Oh, that makes sense, and I don't know, though I have an idea who it could be." It is clear to Aizawa that he won't be getting any more information than that. It wouldn't be long until the class knew as well. And now knowing that Katsuki Bakugo could have relations with the ducklings and he may be dating someone, and the fact that Aizawa himself didn't notice gives him the feeling that he is missing something big. However, that would have to wait. He had an announcement to do. Talking about the sports festival. Shoto Todoroki has always been one to make assumptions or rather theories. He theorizes that All Might's secret love child is Mirio Togata. He theorizes that his dead brother Tuya is alive since there was no body found. Another is that their teacher has a boyfriend who is present Mike. Part of that theory is that his classmate Hitoshi Shinso is their child, likely adopted. Those are his main theories, the most likely ones he believes in. Recently his gaydar had been going off and it was for none other than Katsuki Bakugo. His theory is that Bakugo is dating someone, they likely don't go to UA. The only people who have caught on to the change are Mr. Aizawa and Shinso, and he believes their teacher knows because his son Shinso told him. You seem deep in thought. What ya thinkin' 'bout? Mina says cheerfully as she walks over, getting the attention of Kirishima, Shiro, and Denki. Thinking about a theory of mine, he answers nonchalantly. Oh, spill. I want to know the tea. If I had known you have tea and theories, I would have talked to you sooner. You seemed kinda down, or whatever. But this school has no drama or tea and it's so boring I want to stir up trouble and find out secrets. Mina says, jumping excitedly. Oh, it's about Bakugo, he says, and he sees Kirishima look around for him. Bakugo is still in the bathroom, so Kirishima sighs and walks closer to hear. Bakugo? Shiro, Denki, and Mina say simultaneously. How did you manage to get anything on Blasty? Mina says to Todoroki. I pay attention? Did none of you notice? He says questioningly. Mina blinks confused. Notice what? I noticed, Kirishima says to them. Denki turns to him. Seriously? Kirishima nods. He hasn't been yelling as much and he hasn't been calling people extras, though the nicknames remain. I think it's super manly. Yes, that is what I noticed as well. I believe he may be dating someone. I think that Mr. Aizawa and Shinso know who it is or have met the person. Todoroki tells them. But you don't have any proof, how could you even know? Shiro questions. I saw him texting "love you" on his phone. And the other person had written something about him going to their place, but Bakugo blocked my view before I could read it all. Todoroki says, and their eyes widen. So that's where he went, Kirishima mumbles. He is coming. Act normal. Mina says before anyone can ask Kirishima any questions. Bakugo walks up and Mina turns to him. Can I have your number? I got everyone else, but you walked off before I could ask. I am making a class group chat. Sure. He mutters and pulls out his phone, exchanging numbers with Mina. Todoroki discreetly looks over Bakugo's shoulder as he adds Mina's number to his phone. He spots his only pinned contact. It's labeled, Shushing Face Hanako Greenheart, so he was right. Shiro sees what he is doing, pulls out his phone and texts him. It wasn't just him. It was a group chat. It seemed Mina had made the chat while Bakugo was adding her phone number to his phone. Conspiracies, tea and theories. Shiro, Todoroki saw over Bakugo's shoulder. Denki, did you see anything interesting? Tell us, bro. Kirishima. Todoroki, he has someone named Shushing Face Hanako Greenheart in his contacts. What? It's a guy? Denki expresses loudly that he did not expect that. Why are you yelling in my motherfucking ear? Bakugo yells at Denki. What the hell are you even talking about? You all seem off, Bakugo says, annoyed. Todoroki thought it would be best to change the subject. Do you have a pocket knife with you right now? Katsuki was confused. Why the F would I? Todoroki looked genuinely surprised. You seem the type. Bakugo almost explodes. Listen here, you peppermint beating dash. Peppermint? Wow, you're evolving. He says nonchalantly. I'll kill you. He yells, explosions popping in his palms. It was the weekend and Izuku and Katsuki had just come back from their first date. They had gone to a couple's cafe, Katsuki's Treat. They had gone early in the morning so they could get there before everyone else. It was very popular. They were walking up the stairs, currently on Tango and Celeste's floor, when they heard running. Tango is running at them and Celeste is walking behind her. Finally. Oh my effing god. We all have been waiting for you both to confess to each other. It was a he's just a friend situation and it was tragic to watch, Tango declares, exasperated. Agreed. It took you both a while. Celeste says, reaching where they were. How did you know we were on a date? Izuku blushes from embarrassment. We didn't, now we do, Celeste says snickering as Tango nods. You two heading out? Katsuki says in a gruff voice. Oh. Celeste and I are going to the mall with Irene and Amain. Tango exclaims. Oh, can we join? Izuku says, stars in his eyes. Yeah, you should totally come. Celeste says with a kind smile. No, the mall is boring, plus some of the kids from my class were planning on going shopping today. I told them I was busy so I could hang with Izuku, but Kogu states. Kaken, you didn't have to do that. Also, I want to go. Please, he says with puppy dog eyes. Fine, whatever. He rolls his eyes and Izuku beams at him. You need to grab anything? Tango asks them. Nope. We're good. Izuku responds, Katsuki nodding behind him. Let's go then. It's a bit of a walk and we would want to keep Amain and Irene waiting, right? Tango starts down the stairs. Right. Izuku says smiling. They head to the mall. So where to first? Amain asks as they enter the mall. Well, I gotta get some groceries, let's head over there, Irene says, pointing towards the store she wanted to go to. Oh yes, same, I am running low on supplies, Izuku says, and they walk to the store. After buying many things, they are pulled away from the store by Tango Celeste. They are brought to an open area where all the gacha machines are. OMG, they have a Kitsune one cell. Tango says excitedly. Seriously? Celeste says as the two walk to the gacha machine. Can you give me some money? Tango pleads and Celeste sighs. Don't you have your own money? But Kogu says judgmentally to Tango. She does, but I keep it so she doesn't spend it all, Celeste says, giving Tango enough coins for both of them to get a gacha ball from the machine. That's stupid, you like her mother, but Kogu crosses his arms. More like her older sister, she sighs. Tango is older than me, she whispers to them so that Tango doesn't hear. Her birthday is soon, it's the 28th of April, so I gotta get her something. What? Why did no one tell me? Izuku says and then pulls Celeste away from where they had been standing, away from Katsuki. Kaken's birthday is the 20th, what could I get him? Izuku whispers. We can go through the whole mall and if you see something you think he will like you can buy it. If it's a surprise just let me and Tango know and we will cover for you. She walks back over to where Katsuki was. What the hell were you two talking about? The blonde asks. Tango's birthday. She lies easily, though it technically was not a lie. Izuku chooses to stay quiet. He is not the best liar when it comes to his boyfriend. So, I got them. The black one and the white one. Matchies. Tango exclaims, handing Celeste the black Kitsune figure. Awesome, Celeste replies, happily taking it from her hands. I want to get one for Irene, maybe one of the cute little drink ones? Tango says, acting like a child asking to sleep. Irene had gone to the bathroom with Amain going with her. They all used the buddy system since it was the best way, so it was easier to keep everyone safe. After the gacha machine gave Tango the wrong thing, she gave it to Celeste and tried again, turning the handle and taking the ball when it fell from the hole. This time she succeeded. When Irene and Amain came back, Tango gave Irene the keychain with the iced coffee, while Celeste, who now had the iced tea keychain, walked over to Amain. I know your favorite drink is Earl Grey tea, but Tango got this iced tea keychain. Do you want it? She asks, holding it out in her hand. Sure, thanks, they say, taking the keychain. Do you want to get a keychain, Kaken? We could get matching ones. Izuku says exuberantly. Sure, whatever you want, nerd, he says, smiling fondly at him as they walk through the rows of machines, though he would never admit it. I'm going to head to the tech store and I also got to get some wires and supplies for my projects, Amain says to the group. P. Why don't we all join you? Celeste suggests. Sounds good to me, Irene says as Tango nods to them. We'll meet you guys in a few, we are going to get some gacha. How about at the costume shop when we are all done? Izuku says, looking toward his friends. Okay, Tango says, and they walk off. After a few minutes of looking through the gacha machines, Izuku had found one that they could both do and Katsuki had as well. They inserted their coins and got their matching gacha. They walk into the first store, hardware and supplies. Amain goes to find what they need while Celeste, Tango and Irene look around. Amain bumps into someone, making them drop what they were holding. Oh, sorry. Don't worry about it, the girl with pink hair says, picking up her electrical wires. Are you an inventor? They asked the girl. She had goggles and tools and seemed like she was the type. Yup, she says. You? Same, but I am more of an online projects person, like hacking and programming. So what is that for? They respond. Nice, it's for one of my babies, she says, smiling widely. What? They say, confused. My inventions, of course, she tells them. But that makes sense, they say, and the two part ways. Whoa, dude, is that Baku, bro? Kirishima says, stopping them in their tracks. OMG, it is, Mina exclaims. The group was currently inside a cat cafe on the second floor of the mall. They were at the window where the cats would hang out in the cat stands. Bakugo had said he was busy and couldn't join them. That must be Hanako, Todoroki deadpants. Kaminari yelps, Todoroki? What are you doing here? Shopping, hanging out with the cats, he responds. Nice to see you, man, Shiro says to him. So, this is the famous Hanako, Mina mumbles to herself. We should go say hi, she concludes, standing up. Shouldn't we leave them alone? They look like they're on a date. Kirishima says. No, they are here with a group. The group left, but they are going to meet up again at another store soon. Todoroki senses that the would-be confused as to how he knew, so he continued. I read their lips. That's so manly that you can do that, but we should all respect their privacy, Kirishima says, standing up. Let's go before they leave. Kaminari says, and so, they get their shoes and leave the cats in favor of meeting Bakugo's boyfriend. Hey Baku bro! Kirishima shouts, running over to him. So is this why you said you were busy? You had a date, Mina says to the couple. Bakugo glares, but it does not go unnoticed by Izuku. Kaken, why don't you introduce me, he says, nudging his boyfriend's side. To the naked eye, everything was completely fine, but to Katsuki it was as if all hell was about to break loose. Izuku was mad at him. He had told him he would be nicer to his friends, so if he didn't shape up soon this would likely be the last anyone would ever hear from Kaken. Mina is dying from cuteness. She did not expect her friend's boyfriend to be such a cute ball of sunshine. He did not seem the type for blasty. This is Hanako Suzuki, he sighs. This is Mina Ishido, Ejiro Kirishima, Denki Kaminari, Shoto Todoroki, and Shiro Hanada. Bakugo says, and Izuku gleams, hello there. Izuku scans over them and then stops at Kaminari. So you are the one that Shinso was talking about. He mumbles, though Mina thinks she is the only one who caught it. Perhaps Todoroki did as well. Do you know Shinso? Mina's. Oh, Hitsushi? Yeah. We saw each other on the way to school often, he says. First name basis, they must be close. Can't believe I didn't hear about him till recently, Mina thinks to herself. Do you know Aizawa-sensei? Todoroki asks Hanako. There is a pause. Well, I saw him when I walked Kaken and Hitoshi to school the other day, and I know him from what Hitoshi has told me. Hanako replies. Todoroki looked as if he were deciphering a code, but she didn't care since that was currently irrelevant, plus she could ask later. We have to go meet up with some others, Bakugo says and pulls Izuku away, who frantically says goodbye not to be rude. Are you all thinking what I am thinking? Kaminari says, staring at the couple walking off. Kirishima knows the glint in his eyes. No dash. Let's follow them. Mina and Kaminari say, and they run off following the couple that had just disappeared around the corner. The rest of the group follows. They go to the store across the street from the costume store to watch them. Shoe shop. I feel like I have seen them somewhere, Mina says. Todoroki and Shiro nod. About the other ducklings. They watch in silence from the shoe shop, receiving a few confused glances from the workers since they weren't trying on or even looking at any of the shoes. The interaction got boring fast for the group since it was very normal. Soon enough, Bakugo, his boyfriend, and the group had walked out of the costumes shop. They followed them throughout the mall as the group went to various shops and even to a cafe. After finally getting bored out of their minds, they decided to leave them all and just let them be in peace. They still didn't have any clue as to whether Bakugo was dating someone or not, but they all knew that really could be the only possibility. So they left. They are gone, Amain says, putting away his phone. I can't believe your friends followed around, Celeste says to Bakugo. They are not my friends, Bakugo says loudly. Whatever, Izuku says since he didn't mind. As long as it wasn't a villain or the police. They hear sirens, police sirens. The group turns to Izuku who laughs awkwardly, sorry, bad luck. A man comes through the door. He runs towards the group and before he can notice a man is being grabbed and held at gunpoint. Izuku noticed the guy was fast, he was smart, you could tell by the way he walked and the way he scanned everything. Black hair and a suit, red eyes tinted red. Candy, particularly a lollipop in his pocket. Candy, a gun, suit, black hair, and eyes tinted red. This guy was the teacher. The police come in but they can't come close since the man has a hostage. His quirk was bad luck but that didn't mean that it affected everything. The teacher was facing the police fortunately for them. The teacher was a well-known killer who used to be a teacher before he killed a few of his students. One of his students however had a time quirk which he used to save one of the victims who is alive to this day. That student also wrote a book about it that Izuku had read. The book was called Erased. It told about his journey to save his classmates. Recently however the teacher had killed some more kids after escaping jail. There was no doubt he would kill a main so they needed to get them away from this killer now. Izuku looked at his boyfriend before quietly hitting the pressure point on the back of the teacher's head. The man fell dropping the gun, knocked out. The police looked at each other confused for a second before they all rushed towards the now unconscious killer. They got the man in HDCFFS and brought him away. Soon two people approached them. Hello, my name is Detective Tsukauchi Naomasa and this is Sansa Tamakawa, my associate. The detective says bowing slightly. I understand you all were here when this incident happened. They nod. Okay, I would like to take your statements. Of what happened, standard procedure. First off, the cameras caught most of what happened though we don't know the cause of why the man who attacked you, he gestures to a main, fell unconscious. Did one of you knock him out or do one of you have a quirk that you used in this situation? My name is Hanako Suzuki, I knocked him out. I am 15 quirkless. I used a technique I learned in my fighting lessons, he says to the detective. It is true since he was diagnosed as quirkless. The detective peers at him. Have we met before? No sir, he answers and the detective writes something down. The talk between the detective and Amain goes well and by the end, Izuku is sure that the detective likes Amain. They continue taking their statements. Detective Tsukauchi takes Amain to the side for a moment and when Amain comes back they return holding a card. When Izuku asks about the card they say that the detective offered them to train under him as his apprentice. After that they all head home exhausted from the day. Once they get back they decide to make dinner all together and they eat as a group. They chat about the day and comfort Amain and just spend the rest of the day chilling. 3:30 a.m. Celeste's room. Celeste wakes up to knock at her door. She groans and gets out of bed. She is tired. She opened the door only to see Amain in their pajamas. Hey, can I come in? You good? She says now more awake. Yeah, come in. She leads them to her. Had a nightmare of the incident today. Could I stay with you? Amain says stressed. They never acted this way before. Yeah, sure you can sleep here. It'll be a sleepover. She gets into the bed next to them. It is not weird bro, shut up, it's a big bed, there is space between them. Thanks. They say falling asleep once they lie down. Celeste sighs and goes to bed. She hopes they will be able to rest well. The ducklings have seen too much for their age. No kid should have to worry about their life constantly. No teen should be worried about dying or saving lives. They should be worried about school and crushes. Poor Amain, that isn't even the worst thing that has happened to them. They have trauma that no one knows of. Hopefully, they will be able to open up. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know, Tsukauchi says to Aizawa. Thanks. Question, did one of them have black hair? Aizawa asks over the phone. Yeah, you know him? The detective asks. No, just wondering. So Amain, huh? Why him? Aizawa. I met the kid when he was younger quite a few times. He was blamed for things so often that I had to be brought in. He was always so smart and such a good kid, Tsukauchi says. Chapter text. 3:05 p.m. Shinso had been in class. He had gotten a call. The protocol for calls during class in UA is that if your phone rings in class you have to answer it on speaker. This caused multiple students who got many calls to silence their phones out of embarrassment. Shinso had never bothered since none of his contacts would call him during school unless it was an emergency. This is Muzutafu Police, calling for one Shinso Hitoshi. Could I speak with him? A police officer says over the phone. Yes, that's me. What do you need? He says confused as his classmates stare at him worried. Aizawa is now staring as well. I am sorry to inform you Hanako Suzuki died this morning at 11:40 a.m. after being caught in a villain attack. Eyewitness accounts from 2 past classmates of his depict him getting caught in the wreckage, but due to the nature of the villain's quirk, no bodies were found. We did however find his phone, so we were able to contact you. All the other numbers were unavailable. What the heck do you mean he is dead? He shouts and Aizawa signals the rest of the class to leave. They do, well, most of them. I know this is hard to hear. He hangs up. Hitoshi sits there, frozen. Hey, kid, you good? Aizawa walks towards him. Kid? What the F dashed at? Bakugo mutters and calls someone. Kid, listen to me. It's okay to breathe, Aizawa says, trying to calm him down. You F nerd, Bakugo yells over the phone. Bakugo, not now, Aizawa yells. Bakugo stomps over to Shinosu and shoves his phone to his ear. Shinso looks up at Bakugo confused and rattled. Hello, he says in a distant voice. Hitoshi. A sunny voice says from the phone now on speakerphone. Hitoshi drops the phone. Aizawa is startled by the situation. Bakugo catches his phone and puts it up to his ear. Yup, pretty sure he recognized you by your voice, which is funny because he didn't before. Bakugo comments to the person on the phone. Oh, that makes sense. I probably wouldn't have either. A quirk made it, he says to the person. Oh, shut up. Then go. Sai, I'll bring him. Love you too. Bakugo tells the person on the phone. I knew it was him. Shinso says loudly, which was strange for him, though currently his emotions were going haywire. Aizawa was seriously confused. What the heck happened, problem child? He asks neither of them in particular. Poor Aizawa can feel a headache coming on. Our friend just died, Bakugo deadpanned. Who was on the phone? Aizawa asks. My boyfriend. Bakugo deadpans and Shinso is wheezing hysterically. Aizawa promptly walks out of the classroom. Well, he was right about his assumptions that Bakugo was dating someone. That's good. He needs vodka. Or rum. Hell, he could go for both at this point. Class dismissed, he says to the rest of the class as he passes them. The bell rings on cue 5 seconds later. You are coming with me, mind Bakugo says, pulling Shinso behind him and out of the school. Where are we going? Shinso asks the blonde. To my effing boyfriend's house, he answers. Why did they say Hanako is dead? Shinso asks after a moment. Hanako is, he says, and the rest of the walk is silent other than the sound of their feet as they walk. They arrive at a building and head up the stairs, Bakugo stomping his way up. They get to what seems to be the top floor and walk to one of the many doors. Bakugo opens the door and they walk through. Shinso sees a green-haired boy sitting at a table on his computer. The boy turns to them. Hello Hitoshi, my name is Izuku Midoriya. Nice to officially meet you. Shinso squinted his eyes. Wait, Hanako? Yup, he smiles brightly. The police called and said you had died. What the hell happened? He says, walking over to where the teen was sitting. Well, you see, I died, or they thought I did. My name was originally Izuku Midoriya. After I died, I made new identities, one of which you met, Hanako Suzuki. My other identity is Akari Manka, whom you also know from the Vigilant Cafe. If you thought I looked familiar, that's why. Now that that identity is gone, I may as well make a new one. Silence. Wow. I don't think I would have ever guessed that. Shinso says to Izuku, so are you quirkless then, or? No, but I would rather not tell you what my quirk is for the time being. But yes, I have a quirk. It's a rather fragile matter and I wouldn't want to put you in danger, he says, then grabs a can of hairspray and sprays it on his hair. He adds some dark makeup under his eyes and more freckles to his face, and finally he puts in red contacts. You are fast, geez, Shinso says, a bit surprised. Meet Akitani Mikumo. You both can call me Akitani or Yamakumo. This is my new identity, he says, and turns the computer to face them. Wah. Bakugo starts only to be cut off by his very own boyfriend. Shoo. So, as you can see, This is the information for my new identity. A friend of mine made this. My parents are currently working abroad and I have their permission to live with Katsuki Bakugo and his family. My parents will send money to me each month. There is a picture of me. My quirk is a minor speed enhancement. It has my BRH certificate and I have a passport on the way. My fake parents' phone numbers and names are listed there. He points to a spot on the screen. There is more, but it doesn't matter in your cases. How the hell do you have this sheet? Hitoshi speaks loudly. This is illegal last I checked. Don't worry, dude. I am dead, remember? The law doesn't apply to dead people. Izuku says good-naturedly. No, you aren't dead, that doesn't work. What the heck? He says exasperated. But language. Bakugo snaps, causing a glare from Hitoshi. Hitoshi, Izuku says with the sickeningly sweetest smile he has ever seen. The temperature of the room dropped. Why? Since when had he spoken like that to anyone? Why was he so afraid? And since when did his friend become so unnervingly sweet? Oh, nothing, just wanted to stop you two from fighting. He smiles brightly. Right? Bakugo says, also recovering from the close encounter with death. Now that I think about it, wasn't your body the one found on the beach? Hitoshi says to Izuku, changing the topic. Yep, it seems my father disposed of it after a while. I don't know how he kept it in such good shape for so long though, he says, sounding somewhat bored. Oh, sorry. Nah, don't worry about it, it's all in the past now. Izuku's eyes flash with something dark. Well, you should probably get out, you don't want to worry your family, right? Bakugo says, then pushes him out the door. The last thing Shinso hears before the blonde shoves him out the door is a frantic voice yelling, Kakenyubi, he was a guest. It seems the angry blonde has done a favor for him, so now he owes him. Shinso supposes that not telling anyone about what he has found out today is a start. That night, hey kid, Aizawa says to the vigilante currently sitting on the edge of the roof. Eraser. Che. Didn't see ya there. Verdant responds. You good? You seem kind of out of it, Aizawa asks. Yeah, I am fine, just a lot on my mind, I guess. The vigilante responds, not quite paying attention. Want to talk about it? Aizawa sits down next to Verdant. Well, I mean, he looks at Eraserhead. Sure. Aizawa nods to the kid. Well, I feel like I am going to get the people I care for in trouble or worse, he says, looking up at the stars. Because of this? You can always stop being a vigilante. That was always your decision, wasn't it? He has a strong feeling about where this conversation is heading. No, not just that. I don't worry about my vigilante career endangering anyone other than my fellow vigilantes. I'm confident that whoever comes my way because of being a vigilante will be easy enough to take down, even if it requires me to ask for help from my friends. He picks at his hands. Then who? Aizawa. My father, the vigilante says, and Aizawa can tell he regrets what he said the moment he said it. How come? Aizawa asks, now worried about this kid. My father is a monster. If he finds out I'm alive, and with my awful luck, it's bound to happen soon, I know exactly what he'll do. He'll rip me away from everything I hold dear and destroy everyone I love, just like he did before. Back then, I was too young for him to understand who mattered to me, so he took my mother instead. Watching her die is something I never want to go through again. And I want to save people from suffering the way I did in the past. He stands up. That's why I am a vigilante, you know? Just turn yourself in and we can protect you from him. I'll make sure personally he will never get to you. Just please come with me. Aizawa says, hand reaching for his captured weapon. Hey, did you know, I used to wear the yellow cardigan? He says, changing the subject. Don't change the subject, Aizawa says, though he is confused about what the vigilante meant by that. Well, I really should be off. Good night, Eraser. With that, the vigilante jumps away. Aizawa chases him but eventually gives up. It isn't long before Izuku finds a crime. There's a villain with a gun who seems to be making a deal. Hello, criminals, what I am about to do should be relatively painless. If you just do what I say. The vigilante says, jumping on the first criminal and knocking him down. He walks toward the gun. I know you. You are that vigilante from the videos, the villain yells. Suddenly the vigilante hears a gunshot and a second later he feels a piercing pain on his side. He looked down only to see blood. Now that was not good. The villains get away, but that's the least of his worries. Sheet. He got shot and he might bleed out because of his disease. Now that is bad luck. He might end up dying twice today. How great. He reaches for his phone and calls the first contact that pops up, hoping for it to be his boyfriend. Hey Kaken, I'm heading to my apartment. I got shot. Could you come over and help dash? Verdant? I think you got the wrong number. Kaken again. Izuku hung up and called Katsuki for real this time. He didn't care at the moment that he had just accidentally called Eraserhead. He was just too out of it. Hey, Kaken, I'm heading to my apartment. I got shot. Could you come over and help me out? You got what? I'm heading there now, comes the yelling voice from the phone. Izuku was about to respond when Kaken hung up, so he ran. He ran, pressing his hand on the wound so it wouldn't bleed too much. Izuku never made it home that day. He fainted after losing too much blood. But he was lucky that he had called his boyfriend beforehand. Once Katsuki found that his boyfriend was not anywhere in the building he went to, he banged on their door for 2 minutes before they opened it. After a short conversation, the Vigilante group was off to find their missing member. Luckily it didn't take them too long. Amain was able to pinpoint his location and they found him lying in a pile of blood. He was barely alive and they couldn't move him. It seemed the healing quirk he had acquired was the only thing keeping him alive. It made more blood so that he wouldn't die, though just as fast as his body was producing blood it was also losing it, so they needed to close up the wound before the quirk got overused and stopped. Irene ran up to the body with a bag of medical supplies. She had always wanted to be a doctor, but due to her quirk, medical schools would never allow her to even try. That didn't mean that she didn't study on her own. She knew a lot in the medical field, and sewing up this injury should be easy. Izuku's luck quirk was currently off. Thank God it wasn't on when he was unconscious, unlike the healing quirk. She managed to sew it up rather quickly after taking out the bullet. 1 day later. Izuku had yet to wake up. Katsuki had school and the others had work. Irene had promised to stay by Izuku while he recovered in case he were to wake up. Katsuki was quiet at school, which made a few of his classmates worry. He told them to F off, and they did. The wound was bad, though his healing quirk was a major factor in his recovery. Irene had told the group that he would likely wake up by the end of the day. He did. The group was overjoyed to see that their friend had finally woken up after just a day. They'd all become so worried, and Izuku was happy that these were the type of friends he had. He had a community who cared for him. They truly cared for him. He even had a boyfriend who cared for him. Izuku was resting for the week, and the other vigilantes in the group plus his boyfriend took care of him. The only problem with that was they didn't patrol. This meant there was a bit more crime. Heroes and the police station all thought that the famous Verdant analyst had died, and that was the reason for the rest of the group to disappear. The media had sprung to conclusions, figuring that the group was taking time to mourn the loss of one of their members. The Vigilante group didn't care enough to correct them, though they would know soon enough. Aizawa sighs and walks to the kitchen to grab a cup of coffee. His student will be there soon. Soon enough there is a knock at the door and his student is standing there. You ready to go train, Sensei? Shinso says to his mentor. Yes, I know I talked about this with the class, but are you ready for the sports festival? You seem to be training harder recently. Oh yeah, I want to win. I want to win so that I can prove to everyone who called me a villain that we'll regret the choices that we've made in the past. Maybe they'll change how they are. Shinso said positively, which was strange because he wasn't normally this enthusiastic. Good, you seem, well, anything new? I would have expected you to be more down after the death of your friend. Aizawa says questioningly. Oh yeah, it's very tragic. I just, met a new friend because of his death and it has been a week. You know what, let's go train. Aizawa lets it go because he might just be grieving and doesn't want to talk about it, probably trying to stay positive. Maybe his friend was very positive. Here is mine. As the leaves die. I look up to see the leaves falling around and around, till they fall to the ground. People surrounding me once again. Crowded rooms, warm seats. Fuzzy feelings and bucket loads of stress. Don't they know I don't have time? Every turn of the clock. Every new feeling in the air. The end of one and the start of another. Did someone press pause? Did we slow down? A world turned upside down without a minute to spare. Suching the warmth to despair. The leaves to dirt. The fox to a rabbit. I accept this new moment, new memory, new time, as the leaves die. Tango Prismateng. What do you think? Tango says to Izuku. It's a very nice poem, why are we doing this again? In 3 days Irene said I would need to be cooped up inside. But if that's what she said then okay, I didn't know that, and this game is called Poetry. Yay, poems are so fun. But I just did this because poetry helps me write lyrics for songs, and I know that you also like writing songs, so I wanted to show you my way. Normally I write a poem and then from that I write a song, so show me your poem, she says with a smile. Okay then, here it goes. I have never been without light. It seems to always be there yet sometimes faded, like a star on a cloudy night or a firefly in the shade of a tree. It's like I hold a torch, flame flickering and bright. I have given ash to those fires that started to die. Yet the fire never seems to dim, only growing and spreading. I see a bonfire of emotion masked by the fumes of anger. I will protect it with my heart, my whole. Even when drowning in tsunami of waves it manages to survive. Scorching heat burning the air, sparks flying everywhere. I know my fire is starting to dim, but if I can still give light, I can't let it die. Light is not dispersed equally. Those who have it want more. Those whose lights are dim start to fade into the background. Face off the wildfire of my light if you dare. I will save and protect it and then watch it burn. He sighs, leaning back in his chair. What do you think? Izuku says nervously. OMG, so good it'll be hard to turn into a song, though mine will be much harder. I'm sure you can do it if you want to. Tango says amazed. Knock knock knock. It's Amain, can I come in? Amain says through the door. Yeah. Izuku replies and the door opens. So, I have upgraded your suit. I also added it to the other suits, though it probably won't be used since none of us have VWD. It's only a minor upgrade, but I added a feature so that if you start to lose a lot of blood, a system I installed will contact everyone in the group plus your boyfriend. We can't have you dying on us because of your VWD, you know? I was going to add bulletproof armor, but we don't have the money nor connections for that, they say with a nervous chuckle. Thanks. I appreciate it, sorry for worrying you all, he says, smiling brightly. Izuku is surprised. Kaken, you are saying you will take my place as Verdant for 3 days? There is no point in doing that, it doesn't. It does matter. It matters to you. Therefore I will continue for you. Plus I already had someone who owed me make me a similar outfit to yours. I'll go by Kaken since why not, and I am doing this for you, he says in a strangely sweet tone. Izuku pleads to his boyfriend, but you would be doing something illegal. If you want to be a hero you can't. No. I won't use my quirk. That means I won't be breaking the law. Katsuki says triumphantly. You gotta stop interrupting me. Izuku murmurs. I already know your patrol routes from all the times you told me about them, so no problems, see? I don't know what you were so worried about. Okay, I guess, but you have to be careful. Plus, since I have been gone for a little while, Eraserhead will likely be looking for me since he always does, even if it's been a short while. You have to act differently. Maybe I should just make you another identity. What do you think? Sounds good. For another identity, how about Gogo Katsuki? I do like my name, so I want to keep it similar. My personality would be happy, nice, smiling, and bright type thing. He looks at Izuku. What should I change about my looks? Keep your eyes red, but maybe let your hair be a bit messy and not so pointy, like mine. You could use some temporary black dye that I have on your roots, and I can write that your original hair color was black. How about a different quirk? Izuku says, Katsuki nodding along. Yeah, I think just quirkless should work, plus I likely won't be using this much. Right. Izuku smiles. I will get that now. You just dye your hair and style it like I said, then you can go patrol. Thanks, be safe out there. If anyone asks, you are a temporary replacement for me, but don't say anything else. I love you. Izuku stands up with his computer and plants a small kiss on Katsuki's forehead. Got it? Love you too, Zuzu. Katsuki says, and once Izuku is gone he gets ready. Patrolling was much harder than Katsuki had ever expected, though he managed. He was doing this for his boyfriend, so it would be worth it in the end. At a certain point, he got tired so he took a break on the roof of a building. He had learned this building was a certain, safe point in Izuku's patrols and he had heard about it multiple times. It was a very common place for his boyfriend to meet with his teacher, so he doubted he would run into Eraserhead at this time. Verdant, a tired yet shocked voice says from behind him. He says in the sweet tone he was trying to. Who are you, a replacement? The man asks sternly. Not a replacement but a substitute for now. Kaken says cheerfully to Eraserhead. What happened to Verdant? Is he okay? He accidentally called me so I know he got shot, but I haven't seen him around for a few days and I'm starting to get worried. Eraser says, sounding a tiny bit worried, which was a lot considering the man did not seem worried very often. I'm a temporary substitute and I'm not allowed to tell you that information. I'm sorry, he says innocently. Eraser, not buying it, asks, okay then, what's your name, Mr. Substitute? He gasps, did you just assume my gender? Sigh, just tell me your name, Eraser says, already done with the CRP. Well, I am Kaken, a sub for Verdant. I am male but still should never assume gender. He says loud, proud and with a smile plaster on his face. Kaken, you say? Something clicks in his head. That was the person Verdant had called after one of the first times they had ever met. It was also the person he had been trying to reach when he got shot. They must be closed and this Kaken guy must be important to Verdant. Maybe if they can get more information on this kid they can take down the ducklings. Kaken is not usually a vigilante and seems to be new to all of this. He can take this to his advantage. Yeah, that's me. Kaken responds, sparkling. For days later. Hey, Eraser. Long time no see. Izuku says, stepping out from the shadows. Eraserhead turns to him. Kid? His eyes adjust. Kid. He rushes towards the vigilante and Izuku prepares for the worst. Warmth, he feels warm. Was this a hug? Why was this pro-hero hugging him? It's not like he hadn't been hugged in a long time. He got a lot of hugs from his friends and especially his boyfriend. This embrace was different. It was warm like his mother, like the sun, like a bear. Maybe this is what they call a bear hug? His eyes tear up and he thinks this is what it is like to have a father, a good one. Why was this act so important? They hadn't interacted that much and knew next to nothing about each other. Why was this man chasing him? Why was he helping him? Why was... Kid, I was so effing worried about you. Aizawa says, squeezing him hard. You are going to rip my stitches. The vigilante peeps out. Sorry, kid, you got shot and then I didn't hear from you for so long, and well, it wasn't that long but it was long enough for me to worry. And yes, I know it's not like we don't see each other a lot. The truth is I follow you during your patrols until you reach a certain point where I always notice that you take extra measures so that no one is following you. At that point not even I can keep up. He says, letting go of the teen. You what? Verdant splutters. Should probably work on being aware of your surroundings, problem child, Aizawa says with a smirk. Hey, I am not that bad, the vigilante protests. Sure, the man says, taking a seat on the roof. So Kaken, he is not a regular in your group. What role does he play in this? He gestures to the vigilante. Oh, Kaken, yeah, he is my best friend. The vigilante says, inwardly cringing at the pause in his words. He hopes that Eraser won't notice. Eraserhead did not notice. He was too busy focusing on the weird feeling he had. It hadn't clicked till the kid said, Kaken, wasn't this the kid who worked at the cafe? It was unusual for him to make connections this bizarre, but it wasn't unheard of. Who knows, it could even be a quirk. It is luck. If only he remembered the name and who the kid had been talking to. He remembers that he knew the person but he forgets who they were. Great, so now he knows Verdant works at a cafe and that his best friend who is the replacement from the other day goes there. He may even work there as well, though that wouldn't work since no one he knew works there. Well, it's better than nothing. Eraser? You? Good, the vigilante asks. Yeah, I am, Aizawa says, toning back into his surroundings and paying attention. Someone else was there with him. And this wasn't new information. Aizawa had been followed through his patrol that night, which was not an uncommon occurrence. What was uncommon was for him to forget. You used your quirk on me, didn't you? Aizawa says loudly, and Verdant looks at him panicked and confused. What? I would never, the vigilante says, panicked. No, not you, Aizawa shakes his head. Then who? The vigilante questions, still on edge. Me dumbass. A figure says jumping into view. Suddenly Verdant falls to the ground clutching his chest and breathing heavily. Verdant! Aizawa yells, tears starting to form in his eyes. Tears? Aizawa uses his quirk on the villain and his vigilante starts to breathe normally. He also stops feeling so sad and protective. So it's your quirk, is it emotion control? Aizawa says, stepping closer to the villain. The villain's eyes widen slightly and then glares at the two of them. I have heard through some friends that the infamous Eraserhead hangs with Verdant most nights. I got a bone to pick with your little friend here. You'll have to get past me first, Aizawa says and lunges at the villain who dodges. Verdant is sitting against a wall now, still recovering from the quirk a moment before. The villain goes to attack Aizawa's eyes, but he ducks and then uses his leg to swipe the villain's leg out from under him, knocking him over. He quickly uses his capture scarf to tie up the villain who struggles the whole time. You will pay for this. It's all because of that brat, isn't it? The villain yells loudly. Aizawa covers his mouth and dials the police. Kid, you good? He says, turning to Verdant. Kid? The kid is gone. Sheet? End of chapter. I wrote another poem I was going to add instead of As the Leaves Die, but then I changed my mind. Here is the other if you want to read it. The Cyclone. This ride that I have never ridden. Screeching creaky wheels ride along the tracks. Killing 5, maybe 6. They had a future and dreams. Just like mine. Their chances to become great. An old forgotten tune. A song that no one knows. Forgot how it goes. A chance to return. With a game and a song. It is not enough to make up for what is already gone. The choir dead. The cyclone. The death rite. The last thing they will ever see. A beat without a melody. They reached for the stars. You pulled them down. The underdogs. They would never see the light. Maybe next time for one. One with no memory. No name. No story. Nothing. The cyclone. A step towards death. A step to a dead future. A step to dead dreams. Pushing forward, pulling back. Falling through the air. I wonder. How could this be fair? You murderous machine. Death follows you. Around each turn. Each burn. How could you do this? The promise of fun. Only to end with a phone call and tears. One without a head. An exception. One who may be dead. On this ride. This never-ending carnival. I hate you. You have no restraint. No mercy. Only pain and suffering. Let them rest. Let it be fair. Let their fortune be told. So that they may never, ever, ride the cyclone. I will ask one more time. Who sent you and why do you have a bone to pick with Verdant? The detective asked. I told you I can't. I will be killed. The villain answers defiantly. We won't let anyone do that. No one can get you here. Aizawa says to the villain. I doubt it. The villain scoffs and turns his head. Well then you're going to jail, buddy. The detective sighs. Jail? But I am only 17. I thought there were laws when you are a minor. The villain protests. 17, that's old enough when you have committed certain crimes. It says here in your file that you have murdered 2 people and are the suspect of more than 30 assault and robbery cases from the past 4 years, the detective says, looking at the case file. The villain's eyes widened in panic. I have to make money and he promised he would pay me if I did what he said. I need to keep food on the table. My parents are dead and I have to take care of my siblings as the oldest of the family. His eyes start to water, even if it means killing a few people or doing some dirty work for someone. Who is he? Aizawa raises an eyebrow. I told you he will kill me if I say anything, the villain yells. Calm down, kid, the detective says to the villain. I either die or I go to jail. He will kill me when he finds out I wasn't able to get that vigilante kid. I'm doomed. Don't you understand? The villain says in a blind panic. We won't let that happen. So just who is this man? The detective says questioningly. He is the bogeyman of the underworld. The villain yells, still panicking. Kid, Aizawa says softly. Tell us more. The detective says to the villain and Aizawa glares at him, likely because the kid is on the verge of a panic attack, but this rookie detective is too focused on information. He can steal Quirk. He can give quirks. He is even more powerful than All Might himself, the villain says, breath quickening. He paid me. He paid me so much just to kill a few people. He asked me to find the Verdant Analyst, that Vigilante from online. I found some sources and eventually tracked him down. I was going to kidnap him and bring him to the location he asked me to bring him to. The villain calms down for a second. I learned his name, but I never saw him. My orders were always sent online. We will keep you safe, kid, don't worry. He won't get to you. Aizawa says to the villain, who looks up at him hopefully. What was his name? The rookie detective asks. He goes by. The villain then stops and his eyes widen. Kid, you good? Aizawa asks the villain, whose handcuffed hands go up to his mouth. I sheet dash. He coughs into his hands. His name is All for One. The kid yells and coughs again, a wet cough. The rookie detective and Aizawa look at each other and then back at the kid. The kid coughs up blood. Their eyes widen and then the sound of more coughing, ticking like a clock. Do they hear ticking? The kid looks up at them and he opens his mouth. Run, he says softly, and his face falls to the desk and the ticking speeds up. Did the kid just FNG die? Aizawa is rushing to the kid, but he stops. Sheet, I know that sound. It's a bomb. Out now. Aizawa yells to the detective and the two rush out of the interrogation room. Boom. The walls exploded, sending shards of glass flying through the air. A small bomb had detonated, but it was powerful enough to obliterate the room they had been in only moments before. Debris rained down like confetti, and a thick cloud of dust enveloped the space. Amidst the clamor of destruction, a nearby alarm blared. Everyone was okay, except the young villain. What the F dashed? The detective says, eyes wide in surprise. Cat can help. Verdant says, knocking rapidly on his boyfriend's window. After only a bit, Izuku sees Katsuki rushing towards the window. The window opens and Izuku practically falls through into Katsuki's arms. What's wrong? Katsuki whisper shouts. I got hit. He gasps with a quirk. Izuku breathes heavily. Katsuki places him on the bed. What can I do? Water. Izuku closes his eyes, trying to calm down. Katsuki nods and rushes to the kitchen to get a glass of water. Izuku leans back against the bed frame, eyes closed and breathing heavily. Here, Katsuki says, pressing the glass into the vigilante's hand. Thank you, Kaken, he says, and then drinks the whole thing. That better? Katsuki says, taking the cup and putting it on his nightstand. Yeah, I think the quirk does something to your emotions. I came here because it was the closest place I could think of. He says, looking up at Katsuki. Katsuki sits on the bed beside him. I am happy you came here. He takes Izuku's hand and holds it comfortingly. Izuku smiles. Can I stay with you tonight? Of course, nerd, Katsuki chuckles. Thanks, Kaken, you are the best, Izuku says and leans on Katsuki's shoulder. After a few minutes, Izuku dozes off, so Katsuki takes the opportunity and tucks him in. Afterward, he sets his alarm for school the next morning and goes to bed. Bakubro. Over here, man. Kirishima says. Mina stands next to him with Kaminari on his phone staring at pictures of Shinso. Who said that? As people talk while waiting for present mic. You're normally not this tired, Blasty. What happened? Mina questions. None of your DMN business, he grumbles. You know, we do have the sports festival this Monday, Kirishima says to him. Katsuki scoffs. Of course, I knew that I wouldn't just forget. The nerd wouldn't let me forget. Anyways, Mina and I were just talking about how words ending in IE are so cute. Kirishima says, grinning. Don't you agree? Mina looks at Katsuki intently. He glares. Yeah, like die. Oh well, I was thinking more. Like cutie or sweetie. Kirishima smiling awkwardly. Stupid couple sheet. Bakugo mumbles. We're not a couple. Kirishima exclaims and Bakugo raises an eyebrow. Mina giggles. Speaking of couples, are you single, Bakugo? I know many ladies that are interested if you are. Bakugo rolls his eyes. Not interested, I'm gay anyways, he says plainly. Kaminari chokes. Nothing. His eyes widen. Ugh, we weren't talking to you, man. Kirishima speaks confusedly. Look at those Shinso pics you asked Hagakure to take. Mina teases. What? You witch. How the heck did you get that information? Kaminari roars, clearly embarrassed. I have my way. But you should ask him out. Mina chirps, going from creepy to happy and cheerful in -2 seconds. We support you in whatever you want to do, man. If that's what you want, then go for it. Kirishima smiles supportively. It runs in his family, he will fall for a loud blonde. Either it is Bakugo Monoma or Kaminari, any loud blonde. Kaminari seems to be the best fit for Shinso though. Shudo says, appearing from seemingly nowhere. Mina and Kirishima flinch slightly, Kaminari jolts, and Bakugos. He goes from the conversation. What runs in his family? How do you know his family? Spill the tea. Mina says, smiling. I suspect Shinso to be Aizawa's adopted son, and Aizawa is dating Mike, who is a loud blonde, Shudo says nonchalantly. Kaminari stutters. That's great. He says, flustered. Present Mike walks in. Are you ready, IA, for English? He says, using his quirk. Great timing. 9:37 p.m. Aizawa and Shinso were resting after the last training session before the sports festival the next day. You're going to do great, kid, Aizawa says, patting the kid's back. Shinso nods. If the great eraser head believes it, then I do too. A voice says from behind them. Aizawa turns around. Verdant, hello. Hey, eraser. My favorite pro. And your trainee Shin, so nice to see you again. Verdant says with a smile. Hey, Shinso recognizes the kid as the vigilante from the police station, and he is confused about what to say in the current predicament. Verdant turns to Shin. So, I will be rooting for you. Why are you here? Aizawa grumbles. Right, I was wondering what happened to that kid who used his quirk on me the other day. The villain kid. Verdant says playfully. He quite literally blew up. Aizawa deadpans, though it's obvious he is not pleased with that fact. Shinso is surprised, but he stays quiet. He was currently standing next to the vigilante, and if he made some sort of signal to his teacher, the vigilante likely would not notice. Dang, I wanted to question that kid. He may have been my only lead, the vigilante mumbles. Shinso makes eye contact and knows what to do. Aizawa had mentioned that if he were ever to get the chance, he should use his quirk. His teacher had explained that this kid was young, around his age, and may be in danger. Shinso nods to Aizawa. What do you mean by that? Well, the vigilante begins but is stopped when Shinso activates his quirk. Aizawa quickly wraps his capture weapon around the kid and activates his quirk. Aizawa opens his mouth to tell Shinso what to say to the stunned vigilante when suddenly, the kid breaks from Shinso's control. Nice try, that won't work on me. The vigilante says, though it is clear that it took some effort to regain control of himself. How did you do that? Aizawa says suspiciously. No one has ever managed to break from my quirk like that. Shinso says, surprised. Verdant rolled his eyes, but he was smiling. Nah, this ain't show and tell eraser. He squirms in the capture scarf. Plus, I don't expect an old dog to learn new tricks. Old? Aizawa says, offended. Positively, Verdant agreed. But we have lots of duct tape to hold you together. Shinso wheezed from the vigilante's side. Anyways, I really must be off. Verdant says cheerfully. Aizawa raises an eyebrow. And how exactly do you expect to pull that off without a quirk, and while you are tied up? Eraserhead, you underestimate me. Don't you know not everything is about the quirk? The vigilante teases. Shinso's eyes widen as he realizes, Hanako? What? Aizawa looks over at him. He feels his capture weapon fall to the ground. He turns only to see that the vigilante he had captured is now gone. How the F? Aizawa grumbles. Shinso is still stunned and currently is unable to speak. Was this possible? It sounded just like him, and he did seem the type to do this. How did I not notice before? They speak the same way. Aizawa looks at him. Problem child? I have to go. I probably want to rest before the sports festival tomorrow. He looks up at Aizawa. See you tomorrow? Aizawa pauses, then sighs. Sure, kid. You know I am always here if you need to talk. Yeah, thanks. Shinso grabs his backpack and heads home. Hello. Verdant says, answering the phone. Hanako, I mean. Izuku, are you kidding me? Hitoshi says in a loud voice over the phone. What? Verdant acts dumb, pretending not to know. There is a pause on the other side of the phone. Where are you? Outside. Verdant answers in a quiet voice. I knew it, you are that vigilante from before, aren't you? Shinso declares. What? I am not, he voices nervously. Shinso sighs. Just give me a straight answer, Izuku. I can't. I'm not straight. Verdant giggles, which makes Shinso groan, being annoyed enough with his friend's reluctance to confess. Just tell me, yes or no, he asks again. Verdant paused for a minute and Hitoshi was sure he had hung up when his friend spoke up. I have a lot of identities and yes, that is one of them. Please don't tell anyone, especially your teacher. I wasn't planning on it. Well, you should probably go. You don't want to be tired during the festival tomorrow. Good luck, Toshi. Verdant says calmly. Thanks, Izuku. Hey, remember it's Yamikumo to you. Verdant peeps in. Yeah, sure, by Yamikumo. Hitoshi hangs up. So this is the sports festival. I got a good view, I guess, but this is getting boring. Izuku, well, currently Akatani Mikumo, Yamikumo, decided to go visit his dear Kaken to wish him luck. He had wanted to do it before the first part but decided to go in the time they had before the 1-versus-1 battles. He walks through the rows of people until he finds a long hallway. He walks down for a while, turns a corner, and sees rows of doors, each with a tag that has the writing "waiting room" on it. He walks past the doors, checking them through each of the windows for his boyfriend. After a minute he sees Hitoshi, and without a second thought, he opens the door and walks in. Little did he know this room also had a tired Aizawa inside of it. Yamikumo. Shinso says confused, why are you here? I was looking for my boyfriend. Do you know where he is at? Izuku says, smiling brightly. He raises an eyebrow. Bakugu? I thought you already wished him good luck? I did, but I wanted to surprise him with double good luck. Izuku says brightly. Bakugu is in the next room to your right, Aizawa says in a deadpan voice behind Akatani. Akatani flinches. He had not noticed the teacher. Oh shit. Izuku quickly gets his act together. Oh, didn't see you there. You must be Aizawa. I have heard about you from Hitoshi and Katsuki. Aizawa hums. Well, you should be off to see your boyfriend. I was having a conversation with my trainee here. He glares lightly at Akatani. Sorry, he squeaks and rushes out of the room. After he leaves, he rushes to the room his boyfriend is in. Once looks through the window on the door, he spots his boyfriend. This time he looks before so he knows who is inside. He sees 3 of Katsuki's friends surrounding him. Man, you'll do great, the red spiky-haired kid says to Katsuki. Seriously, Bakugu, you, Todoroki, and Shinso are like the strongest here. The pink-skinned girl cheers. Yeah, dude. The lightning kid supports. He opens the door and walks in. Bakugu is facing him but the other 2 don't notice. Hey, Kaken. The other 2 turn around confused and Bakugu pushes through them. Hey, nerd. He grabs Izuku's hand. What are you doing here? Well, I had to come watch, of course. Plus I wasn't able to wish you good luck before, so I decided to now, he responds with a smile. Bakugu, care to introduce us? Red Hair asks happily and Lightning Boy nods vigorously. Bakugu sighs. This is Akatani Mikumo. Hello. Nice to meet you. Izuku smiles. Yamikumo, this is Dunce Kaminari Kirishima and Ashido, he says as they wave good-naturedly. So how long have you 2 known each other? Mina says in her detective voice. Since we were young. Izuku smiles at Katsuki, who gives a small but warm smile in response. They grow up so fast, Kaminari says, whispering to Kirishima, and Mina, a dramatic tear falling down his face. Katsuki and Izuku look at them, weirded out. Izuku ends up saying good luck in a more rushed way than he would have liked, but his boyfriend's friends were a pain in the butt? No, that was rude. They were fun. Who ended up winning the festival? Katsuki Bakugu. Second place went to Shoto Todoroki and third was Hitoshi Shinso. He was happy his friend got third and his boyfriend got first. He would need to study up on this Todoroki kid. He was quite peculiar. You did great, Shinso, Aizawa says, patting Shinso's back. Thanks, and call me Hitoshi out of school, Hitoshi says, looking up at his mentor. Okay, Hitoshi. Aizawa jumps up and sits on a wall watching the sun. He sits Hitoshi next to him with his capture scarf. Who came to watch you at the sports festival? Aizawa asks Hitoshi. Hitoshi pauses. My parents were busy. He looks away disappointed. Aizawa's eyes widen slightly and he subconsciously pulls his trainee closer with his capture. Well, I came. I would have had no reason to watch otherwise, but you are my trainee, so it felt right. Plus that friend of yours was there to see you as well, he says, trying to lift the mood. Ah. Thanks, Dad, Shinso mumbles softly. Aizawa thinks he misheard what? Hitoshi flinches and Aizawa pulls him closer. No problem, kid. They watch the sunset together. After a while, Hitoshi falls asleep, so Aizawa decides he should bring him to his house for the night. If he was right, then Hitoshi's family wouldn't mind their son's disappearance. Aizawa sets Hitoshi down on the couch and makes coffee. Hisashi walks into the room. Sho, you are home. What took you so long? He notices Hitoshi. Why is Shinso sleeping on our couch? He questions more quietly than how he had started. I am going to have him stay here for a bit, and am going to ask Nizu for some help to check out his family. I know it's a foster family, but I am unsure if he is getting proper care. Aizawa says grimly. Oh, the poor listener, you think they are abusive? Hisashi asks. No, he normally doesn't look visibly injured, so maybe they neglect him? That seems like the most possible option. Aizawa sips his coffee. Yeah, talk to Nizu, I bet he's got something on the kid's foster family, Hisashi says, taking a mug and pouring some coffee for himself. Aizawa dials Nizu's number. Hello, Principal Nizu. Hello, there's Shudakuen. Comes a cheery voice from the phone. Aizawa sighs. I wanted to talk to me about Shinsu's foster family. Yes, I know. Nizu says happily. I still don't understand how you do that. Aizawa says tiredly, Hirat God, he grumbles. I have scheduled a meeting tomorrow at 11:15 a.m. with the family where you will address the custody situation. If all goes as anticipated, they will agree to relinquish custody of the child, placing him in your care along with your husband, as long as you still have a valid foster care license. Nizu says in a cheery tone, barely pausing to breathe. We both do. What makes you sure this plan will work? He speaks as Hisashi drinks his coffee. Nizu sips tea. Both of you are accomplished pro-heroes and valued members of my team. While the task may appear straightforward, it involves a delicate subject matter that warrants careful consideration. Understood, Aizawa muttered, hanging up the phone. Are you sure about this, Shoyuta? Hisashi asked, his voice brimming with urgency. I mean, confronting Shinsu's parents directly? Feels intense. Aizawa remained stoic, his brow furrowed. We need to do what's best for him. The kid deserves a stable environment. And with that, the two heroes made their way to the meeting with Shinsu's foster parents. They arrived at the modest home at exactly 11:15 a.m., on schedule. Aizawa knocked on the door, and shortly, it creaked open to reveal a disheveled man who barely acknowledged their presence. Yeah. The man grunted. Good morning, sir. I'm Eraserhead, and this is Present Mike. We're here to discuss your son, Hitoshi Shinso. Aizawa's voice was steady and calm, betraying none of the tension swirling in the atmosphere. Oh, him, came the indifferent reply. The father led them into a dimly lit living room with forgotten bottles of booze and empty snack wrappers. Aizawa noticed the lack of warmth in the space, reflecting the neglect toward the boy. Principal Nizu arranged this meeting, Aizawa continued. We're teachers at UA High School. We're concerned about Shinsu's well-being and future. Yeah, well, with a villainous quirk like that, who wouldn't be worried? The foster mother chimed in, her tone dismissive as she barely glanced up from her phone. Do whatever you want. The two heroes exchanged a glance. We believe Shinso would thrive better in an environment that supports him more. We'd like to take custody of him. Aizawa says. Custody? The father straightened, finally showing some interest. You think we're just going to let you take him? We would provide him with a stable home, Hisashi interjected. After some back and forth, with voices raised and frustrations simmering, the parents finally relented. Fine. Just sign the papers and be done with it. Aizawa sighed and they signed the documents, releasing their parental rights. Aizawa felt a weight lift from his shoulders. "Thank you for your cooperation," he said, keeping his tone professional. As they drove back home, Hisashi turned to Aizawa, grinning widely. "I can't believe it worked. The little listener is going to be okay." "I hope so," Aizawa replied, his voice reflective. "Now we need to make sure he feels safe and cared for." Upon entering their home, they found Shinso sitting up on the sofa. He had just woken up, his hair was tousled and his eyes were still heavy with sleep. "Hey kid," Aizawa said softly, kneeling beside the couch. "Hope you don't mind I brought you home." The boy blinked at them, the remnants of sleep lingering in his gaze. "That's fine. We had to handle some things," Hisashi interrupted, his voice warm and welcoming. "And we wanted to share some news with you." Shinso looked between them, curiosity piqued. "What kind of news?" "We'll be taking care of you from now on," Aizawa said gently, watching for his reaction. "Your foster parents, they signed the papers." Shinso blinked. "What?" His heart was racing as he absorbed their words. "You really mean it? I can stay here?" "Of course." Present Mike replied, a burst of enthusiasm lighting up his voice. "Mi casa su casa." He had no clue what the heck he had just said. A mixture of confusion and betrayal flashed across Shinsu's face. "But when did you even talk to my parents?" Hisashi shifted slightly, glancing at Aizawa before answering. "Well, let's just say we had a little chat when we figured out how much you needed this." "Why would you go out of your way for me?" Shinsu's voice wavered. "Don't you have better things to do?" Aizawa stepped closer, his gaze steady and reassuring. "Shinso, we want to help you because we care about you. You're a remarkable kid, and you deserve a chance at something better than what you've had before." Shinso struggled to process this discombobulated square of kindness. I don't even know if I deserve it." Present Mike shook his head. "Every person deserves a chance to find their place, and we believe you can thrive here. You've already shown so much strength and potential." Shinsu's defenses began to crumble. I don't want to let you down." "You won't," Aizawa said firmly. "You're part of this family now, and we'll be right here beside you, every step of the way. Just take it one day at a time." Shinso leaned against the wall of his new room, phone pressed against his ear. The afternoon light poured through his window, casting a warm glow over the room as he took a deep breath. "Hey, Yamakumo." "Shinso." "What's up?" Izuku replied. "I have some news," he says, less tired than normal. "Well, don't keep me in suspense." "What is it?" Izuku urged, almost bouncing on his feet. Shinso chuckled softly. "I got adopted." There was a moment of stunned silence on the other end of the line before Izuku's voice surged with joy. "Are you serious? Oh my gosh, Toshi. That's amazing." He could almost hear the grin on Izuku's face. "I'm so happy for you." Then Shinso could hear the unmistakable catch in Izuku's voice. "You're crying, aren't you?" he teased lightly, a playful edge to his tired tone. "Shut up. It's just happy tears, okay?" Izuku retorted, sniffling slightly as he fought back the flood of emotions. "I can't believe it. This is the best news ever. Who adopted you?" "It's Aizawa, or as you know him, Eraserhead. Him and his husband Present Mike actually," Shinso replied, leaning back against his bed. "They've been super kind to me and it feels right, like I finally belong somewhere. My old foster family wasn't the best." "I'm proud of you, bro." Izuku's voice was filled with sincerity. "You deserve a good family." "Thanks, Yamakumo," Shinso said. He heard Aizawa calling from the kitchen. "Gotta go." "See you." He hung up and left his room. "Hitoshi, is there anything you want to get from your old house?" Hisashi asked. "No, I didn't have much other than what I have with me. Anything else I would rather leave where it is," Shinso responds. "Would you like to go shopping to get things for your new room?" "We have to go shopping anyways and it's no problem." Aizawa says, sipping coffee. Shinso panics for a second. No, it's fine, you are already doing too much for me." Hisashi looks at Aizawa and then back at Shinso. "It's fine, listener. You deserve it, plus we both have a ton of money since we both have multiple jobs, so it's not a problem." "Okay." He mumbles a bit embarrassed. Aizawa rolls his eyes and they head out. Izuku and Shinso were currently in the park on a walk. Isn't it weird living with two of your teachers though? Well, I mean no, but it feels normal, to me that is. Is that strange? Hitoshi kicks a rock. He thinks for a second. Yeah, I wouldn't know actually, I have no idea what normal feels like. To be honest, I don't even know why I asked you, Toshi, but you aren't strange. I am sure that's gotta be normal, Izuku says contemplatively. Hitoshi sighs. Well, let's talk about something else. Any ideas? Since I am dating already, I need to find you someone. Izuku announces, any ideas? Hitoshi is surprised when he hears the change in topic. Now, his head is filled with the one person that he may like, but how would he know? Oh, so there is someone. Izuku smirks playfully. I knew it. He exclaims with victory. Hitoshi stares at the clouds contemplating. Well, I'm not sure if I know myself. I do know that I am gay, but the guy I am thinking about is someone I barely talk to. He barely knows I exist most likely, I just don't know if those are my true feelings. Izuku smiles softly. Well, I think that if you like this person then, you'll know. Hitoshi rolls his eyes. Thanks, Mr. Wisdom. I was just trying to help. Izuku splutters and the two laugh together. They laugh for a few minutes and once they have calmed down Izuku asks, so, what's your hero name? Kaken said you were picking those today. Oh right, it's mine Jack. I wasn't too sure at first but I ended up going with that, he shrugs. I like it. Izuku says with a smile. Kaken hadn't texted him since he wrote the message about them choosing hero names so he didn't know what he had chosen. Thanks, Izuku, for being such an awesome friend. Shino glances at him. Thanks. Izuku bursts into a sprint, his feet pounding against the pavement as he races ahead, laughter bubbling up in his chest. The wind rushes past him, and he glances back to see Hitoshi hot on his heels, determination etched on his face. Hey, not fair. You had a head start. Hitoshi calls out. He weaves between the park benches and dodges around trees, his heart racing with excitement. Izuku, feeling the thrill of the chase, pushes himself harder, his legs moving though he is not using his speed quirk. Try to catch me, he shouts, glancing back with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Oh yeah? Fine. Hitoshi yells as he starts to catch up to his friend. Izuku uses his quirk and runs faster, getting away easily. Hitoshi has tried his best to get accustomed to the new surroundings and new home. Sometimes the differences are too much and he is left confused about what to do. For example, today, Hitoshi woke up early to get his internship application finished. Bakugo had chosen to intern with Endeavor's agency according to Midoriya. He had not been sure who he wanted to intern with, so when he woke up this morning he had decided he wanted to intern with his new father, his teacher, Aizawa Shota. You can knock if we are still in our room in the morning. Shota's lip curled into a tiny smirk. Shinso turned to the couple. Hizashi squawked and lightly smacked at Shota's shoulder. What? Shota's tone has a playful drawl. He hides a small smile behind his mug. It's common courtesy to knock, isn't it? Don't say things like that. Hizashi glares playfully at Shota, pinching the dark-haired man's shoulder lightly. I didn't say anything bad. Shota snorts into his cup, smile never waning. It was solid advice. Maybe not, but you implied it, the blonde pouts. Not to mention you thought something bad, and around our child too. You spend way too much time with Nemuri. I'm not the one who invites her over all the time, so that's on you, Zashi. Nemuri? Hitoshi questions. Oh right. Yeah, that's just Midnight. She's an old friend and she stops by occasionally. Hizashi answers cheerfully. More importantly, she lets us babysit Sushi, her cat. Aizawa nods happily. Don't you want to get a cat of your own? You seem kind of obsessed, Shinso says in a hushed voice, referring to the many cat-themed items throughout the house. Aizawa's socks, his pajamas, his slippers, mugs, plates, cups, bowls, carpet, etc. You would think so. It's hard when we are so busy. We always have the occasional cat, though, since whenever my oh-so-sweet husband here sees a cat or kitten, he always brings it or them home. Hizashi smiles happily. It's a big responsibility, though we do have all the necessary supplies for whenever we have a cat over. Geez, Zashi, you make it sound like you're ready for the apocalypse. Aizawa chuckles and signs to Zashi. What do you think about getting a cat? Hitoshi may understand, but he's not an idiot, so he keeps that knowledge to himself. Instead, he watches, and Hizashi responds, I would love to. Kid seems to like cats. He owns a pair of cat socks like yours. Aizawa signs back, plus he always fed the cats on his way to school. Say what now? How does he know that? Hitoshi clears his throat. Oh right. Hizashi snaps out of the conversation. Sorry. We will have to teach you sign language sometime. If not, you'll learn it in class sometime. They pause, then Aizawa asks, so have you decided who you will intern with? Well, sort of. I was wondering if I could intern with you. I decided to be an underground hero. If I work with you, it'll help me get a feel of the work. Shinso half mumbles. I can probably get you to work with me through UA. I'll check in with Nedza today and we'll see about that. Aizawa says, walking to the kitchen to make coffee. Hitoshi gives a small smile. Thanks, Dad. No problem, kiddo. No problem, little listener. The two fathers say simultaneously. Hitoshi chuckles at his two now embarrassed parents. We will figure that out later. Ready to head out? Aizawa asks his husband and his kid, which Hitoshi and Hizashi nod in response to. They walk to the train station and take their usual train to UA. On the train, Hitoshi, I wanted to let you know that we will be moving soon, Aizawa says, cautiously unsure of the response he would get. Why? He questions. Hizashi nods and Aizawa continues. Well, Principal Nizu bought the whole neighborhood around UA and he wanted us to move in. Hizashi, sensing Shinso did not understand why, continues. First of all, he wanted us to be closer to our work. It's a big house and we wouldn't have to pay for it since it's a part of UA now. As long as we keep our jobs, we get to stay there, and you do too. It has many guest rooms, so you can pick whichever one you would like to be yours. Why so many guest rooms? Hitoshi asks. Sometimes on a job, we encounter people in need of temporary shelter or protection, like a lost child or an adult at risk from an attack. We keep them close to ensure their safety, but we've struggled to do this often due to limited space in our apartment. Aizawa responds swiftly. Shinso nods and they hear their stop next, so they stand up and walk off the train. Once Shinso arrives, it is complete chaos in Class 1A. Everyone is shouting about internships. He walks in knowing their teacher will be there in only a few minutes. Hitoshi sits down at his desk, and just as the bell rings, Aizawa walks in. Hello class, as you all know, today your internship applications are due. I expect them to be turned in by the end of class. Aizawa sighs. Today, by request of Kaminari, we are having a Gen Ed student joining us because of some supposed ghosts. Mina shouts out, finally, and claps Kaminari's hand. Aizawa glares at her, then sighs. Class, meet Tengu Katano. A petite girl? With black hair walks. Hello, I am here to help with your ghost problem. I am non-binary, so please refer to me with they/them pronouns. The class nods and Katano looks around the room. They pause after making a full round. There aren't any ghosts here. Check Aizawa-sensei. It's always following him. Kaminari shouts. Okay, they say and turn to Aizawa, who now looks intrigued. I see you there, don't worry, I won't hurt you, they say to seemingly no one. Their eyes shift and they nod. So, what's your name? There is a silent pause and Katano turns their attention to Aizawa. Do you know an Oboro Shirakumo? Shinso doesn't recognize the name, but his teacher seems to. Aizawa nods. Is that him? Yes, they respond, and Aizawa esikes in a breath. Hey, Shirakumo? Would you care to not disrupt this class? Silence. Thank you, much appreciated. So that's it. Bakogu says, unimpressed. Well yeah, I made the ghost leave you all alone. Goodbye now, they say and swiftly walk out of the door. Aizawa is distracted. The entire class he is distracted. He doesn't sleep, doesn't move, just stares. As the bell rings and Shinso is walking towards the door, he looks at his teacher one last time before he decides what he is going to do. He walks to the teacher's lounge and finds Hizashi. Aizawa needs you. In his classroom now, is all he says, and his father is off. Shinso lets them go so that they have their space. They likely need it. He heads to lunch, and while he is getting his food, he gains a following of one Shoto Todoroki. He sits down confused at what his classmate would want or why he would decide to sit with him. Hey Dash. Aizawa is cheating on present Mike. Todoroki starts abruptly. This comment causes Hitoshi to choke. What? I saw him with a woman. I thought he was gay but I was mistaken, Todoroki says nonchalantly. He is gay though? Todoroki saw what? Oh. What did she look like? Blonde hair, he has a type. I couldn't see anything else really but they kissed. Todoroki says nonchalantly once again. No, you got it all wrong. Hitoshi sighs, too tired for this. That was just Mike with his hair down. He doesn't always keep it up, you know that, right? Todoroki stares blankly for about 10 seconds before asking, how would you know? Oh, I have seen it. During training sessions, Hitoshi says, a bit nervous, not wanting to out his new family. Shinso Hitoshi, are you Aizawa and Mike Sensei's secret love child or something? Todoroki says as suspiciously as Todoroki could probably ever be. No. Shinso swallows nervously. Todoroki peers at him, and he starts to eat his food so that he won't have to speak. The rest of their lunch goes that way till Shinso leaves the table. He doesn't notice Todoroki is following him until he reaches the bathroom. He had noticed him near him a few times and it was putting him on edge. That's why he went to the bathrooms to cool off. Todoroki walked through the bustling hallways of UA High School, glancing at his surroundings until he spotted Shinso leaning against the wall, lost in thought. A mischievous smirk crept onto Todoroki's face as he approached him, his footsteps echoing softly in the corridors. Hey, Shinso, Todoroki called out in a composed tone. Shinso looked up, nervous and annoyed. What do you want, Todoroki? Todoroki walks next to him. I know your secret. You can't hide it anymore. What are you talking about? Shinso says sarcastically. Todoroki looks confused. We were just talking about it. Do you have memory problems? He says seriously. What? No, that was sarcasm. He says annoyedly confused. So you know what I am talking about then? Todoroki asks. Shinso glares. If you tell anyone, it won't end well. I knew it. I have more theories. I need you to tell me which are true. Todoroki says slightly excited. Seriously? Hitoshi annoyed. Yes. Did I make it seem like a joke? Todoroki questions. And no, you know what, never mind, just go ahead, Hitoshi says with a sigh. The week of the internship is next. Good luck, Kaken. Know how it goes when you're back. I might drop by if you have any nighttime patrols. Izuku says in a sing-songy voice, hugging his boyfriend. Thanks, nerd, he says and hugs him back. I'll text you when I am back. Izuku's eyes water as he lets Katsuki go, but he won't cry. He has work to do, he can't sit around crying. Izuku walks back into his room and to his desk. He grabs his phone and texts Shinso. Yamakumo, so who are you interning with? Toshi, Eraserhead. Yamakumo, seriously? I'll have to visit. Toshi, please don't create problems. Yamakumo, face with rolling eyes. Later that day, day 1 of Shinso's 7-day internship with Eraserhead. Hey Eraserhead, Shinso says walking up to his mentor. Nice costume, I see you kept the captured weapon like I suggested, Aizawa grumbles. Yup, if I want to go underground I will need my costume to be darker themed, he says now standing next to his mentor. Aizawa nods. Ready to go? You are well enough trained that this should be a piece of cake unless we run into any major trouble. Like that Vigilante kid? Shinso questions. He won't attack you, but I have been trying to take him in for a while now, so if you see the chance use your quirks so we can take him in. Aizawa shrugs. Okay. Shinso follows his mentor as he leaps from building to building. Day 2 of Shinso's 7-day internship with Eraserhead. Hey kid, before we finish up for the day, want to get some coffee? We can go to the Vigilant Cat, they are open pretty early. Aizawa says, already heading in the direction of the shop. Sounds good. Hitoshi says, I could go for coffee. The two head to the shop and walk through the door. A few cats immediately walk toward them. Aizawa watches Hitoshi pick up a cat. Lana right? Aizawa. Shinso says, petting the cat's belly. Aizawa walks up to the cashier. What can I get for you? The red-haired teen. Aizawa knew as Tango asked. I'll get a lazy cat latte and catnap espresso. Aizawa says, pulling out 700 yen. Okay, that will be 650 yen. Is that for here or to go? Tango asks. Aizawa hands her the money, for here. Okay, well, bring that over to your table soon, she says, accepting the money. Thank you, here is your chance. She then hands him the change. Aizawa finds the table. Hitoshi is sitting by with a cat on his lap and they wait, petting the cats as they chill out. Here you go, 1 lazy cat latte and 1 catnap espresso, Akari says, walking up to the table with their drinks. Thank you, Aizawa says, taking his espresso. Hey Akari, how are you? Hitoshi asks. Oh, and thanks for the lot. I'm good. You? How's school? Akari asks. It's all good. And your boyfriend? Hitoshi says, sipping his lot. He's good. Well, I hope. He's currently out on, he's busy if you know what I mean. Akari says with a smile, well, I have to get back to work. Talk later, Toshi. He bows and heads off. So, Toshi how? Aizawa says suspiciously. Yeah, I have known him since I started coming to this place a while ago. He's always been nice. Hitoshi says, taking another sip of his drink. Okay then. Aizawa says, still clearly suspicious of the strange friendship. Day 3 of Shinsu's 7-day internship with Eraserhead. They took down 7 groups of villains and 2 loners. It was a slow night. Aizawa had said, when the night is quiet, that means something big is coming. Aizawa taught Shinso the importance of having connections in the underground. Day 4 of Shinsu's 7-day internship with Eraserhead. It turns out that Stain had attacked Tenya Lida. He had sustained major injuries and had to be put into emergency care. Will he be coming back to UA? Shinso asks. Unfortunately not, at least for now. Perhaps in the future, though he might need to see healers for treatment first, as he can hardly use his quirk and is in quite a bad state. Aizawa says in a depressed sort of tone. It had been tragic, and pro-hero native had died. There had also been a Nomu attack right after, and worst of all, Stain had escaped. Day 5 of Shinsu's 7-day internship with Eraserhead. Oh, hey there again. Looks like I got them before you too. Verdant says with a wide smile. I have to say you make quite the team though. Aizawa sighs and then grumbles, Verdant. Oh hey again, Shinso says to the Vigilante. Verdant nods to Shinso, then signs, not going to happen. I won't talk to little mastermind over here. Well, now I know Verdant knows sign language. What's next, Spanish? Aizawa says in a tired voice. Actually, I do know Spanish, Verdant replies. Prove it, Aizawa speaks. Nice try, but I won't fall for that. Verdant replies. Day 6 of Shinsu's 7-day internship with Eraserhead. Verdant stops by again, this time using a phone to speak with a text-to-speak app. Aizawa and him have a short back and forth before a villain interrupts and they have to stop and fight. Day 7 of Shinsu's 7-day internship with Eraserhead. With Stain going viral, the streets are quite a mess tonight, Aizawa says to Shinso. Yeah, it is though I feel for the guy in the sense that he is showing us that some heroes aren't all what they are made up to be. Killing though is never okay. Shinso says, and he spots a villain robbing a man. They head off to continue their tiresome patrol. The start of June came quickly after internships. Izuku had been sent pictures of his boyfriend with his hair put back, courtesy of Best Jeanist. Bakugo had been reluctant to send them, but ultimately he did since he knew how much it would make Izuku laugh. Izuku had found out too late about the Stain incident to do anything to help. The only thing he could do now was find Stain before another person got hurt or worse. It had been boring in class for 1A from Hitoshi and Katsuki's point of view, so Izuku decided to try and sneak into the ventilation system of UA. He managed to get in, and while exploring, he found that there were rooms in the vents, actual rooms. Who uses those rooms? Ultimately, he decides to leave them alone since they are likely the territory of the rat god. I'm telling you, he was twerking. Kaminari insisted. Why won't you believe me? Todoroki doesn't understand sarcasm, Kaminari. I doubt he would be twerking. That boy is completely clueless when it comes to certain things, Mina said as she picked at her rice. Hitoshi happened to be walking past that very table when he heard their conversation. He turned to them, deciding to support the lightning student. He was smirking at me the other day. I even saw him do the renegade once. The renegade? Mina exclaimed, choking on her food. You've got to be kidding me. No, it's true, Hitoshi replied as he walked away to his usual seat. Kaminari quickly got up and followed him. Dude, thanks for that. They wouldn't believe me. I mean, it is true, though, Hitoshi shrugged. Really? I thought you were just saying that, Kaminari said as he sat down next to Shinso. He even said, no one will believe you, and that's true except for you, it seems. Hitoshi felt slightly puzzled about why Kaminari would want to sit next to him when they barely talked. However, he didn't mind the company since he enjoyed it. I'm pretty sure he did it to Bakugo as well, he added. Wow, Kaminari replied, grabbing his chopsticks and starting to eat. The two of them enjoyed a peaceful silence until Kaminari spoke up again. Would you want to come sit at the table with me, Mina, Kirishima, and Bakugo? We could use a +1. Oh, sure, Hitoshi responded, feeling a fluttery sensation in his chest. He couldn't show how much he would love to hang out with them. I've got nothing to lose. They chatted about various topics until the bell rang. It was time for class. Hitoshi had fun and couldn't deny that he enjoyed the time spent with Kaminari. He would have been lying if he said otherwise. When Hitoshi gets home that day, he acts as he normally does even if there is a powder keg about to explode inside him, figuratively. Hey, there's my favorite son. How did the rest of your day go? Hizashi asks, putting some dishes in the sink to wash. Hitoshi flops onto the couch. Good, he says in a tired voice, hoping to sound normal enough. There's udon in the fridge if you want some, Hizashi tells Hitoshi, who nods in response. The door opens. I'm home. Shota grumbles exhaustedly. Hey Han, Hizashi says with a smile. There udon in the fridge. Thanks, Zashi. Aizawa flops onto the couch next to Hitoshi. How was your day, kid? Fine, Hitoshi says in a monotone voice. Doesn't sound fine, Shota says, looking at his kid. He turns to Hizashi and signs something, though Hitoshi can't see it from where he is. Hizashi responds, yes, I agree. I guess that means I won't get to know what they said, Hitoshi thinks. I'm going to head to my room. Hitoshi sits up in his seat. If you need anything, we will be right here, Hizashi says, smiling brightly. Hitoshi walks to his room, shutting the door behind him. Then before he can go crazy, he hops in the shower. Shota hears the shower turn on. Something happened that he's not telling us. He's definitely been acting off since I got home. Yeah. There's a pause before Hizashi continues. I wish he'd tell us, you dig? We can't help if we don't know what's up. He has been alone for a while, Shota reminds him. He's been overlooked and forgotten for a long time. He's used to doing things alone, handling it on his own. Hizashi's cheeks puff out in gloomy acceptance. Yeah, but he's not anymore. He doesn't have to handle things alone. Not much we can do about it, Shota says, getting up from the couch. But there is. Hizashi says, accidentally turning his quirk on at the realization. Sorry. Shota looks confused, so Hizashi continues. Remember when you had bad days? He smiles. We would go to that beach? Dagoba, the one with all the trash? Shoyuta asks, raising an eyebrow. Not anymore. Someone cleaned it. Hizashi beams. Seriously? That's insane, he says in response. Hizashi nods. What do you think? We could bring him there. Yeah, that sounds like something fun. I think he would enjoy that. Shota says, smiling fondly. Hizashi starts walking towards Hitoshi's room with Shota by his side. They had heard him come out of the bathroom moments before. He was now in his room. Hizashi is about to knock when they hear Hitoshi speak. This stops Hizashi in his tracks. Hey, was he talking to them? It was okay, what about you? How's your day been? Shoyuta shakes his head at Hizashi. Hitoshi's on a phone call. He signs. You what? Are you kidding me? They hear him stand up. That's dangerous. What if you had gotten caught? The two pros look at each other confused. You don't want me telling your boyfriend? Hitoshi says playfully. They hear him huff and walk to the side of the room. Should have known you already told him. They listen as Hitoshi chuckles and continues the conversation. You know that, kid? Hitoshi asks the person on the phone. Yeah, him. Well, he asked if I wanted to sit with him along with some others at their table. Actually, I think you know them. There is a pause and Hizashi and Shota are getting bored. Well, for one they are Bakuga's friends, but also I think the ones who followed you that day that you were at the mall? Another pause. Yeah, them. Exactly. Hey, I'm gonna go, but we should hang out soon. Maybe I'll visit you at the cafe. Then it clicks in Shota's head. The person Hitoshi is talking with is that kid from the cafe, Akari. He's talking with Akari, from the Vigilant Cat Cafe. I remember when I went there before, the two were very friendly. Shota signs to Zashi, who nods. They hear their son say goodbye and hang up. Hizashi takes that as his sign to knock on the door. Come in, Hitoshi says from his desk. Hey kiddo, Hizashi says walking into the room, Shota behind him. Hey, Hitoshi responds looking over at the two. We were wondering if you wanted to come with us to the beach? Shota says not want to take too long since the sun would be going down in the next few hours. Hitoshi shrugs and then answers, sure. Great. Hizashi claps his hands together. Let's go. We have a great place to chill out. He says triumphantly. Should I bring anything? Shinso asks. It was getting late already. No, you're good, lil listener. Hizashi smiles warmly. The family hops in the car, and after a short drive, they arrive. Hitoshi steps out of the car, first taking a second stare out. Whoa, Shota says in awe as he steps out of the car. Yeah, it's changed a bunch since we last came, Hizashi says being the last one out. Huh. Hitoshi raises an eyebrow in curiosity. When did you last come here? Pretty sure it has been like this for a while. We were your age actually. We used to come here with a good friend of ours. Hizashi says cheerfully, follow me. Okay, he turns to Shota. Is that the friend that is in the picture? Picture? Shota questions as they follow behind Hizashi. The one at the end of the hallway? The kid with the glowing blue hair. Hitoshi asks. Oh, right, that. Yes, that's him all right, Hizashi says glumly before turning to them as bright as ever. We're here. There is only a tree from what Hitoshi can see, one very thick tall tree. It was kind of strange, to be honest. Just follow our lead, Shota grumbles, walking down to the roots of the tree. Shota does some kind of thing with his feet. If Hitoshi didn't know better, he would say it was tap dancing. He sees his mentor, Dewakok, into the tree trunk. Instead of just running into it as he had expected, he goes through and into the tree. Hitoshi's eyes widen and he turns to Hizashi, who only grins in response. He is grabbed by the arm and the two make their way towards the tree trunk. Ready? Hizashi asks, only giving a second for Hitoshi to nod. They go right through the tree trunk and inside. Ever wonder what the inside of a tree looks like? Well, here's your answer, like a wooden room. Took you too long enough, Shota says from above, making Hitoshi look up. Stairs go up the inside of the tree. Hitoshi had been too busy spiraling to notice before. Whoa. Yeah, I know, right? It's been a while since we came here, but it's a cool spot. Hizashi says, guiding Hitoshi to the steps. How did you even find this place? Hitoshi says in awe as he walks up. It's a funny story. One day Shota and Oboro came to this beach with me. Oboro had bet Shota couldn't tap dance in the sand, and although Shota here doesn't like betting, he hates losing bets even more. Shota had shown he could do it right in front of this very tree. When he was done, we were chatting and Shota leaned back into the tree only to fall right through. Hizashi says dramatically, "You can tap dance?" Hitoshi asks Shota as they finally reach the top of the stairs. My parents made me take lessons, Shota grumbles. The top of the stairs was connected to a small floor with a pole so you wouldn't fall down. There were windows and curtains. Hizashi moved the curtains to show that it wasn't windows but a glass sliding door. Awesome. Hitoshi paused and then turned to his guardians. Why don't you guys come more often? This place is amazing. The two adults pause before Shota speaks, finally breaking the silence. Our friend Oboro. He passed away when we were your age. We came here almost every day after school, just to see the sunset. Hitoshi, realizing his mistake, speaks. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. It's fine, bud, you didn't know. How could you? Hizashi says, ruffling the teen's hair. They open the door which leads to a deck, a large deck. How did no one notice this? Hitoshi says in awe. They can't notice what they can't see, Hizashi says stepping onto the deck. Shota steps onto the deck gesturing for Hitoshi to follow. Yes, this tree is so massive that this platform is covered by its leaves and branches. This is amazing, wow, Hitoshi says looking at the sun. It had just recently begun to set. Hitoshi may have realized just half a second ago that Oboro was the ghost living in their classroom, but now he has come to understand that the kid from the picture, the one with blue hair, was also Oboro. It seems that dead people can have a significant impact on the lives of the living. Baku Squad Original Chat. Alien Queen Pinky. Hey Kaminari, you mentioned it's your birthday on the 29th. How do you normally celebrate? Pikachu, Chargebolt. Normally I spend the day with the fam. Why? Alien Queen Pinky. We have TO celebrate. You can spend the day with your family, but this next weekend we have to hang out. Any place you want to go in particular? Tours. Pikachu Chargebolt. How about the arcade? Alien Queen Pinky. Sounds good. Right at Kakin, Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite and at Red the Rock Riot? Red the Rock Riot, right? Can't we do Kakin, Great Explosi? Whatever, just send me the time and address for the place. Red the Rock Riot. What do you want for your birthday, man? Pikachu, Chargebolt. I honestly have no clue. Loudly crying face. Whatever you think. Red the Rock Riot. Seahand. Kaminari surprise chat. Alien Queen, Pinky. Added Hitoshi Shinso to the chat. Alien Queen, Pinky. Changed Hitoshi Shinsu's name to Insomniac, Nighthide. Kakin, Great Explosi. What the hell is this chat for? Kaminari surprise chat? The F-dash? Red the Rock Riot. Are we making a surprise for Kaminari's birthday? Alien Queen, Pinky. Precisely. Insomniac, Nighthide. It's Kaminari's birthday? Alien Queen Pinky. June 29th, but we will celebrate early this next weekend. Insomniac, Nighthide. Okay, sounds good to me. Alien Queen Pinky. Not so fast. Insomniac Nighthide. Reply in some. Alien Queen Pinky. You're the surprise. Insomniac Nighthide. Say what now? Kakin, Great Explosi. WTF are you planning? Red the Rock Riot. I'm so manly confused. Arin. Alien Queen Pinky. So, it's obvious that Kaminari likes Shinso. Red the Rock Riot. Wait, what? Insomniac Nighthide. Really? Alien Queen Pinky. Yes, moving on. We could surprise Kaminari. After the arcade we could go to a cafe and then Shinso would meet us there and we say surprise. That can be out big surprise for him. Red the Riot. That sounds super manly. I'm sure he would love that. Kakin, Great Explosi. Sure, I'm sure he'll freak. It's perfect. Insomniac, Nighthide. Okay, send me the location and time. Alien Queen, Pinky. Sent a location. Here at 3 p.m. Nighthide. Hitoshi had woken up the day of the party and realized he had nothing to give. Quickly he rushed out of bed and decided he should go out to look for a present. Before he could get out the door he noticed that first, he had no money. Second, what the heck would a great guy like Kaminari even want? Oh hey kiddo. Didn't expect to see you up so early. Coffee? Hizashi says, a pot of coffee in his hand. Sure, Hitoshi says, still panicking. Hizashi pours 2 cups of coffee. What's got you so stressed this appealing mornin'? He takes the coffee. You know how I was invited to Kaminari's birthday? Yeah. Hizashi says, raising an eyebrow. Well, I realized I don't have a present, Hitoshi says in defeat. There is a pause as Hizashi sips his coffee. Well, that's no problem. Why don't we go shopping together? Wait, what? Hitoshi says, looking up at his guardian. Yeah. I know some great places that teens like. I'm sure you'll find something. Hizashi says brightly. He is happy about the kind gesture, but he has no money. He had been used to taking from his foster parents, Hitoshi wilts, but I don't have dash. Money? Don't worry about it, honey, that is something your parents should always provide for you. And by being for dad I now have that responsibility. Hizashi chugs him coffee. Now let's go. Hitoshi drinks what is left of his coffee while his pa talks with his dad about them leaving. He heads to the door and slips on his shoes. He waits a minute more before Hisashi comes charging out of the room. "Run, Toshi," he yells using his quirk. Hitoshi's confusion only goes on for a second before he sees Shota Aizawa. Shoot, had Hisashi woken the beast? He quickly steps out of the door and runs towards the car to wait. He figured they would likely take the car instead of the train. After a few minutes, Hisashi comes huffing towards the car. "Oh, lost him." They get in the car as Hisashi regains his breath. "Demon, that man is too fast for his own good," he grumbles. "You would think he had a speed quirk or something, but no. It's all because of chasing those vigilantes every night." At the store, Hitoshi walks through the many aisles while Hisashi looks for the infamous jelly pouches that his husband adores oh so much. Hitoshi was about to give up when he saw the fidgets. Seeing this reminded him of all those times he had seen Kaminari fidgeting. If Hitoshi didn't know better, he would say Kaminari had ADHD or autism but was likely undiagnosed. He knew this because of his foster family. They had a relative who was autistic and his foster mom had ADHD. He checked through the aisle until his eyes landed on a set. The set came with an awesome necklace that was especially stylish and had a fidget as the charm. It also came with a bracelet that matched. The set had some other cool fidgets, though they were just regular stuff. Hitoshi met up with Hisashi, who pointed out the present and told him he made a good choice with it. Hisashi got the groceries while they were out, and by the time they left it was already 2:30. "You gotta go, don't you, kiddo?" Hisashi says, putting the groceries in the car. "Oh right, I think I am just going to take the train since it's a 2-minute walk from here and home is the opposite way of where I am going," he says, holding the now wrapped present. He got it wrapped in the store. Hisashi nods proudly. "Sounds good to me. Stay safe, kiddo." "Yeah, I'll see you later," Hitoshi says with a small smile. "Whoa, this is a nice cafe," Kaminari exclaims. "Chose it with you in mind," Mina says happily. The group sat down at one of the tables that float. It was a cool place and very high-tech, with the owner having a technology quirk. No one knows what the quirk quite was. "You ready for presents, man?" Kirishima says with a manly grin. "Great idea. We can do them while we wait for our drinks," Kaminari says with a huge smile. "Okay, close your eyes," Mina says in an excited tone. "Okay," he says, a bit nervous. Bakugu, being the closest to where Shinso had just walked in, signals for him to come to the table. The group makes space for him, but Kaminari, being impatient, has to ask, "Can I open my eyes?" "Not yet, dumbass," Bakugu says, and finally, Shinso sits down. Mina nods to Shinso, who then speaks, "Open your eyes." "Who dash?" Kaminari starts to speak only to be cut off when he sees Shinso. "Shinsu? What are you doing here?" "Happy birthday, Kaminari. Also call me Hitoshi," Shinso says with a small yet heartwarming smile. "Okay." Kaminari is still clearly processing, plus the smile Hitoshi gives him leaves him a stuttering and flustered mess, from embarrassment of course. How would you feel if your crush was suddenly in front of you and you made yourself look like a complete fool? The group laughs, though Hitoshi makes eye contact with Kaminari, and it makes quite the awkward second for them both. "Okay, well, now it's time for actual presents," Mina declares, putting her gift on the table. "Sounds good," Kaminari says, overjoyed. "First, here's a card from the class. We always do these for birthdays, so here you go," Mina says, handing the oversized card to him. It was filled with birthday wishes and sweet notes. That alone made Denki Kaminai swell up with joy. If anyone asks, no, he did not cry. The first present he opens is Mina's. She gives him a Pikachu-themed pencil bag that comes with pencils and pens, each with electric-type Pokemon on them. The second present he opens is Bakugu's, who got him a book on cool projects to do with lightning. Not sure how he found it, but Kaminari was grateful for the unique gift. The third gift is Kirishima's, a game from America called Throw Throw Burrito. Luckily, it was translated into Japanese. Shinsu's was the last to be opened. The wrapping was neat, with an appealing blue and black pattern, and when the birthday boy opened it, he stared. For about 2 minutes, this made Shinso scared he didn't get a good gift or that Kaminari simply didn't like it. "You noticed?" Kaminari says to Shinso. "Oh, well, you fidget a lot, and I thought maybe you had ADHD or autism, since I know people who do have it and you have some of the symptoms. I just saw this and thought you would like it." The necklace and bracelet are cool. Since when had Hitoshi ever rambled like that? He must have picked it up from Izuku because he sees Bakugo's face out of the corner of his eye, a face that is saying, "You got that from the nerd, didn't you?" Kaminari puts on the bracelet. "I love it." "Thanks, Hitoshi." Hitoshi almost flinches. "Will you help me put on the necklace?" Sure." Hitoshi says nervously as he takes the necklace from the boy's hands. "Here are your drinks. Would you like to order?" The server says to the group as Hitoshi puts the necklace on his cough. Cough. "It seems someone's been busy," Aizawa says, jumping onto the rooftop. "Mind telling me what's going on and why every underground pro has been reporting you saying you have been harassing the villains you take down?" "I always do that, plus they deserved it." Verdant huffs. Aizawa sighs and continues, "You are hurting them more than usual." Verdant scoffs and turns to scan a different alley. "I don't care. You can trust me, kid, I'm here for you." He takes a step next to the Vigilante. "I can help you with whatever is going on," Aizawa says, placing a hand on the Vigilante's shoulder. Verdant flinches away, his attention turning to Eraserhead. "Kid. Don't," Verdant says in a tone that Aizawa had never heard the kid use. "You don't know anything about my fucking life, so just leave it. I just want to help you get through whatever is going on." Aizawa insists, stepping closer to the Vigilante whose eyes track his every move. "I won't hurt you. I want to protect you, kid. I know you won't hurt me, all right?" He bursts out, tears threatening to spill. Whoa, calm down," Aizawa says, looking the kid in the eyes. "Leave me alone," the Vigilante shouted, struggling against Aizawa's firm grip. "Why won't you just let me go?" he cried, finally wrenching free from the pro's grasp. Without hesitation, the Vigilante kicked Eraserhead in the stomach, sending him stumbling. Then, Verdant took off, sprinting faster and faster until even Aizawa couldn't keep up, exhaustion forcing him to stop. Principal Nizu is terrifying, Izuku comes to learn. Not only is the principal terrifyingly smart, far above genius level, but the man also knows everything, not quite, about everyone. The fifth time Izuku decided to visit UA in the vents was a week after the first. He was finally getting the hang of navigating the whole thing when he had seen him. Principal Nizu had been at his desk, writing an email when Izuku peered through the vents. Izuku quickly moved along, but it seemed that one of the various animals that made up the rat god had good hearing. After only 10 minutes, the vent underneath him opened, and Izuku dropped through, landing straight into a beanbag? Izuku looked around until his eyes landed on the principal. "Hello there, Izuku Shigaraki." Chapter 16. Suspects and Bounty. Izuku looked around until his eyes landed on the principal. "Hello there, Izuku Shigaraki," Nizu says from a chair across the room, and Izuku freezes. He sits there, on the beanbag, frozen stiff. And he looks at Izuku and Izuku looks at him. This prolonged eye contact lasts a while and Izuku doesn't notice that he is not in costume. Izuku didn't notice that Nizu could now find him with the skills he has. He could find Yamikumo. "How do you know that name?" Izuku says slowly, cautiously. "It's your name, isn't it? I couldn't meet with you if I didn't know your name." Nizu sips tea that came out of seemingly nowhere. Now that Izuku has recovered from the first moment, he notices. He noticed that they were in a room that was not on the floor plans. Yes, he checked them. How many were there of these? Was it just this one? Izuku stares at the principal. "What do you want with me?" "That is very simple. I would like to help you destroy the man who is after you." Nizu says, something close to malicious intent in his eyes. "And who would that be?" Izuku asks, though he knows exactly who that is. He just needs to know what Nizu knows. "A man that I am quite sure was your boss at some point. Would that be correct?" Izuku is still, and the silence is even more so. "Something like that." "I see." Distantly someone puts their hands over their eyes. "Are you perhaps related to the villain known as Tamura Shigaraki?" "Perchance." And yes, he did just say that. Distantly someone says, "You can't just say perchance. How exactly would you want to help me destroy him?" Nizu smiles, which by the way is unsettling to see, "By giving you access to the resources you need." That was not what Izuku had ever expected Nizu to say, and all he could do is sit and stare. "I don't expect an answer yet, but if you decide then you can come back here." I am sure you know the way. Nisa takes out a remote and presses a button, and the vent opens back up. If not, I am sure I'll find a way to contact you. Plus, let me get this straight, you are from London and you moved here with your family when you were young because your dad had a job opportunity? Izuku points at Irene. And you too were born here, looking towards Tango and Celeste. But your parents came here from California, and they originally moved to rebel against their parents. He points towards Celeste. And your mom is from Argentina and then went to California because of the school where she met your dad on a trip, and then they met Celeste's parents, and then they all moved here. Izuku points towards Tango, trying to wrap his head around everything. Pretty much, Celeste says with a shrug. But Amain, you are from Japan, or that's what you think? Your family as well? Izuku asks, to which Amain nods. Yeah, well, Celeste's parents came back here because of the family business. Tango clears the whiteboard. What did I miss? Irene steps into the room holding a tray with drinks and snacks. Oh, snacks. Tango jumps out of her seat, bounding towards Irene. Yeah, my mom insisted I bring these to you guys, Irene says as she sets the drinks and snacks on the table in the center of the room. Your mom seems nice, Amain says with a smile and picks a few grapes from the fruits. Irene nods. So, Izuku, now that everyone is here, are you good to start? Celeste says, taking a sip of her soda. Yeah. Sure. Izuku scans the room looking at his friends. He sighs. Okay, well, I may or may not have run into Principal Nizu, and he may or may not know who I was. Tango choked on the drink she had just sipped. Irene pats her back. Wow. Amain pauses eating their grapes. Not what I expected when you said you had something we all needed to discuss. How exactly did this happen? Celeste sips more of her soda. Loudly. Well, you see, I was in the ventilation system of UA. The whole group looked shocked, and, well, I fell and he was there and he knew who I was. He said, Izuku Shigaraki, and it scared the living sheet out of me. Silence. More silence. What? Well, first, why the hell would you sneak into you? Celeste says in the tone of voice a teacher would use when upset with their students. Second, didn't you say your name was Izuku Midoriya? Izuku shrinks, right? Yes, sorry again. Shigaraki is my dad's last name and, well, he called me by that last name. Oh, Celeste thinks that she should have known, but no. Sorry. It's okay, Izuku says looking at his hands. I should have told you guys, you deserve to know. Well, let's talk. Tango announces, loudly breaking the tension in the room. Right. Irene quickly agrees with Amain nodding. Amain stands up and walks to the whiteboard. They grab a marker. So let's go over what we know. Izuku, can you tell us exactly what happened? Yeah, I can. He looks over at Amain and takes a deep breath. Well, I was exploring the vents as I said dash. You're the imposter. Tango says with a playful grin, hoping to lift everyone's spirits. Unfortunately, they all give her a blank stare. Okay, not the best time for jokes, got it. She laughs embarrassedly. After a moment more, Izuku starts again. Anyways, I was exploring when the vent underneath me fell, and so did I. I landed in a beanbag chair right in front of the principal, and he said, "Hello there, Izuku Shigaraki," which is something only my father and those close to him would call me. Okay, so then how did he know that name? Irene asks, thinking of possibilities. Izuku snaps his finger at Irene. Exactly what I said. He said that he needed to know my name to meet with me, which makes no sense. He wouldn't tell me, but I figured that likely my father finally realized that I was alive and put a price on my head. The group looks worried, then Amain asks, does that mean you'll have bounty hunters chasing you? Izuku nods. Yeah, probably, but there are also villains involved. Since my dad likely has a picture of me that goes with this bounty, people know what to look for. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw my face on a wanted poster in the sketchy parts of Japan. Nizu probably discovered the bounty and saw me in the vents without my noticing. Well, that is, Celeste says blankly. So, what happened after that? After thinking for a moment about the incident, he continued, well, he said he wanted to help me take down All for One. He claimed he could provide me with the resources I needed and mentioned that he suspected I had worked for him in the past. He also asked if I was related to Tamura Shigaraki, to which I responded, perchance. You can't just say perchance. Celeste and Amain say simultaneously. Celeste grins, jinx. Irene turns to Izuku, continue Izuku. Well, he said I could take some time to think. And that was all, I just left the way I came. Izuku shrugs. Didn't he say he wanted to help? Isn't that a good thing? Tango inquired, curiously as she looked at Izuku. Amain takes a deep breath and then without pausing he starts. Principal Nizu's quirk and high specs grants him enhanced intelligence, analytical abilities, and exceptional problem-solving skills, allowing him to process information and strategize at an incredibly high level. This quirk enables him to understand complex situations quickly and make sound decisions, which is especially useful in leadership and crisis scenarios. So I wouldn't be so trusting because he is smart enough to come up with a plan for basically anything. Celeste, dumbfounded like the rest of the group, says humorously, "What are you? Encyclopedia?" I couldn't have said it better myself. That is why we are notebook buddies, Izuku states, quite satisfied. You should consult with your boyfriend, Irene says after recovering from the dictionary reading. Izuku bites his lip. Maybe not. He is already at risk with knowing about my past and all of our sheets, so knowing more will only worry him, which would lead to unwanted attention and questions for the both of us. I'll tell him after my father is gone maybe. Like Nizu said, you have time to think about it. Maybe you could find a way to ask Eraserhead without asking him? He always has good advice. Tango says, reaching for some Pocky. I guess I could. Izuku thought about it. It was a good idea, but the only problem was how would he ask that without letting too much information slip? Akari Manka, who brought Aizawa his coffee, is the main suspect in the Verdant Analyst's case file. He fits the suspect's age range and height, and he has a similar voice. Aizawa even overheard him call someone Kaken, although he can't remember who that was. This connection is significant because both Verdant and Akari have someone close to them whom they refer to as Kaken. Since this name is relatively rare, it stands out to Aizawa. It's the only time he has heard someone use it. Aizawa had searched the public records for information on Akari Manka. Akari Manka. Age 23. Quirk. -8. The quirk causes the user to appear 8 years younger. That would be an easy way to fake your age, Aizawa thought. Or maybe that really is Verdant's quirk. Could this seriously be him? Known relatives. Sato Manka, deceased. Current place of residence, Maneki Kimi Apt. Room 32 Muzudafu, error code 400. Please try again. Zashi, did you turn the Wi-Fi off? Aizawa asked his husband, who had just walked into the room. No, why? Your computer not working? Yamada asks, walking over to the fridge. What does error code 400 mean? Aizawa asks since he sincerely has no clue. No clue, Yamada says, grabbing some coffee jelly out of the fridge. You want some? No, I'm good, Aizawa states, trying to finish what he was doing. What the hell was going on? Why was it giving him this error code? However, he did have what he needed. I'm going to check up on a lead for a case of mine. HM? But it's the weekend show. Then Yamada whispers, plus we have to find something to do for our Moonlight, the kiddo's birthday in 2 days. Right, well, it's important. It's on Verdant's case. Aizawa closes his computer. Oh, you have a lead on the little fellow? Yamada asks, now clearly intrigued. Aizawa sighs. It may be nothing, but I have a feeling this one will pan out. Fine. Fine, you can go. Yamada declares dramatically, and Aizawa rolls his eyes. Plus, Akari Manka? Aizawa says, knocking on the door. This is Aizawa. Shota, is anyone home? Aizawa distantly hears someone calling out, coming. Just a second, before hearing the sound of running. The door opens exuberantly and a pale and disheveled old woman steps into view. Hello there, how can I help you? Pardon me, what is your name? Aizawa says calmly, yet he can't help but feel confused. My name is Manka Sawtome, what's it to you? The woman says, now a bit protective. I am here to discuss one Manka Akari. Do you know him? Aizawa says questioningly, and the woman's eyes widen. Come in, she says, and Aizawa obeys, stepping inside. She looks around before closing the door. I'm assuming you know him? Is he your son? Aizawa says knowing that her being his mother was the most likely scenario, plus it says that she is the only known relative. He's my brother. The old woman speaks tiredly. Many people mistake me for his mother because my quirk makes me look older. This makes sense. The two of them have quirks that change their appearance, making them look a different age than they are. Genetically speaking, it would work. I see, Aizawa says plainly. Oboro puts his hands over his eyes as the tradition goes. So, what did you need to discuss? Did he get in trouble? He must have if you're coming to me, she says, wanting to get over with the conversation. Come sit, she states, gesturing to the couch. Aizawa sits down while Sawtome sits in the chair across from him. Well, no. First of all, my name is Aizawa Shota and I am working with the Mizudafu City Police Department. I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. Aizawa says with a slight bow, your brother is suspect in a case that I am working. Her eyes widen. Oh shoot, did he hurt anyone? What did he do? As I said, he is only a suspect, nothing for sure. Have you heard of the Verdant Analyst? Aizawa says, not really wanting to explain. Yes, the one from that Vigilante group, the birds or something? Sawtome says, squeezing her eyes closed and clearly thinking hard. The ducklings, Aizawa offers. She straightens up at the name. Ah yes, that's the one. Could I maybe see his room? Maybe there is a clue as to if he is Verdant or not. Aizawa asks only to receive a confused look. Sawtome tilts her head in confusion. What do you mean? He doesn't live here. She states perplexed. Did he ever live here? Aizawa is uncertain about this now. She shakes her head. No, he has been traveling for 4 years now. The last place that he lived that I can remember was some small town near New York. I only moved here 5 years ago. Are you sure? When was the last time you heard from him? Aizawa questions. She looked up at him. I couldn't say for sure, but I think it was near his 23rd birthday. I called him on his cell and we chatted for a short while before he had to leave due to work. It was around March and he was in California working a job in L. That was strange. Aizawa remembers seeing Akari almost every day in March as well, and there had never seemed to be a time for him to leave unless he lied to his sister. Oh, what was his job again? Right, he's an actor. Not too known, but since he has a mature mind but the body of a 15-year-old, it makes things easier on producers looking for teen actors. That way they get their content without having to work with a rebellious teen. She sighs. I just wished I could stay in contact with him. Most people don't even know he has a sister. I see. I think that's all I needed to ask you, but before I leave, Aizawa pulls out his phone and scrolls for a second. Have you ever seen this person? He turns the screen to the woman. No, she says, and there is no trace of that being a lie, but how could she not recognize her own brother? Unless that wasn't him. Thank you, Manka-san. Aizawa bowed and turned away, walking out the door with an annoyed look. Not that the nice woman would see it. Happy birthday, kid. Happy birthday. His parents say as confetti is popped at him. It was a appealing morning. The calendar marked July. Hitoshi stares. Happy birthday? He looks around the room, spotting presents and balloons, even a sign with the words, Happy birthday Hitoshi, on it. What the hell was going on? You good, Moonlight? Hisashi asks, walking to his side. Shota follows. What's wrong? What are you two doing? What is all this? And Hisashi is genuinely confused. It's your birthday surprise. Hisashi shouts. He said, that can't possibly be right. Where are all the chores? Why is my name there and not both your names? There was a pause. The two parents looked at their ray of moonlight. Hisashi snaps out of it and turns to Hitoshi. It's not our birthday, Moonlight, it's yours. Don't worry about chores, this is your day. Hitoshi stares at the sign with his name. He was more than confused. It's all reversed, he says in a hushed tone. Ignoring what he heard, Shota continues his husband's thought. Your birthday is a celebration of your BRDH on this planet. Sho, you're making it seem like he's an alien. Hisashi slaps Shota's head playfully, at which Hitoshi laughs. I guess I never thought of it like that. My parents had always said it was a day to celebrate the people who take care of you. Well, unless you don't live with them. Then it's about yourself since you're taking care of yourself. But when I told them that wasn't how it was for other people, they had explained it was a family tradition. Family traditions are sacred, so I just went along with it. Hitoshi says with a small smile. Well then, I guess it's going to have to be our mission for you to have the best birthday ever, Hizashi announces using his radio host voice. First, we have a present that cannot wait. Shota now has a small smile, quite similar to his son's. Hizashi claps his hands together. Oh yes. Ha! Come, it's in the closet. The two adults lead their unknowing son towards the closet. Hizashi places a hand on Hitoshi's shoulder. Go on, open it. Okay. Hitoshi honestly had no clue what to expect, but it was definitely not what he found. After walking in, it only takes him half a second to see the striped ball of fur sleeping curled up in a ball on the floor. Happy birthday, kid, Shota says from behind him, and Hitoshi can't help but think he sounds proud. Hitoshi approaches the cat, and after taking a few steps it looks up at him, its green eyes vibrant in the sun. It was a Maine CN cat, still a kitten judging by the size. It was a ball of fur. Smiling, Hizashi tells Hitoshi, we didn't name him, we wanted you to choose. Hitoshi already has a name, one he had reserved for that one day he would finally adopt a cat. It was the name of the first cat he had ever met. It had been a Maine CN cat just like this one, though the colors were different. The old cat had been abused by its owner. Hitoshi had seen it one day and managed to use his quirk on the hostile man, but he was too late and the cat passed away in his arms. Hitoshi reaches out a hand and the cat sniffs it. He then pets it after getting a slow blink of approval from the cat. The cat licks his arm as Hitoshi pets him, and his parents coo at the adorable sight. Kazooie, he says to the cat. Kazooie, huh? Good choice, kiddo. Very original. Hizashi says to his kid. Any reason for choosing that name? Aizawa asks, smiling warmly. Hitoshi shrugs, smiling at the cat. It just felt right. Hizashi ruffles Hitoshi's hair. Thank you. The rest of the day was spent eating Hitoshi's birthday cake, which was tiramisu, opening presents, and playing with Kazooie. It was delightful, the best birthday Hitoshi had ever experienced. Katsuki can't say he enjoyed the final exams because he simply did not. He had been paired up with Shinso, and they had gone against All Might. All Might is a tough enemy to defeat, but having a mind control quirk makes things easier. Shinso had used his quirk on All Might before Katsuki even got to land a blow. He didn't get to show how strong he is. Instead, Shinso showed how useful his quirk is. Katsuki got angry and used his quirk on their teacher, which snapped him out of the trance and made it seem like Katsuki was trying to fail. They still won, they still passed. Katsuki still felt like he failed. Failed at the one thing he was supposed to be good at. The cheering, the congratulations. They were minor, but that just made it worse, so much worse. It was too much. Why did he think he could do this? He clearly could not. He wasn't strong enough. Not smart enough. Too weak. Too angry. Too much. Katsuki, your friend is here. Get your butt down here. His mother yells. He distantly senses himself standing up, very distantly. The door opens, or maybe it closes, and now he feels a giant weight. It's weighing him down. He feels warm, and he thinks his hands are starting to sweat. Smash. His hand is throbbing with pain. There on the ground lays his boyfriend, the love of his effing life. He lays there, nose bleeding. He falls to the ground, clutching his chest. Then warmth engulfed him, but this time it was a sweet warmth. Had he hurt the one person who made his life all that much better? He closes his eyes, and when he opens them again he realizes all that had happened. I'm sorry. It's okay. Now he notices. He notices the blood on Izuku. The blood was his responsibility. It shouldn't have been there in the first place. But it was. And shit, it was everywhere. Izuku stands up and reaches into his pocket. Lucky me, I always bring some of my meds. He smiles, and oh how Katsuki wished he could bottle that smile to take it with him wherever he went. Do you want to have a get-together with your friends? Aizawa asks. It's been a week. Normally this is the time to have one, pretty sure. Hitoshi hums. Oh yeah, Kaminari had one. Maybe I could have my friends come to the Vigilant Cat. What do you think? That's a great idea, Moonlight. Hizashi says. Aizawa nods. How about this Friday when school gets out? Hitoshi hugs them both. Sure. Thank you both. I'll text my friends. As Hitoshi hugs Aizawa, Hisashi makes eye contact with him and nods approvingly. New chat. Hitoshi Shinso added Denki Kaminari. Hitoshi Shinso added Akatani Mikumo. Hitoshi Shinso added Mina Ishido. Hitoshi Shinso added Ed Kirishima. Hitoshi Shinso added Shoto Todoroki. Hitoshi, hey, would you all like to meet after school this Friday? I am celebrating my birthday at a cat cafe. Akatani, what time? I can meet you at the gates. Hitoshi, we get out at 3 but we can meet at 3:15. Mina, oh, yes. Totally. Who is at Akatani Mikumo by the way? Denki, sounds like fun. Count me in. Akatani, I am a friend of his. Mina, who did you go to school together? Hitoshi, no, but our schools were close to each other. I'll go. Can't wait. Shoto, what is this? Your birthday. Happy birthday. Mina, we're going to celebrate his birthday. He invited us. Shoto, I have never celebrated anyone's birthday. Denki, what would you like? Hitoshi, whatever you think, honestly no clue. Shoto, I will buy the most expensive items with my father's credit card. Akatani, can I bring Kaken? Hitoshi, totally, I just didn't think he would want to come. Akatani, I am with him right now, he says, sure whatever. Hitoshi, sounds like him. Mina, wait, you with Baku babe? Akatani, what did you just call him? Mina? Akatani, don't call him that. Mina, okay? Shoto, are you Yamakumo? Shoto, so you are the one that Bakugu and Shinso are texting. Akatani, yeah. Denki Arin is panicking on what he should get for Hitoshi. Hitoshi got him an amazing present, but what to get for him? Chapter 17, Birthday Parties. Happy birthday to you. They all sing, and Hitoshi smiles. Denki has never seen a smile quite as nice as that. As he opened the presents, Denki watched with bated breath. There was a wide range of cat or coffee-themed items that Hitoshi had received. When it was time for him to finally open Denki's present, it wasn't too hard to tell the difference, given the care Hitoshi took opening it. It was a hoodie. Denki knows how much Hitoshi loves his hoodies. He wanted to make something for Hitoshi that he would appreciate and use. His mother had been teaching him how to use the sewing machine, so he took the opportunity and stayed up for days working on it. It was black with a majestic white cat on the back, and the front had pockets with fuzz inside for your hands to stay warm. Hitoshi stared at it blankly for about 30 seconds, then he suddenly put it on. Thanks, I like it. Denki blinks dash, oh, you're welcome. I made it myself. Really? Aren't you handy? Hitoshi says, turning to him as the rest of the group watches the exchange. I guess. Denki rubs the back of his head, he's a bit embarrassed. Like a housewife. Shoto deadpants. Hey, stop stealing my jokes. Mina protests. Sorry. Shoto deadpants again. Hitoshi laughs. It's the kind of laughter that draws him in, a melody that he can't help but want to be part of. In those moments, everything else fades away, and all Denki can think about is Hitoshi. Denks, you good bro? Kirishima asks, waving a hand in his face. Denki almost falls out of his chair. Yes. He got distracted looking at the love of his life. Mina half whispers to the two of them. Good thing Hitoshi was distracted opening the next present. Why don't we go to the park? Mina says after they leave the cafe. Hitoshi looked at his dad, who was currently out of costume and was yet to be recognized by any of his classmates. It would be better for everyone if they didn't know who his parents were, and when Hisashi had his hair down he looked completely different, plus he didn't have to stay in his present mic persona. Hisashi nods, you go ahead kiddos, just make sure you get home safe. He turns to Hitoshi, make sure to be back before the trains close. He ruffles Hitoshi's already messy hair. Hitoshi gives a small smile. Thanks, Dad. The group heads to the park chatting and laughing as they go. Yamakumo and Bakugu go to the swings together. Mina and Kirishima show Todoroki all the different things you can do at the park because apparently he had never played at one. That just left Denki and Hitoshi standing at the entrance. Wanna go on the slide? Denki suggests awkwardly. Hitoshi shrugs, sure. The two walk up the stairs and head to the largest slide. It came out on the opposite side that the others were on. Birthday boy first. Denki bows, using his hand to point at the slide. The birthday boy chuckles and then goes down the slide. Denki follows, and when he gets out, Hitoshi is gone. Hitoshi. Over here. Hitoshi says with a rare grin. He was on the structure ready to go down again. Wow, you're fast. Denki runs up the stairs to quickly go after him. He goes down the slide only to run right into Hitoshi. He falls out of the slide and onto the ground. You good? Hitoshi asks, extending his hand to help Denki up. Denki stared up at Hitoshi. He couldn't help but think that Hitoshi was so pretty. Looking straight into his eyes, he took his hand and stood up. Thanks. Hitoshi nods. Why don't we join the group? Todoroki now understood more about the playground and was just talking casually with Mina and Kirishima. Yamakumo was with Bakugo chatting in the light of the street lights. They joined the group. It's almost 11, shouldn't we start heading to the train station? Hitoshi says, getting the attention of the group. Yamakumo nods. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. They head to the station. Mina and Kirishima say their goodbyes and happy birthdays and go on the same train since they live near each other. Yamakumo and Bakugo go together since they are staying together for the night. That just left Hitoshi and Kaminari. They took different trains and Kaminari had to wait a few more minutes for his. However, the train Hitoshi had to take had just started pulling in. Well, I'm gonna go, Hitoshi says, walking over to the train doors as they open. Kaminari's breathing became a bit quicker. Could he do it? Hitoshi steps onto the train, turning around when Kaminari says, wait. Huh? Kaminari pulls his shirt towards him and kisses him briefly. Without giving Hitoshi time to process, he pulls away. Hitoshi stands there shocked. Happy birthday, Hitoshi. The doors close. A few minutes later, Denki hops onto his train. He had almost missed it. As the train went, he got more and more panicked. What the heck had he done? What was that? Now Hitoshi does not like him. There's just no way. He knew he was dumb, but this was a new low. He got off the train, he walked, he arrived home, he walked to his room, he flopped onto his bed, he checked his phone. It was currently 11:55. One new message. Hitoshi, hey, you there? Denki sighs. Here comes the rejection. He may as well just get it over with it. He taps on the message and unlocks his phone. Denki, yeah. Hitoshi, so, I don't know what to say. Denki, I like you, like really like you. I know you probably don't, and that's fine. Hitoshi, you shouldn't assume things. Denki blinks when he reads the message. Huh? Denki, what? Hitoshi, I like you too. Denki, but your reaction, you were just standing there. I thought that you didn't. Hitoshi, well, you surprised me. I didn't expect that. Denki, oh, sorry. Grinning face with sweat grimacing face. Hitoshi, don't worry, it was nice. Denki, are you busy tomorrow? Hitoshi disliked the message. Denki, would you like to go out to watch a movie with me? Hitoshi, are you asking me out? Denki, yes? Grinning face with sweat. Hitoshi, okay, sure. I've never gone out with anyone, so don't expect me to know anything about dates. Denki, don't worry, face with tears of joy. Hitoshi, are there any rules? Denki, it's a date, not a test. Face with tears of joy. Hitoshi. Denki, meet me here at. Denki sent a location. Hitoshi, okay, sure. Denki, okay. Hitoshi was surprisingly calm when his crush Denki Kaminari texted him that he liked him. It was the first time that had happened to him. Before that had happened, when Denki had kissed him, he had been surprised. He was stunned and silent, and he stood on the train still as a plank, even once the train started moving. He almost missed his stop. When Denki asked him out, he was overjoyed. He couldn't wait. Somehow the insomniac was able to sleep. He slept well. He slept in. The next morning he looked better than he normally did with lighter eye bags. He took a shower and got dressed, putting on his new hoodie. Then he left his room to get some breakfast. Morning, Dad. Morning, Moonlight. Hisashi says exuberantly, you look like you slept well. Yeah, I did. He sits down at the table and Hisashi puts out 3 bowls of miso soup. Morning. Shota says groggily, coming out of the room. He sits down. Hizashi places a quick kiss on his husband's forehead before handing him his coffee. Here you go, love. Thank, Zashi. He sips the coffee and turns to Hitoshi. You look well. When I got home I checked to make sure you were home since Zashi asked. You were fast asleep. I assume you had a great time then? Hizashi says with a grin as he sits down next to Shota. Yeah. He gets a stare from both of his parents before they dismiss it and continue to have their breakfast. When they're done, Hitoshi says to them, I have a question. Hizashi looks up from his now empty bowl. Yeah? What is Moonlight? Can I go to the movies today around 5? Shota now puts down his coffee, interested in the conversation. Like a date? With who? Hitoshi looks away from his father. Kaminari. Hizashi is now more excited than he should be. Yes. Shota nods. Gay parents with their gay child. Hitoshi gives them a small smile. Thank you. Have you ever been on a date, Moonlight? Hizashi asks, still excited. No. Shota looks at Hizashi. Don't dash. Hizashi uses his quirk. I have to give you pointers. Shota turns it off. But Hizashi continues his rant. You'll need help. Who asked who? What movie are you seeing? Where will it be? Is he the romantic type? He sighs. Well, he asked me. I don't know what movie we are watching. He sent me the address. I guess he's the romantic type. Hitoshi had ended up looking up the questions he had when Hizashi and Shota had left for a meeting. He wore what he was already wearing since it said not to wear anything fancy, just something comfy and a bit nice. It was 4:30, so he decided to start heading to the theater, so he got on the train. He texted Denki that he was on his way and got a thumbs up in response. He was a bit nervous, but he couldn't show it. Hey, Toshi. Denki shouts from behind him. When did that nickname become normal? Hey, he responds coolly. They were standing in front of the theater. Denki takes his hand and pulls him into the theater. They pick a movie. They get popcorn and drinks and head to their seats. The theater only had a few other people inside it. They sat down as the movie began. Denki put his arm around Hitoshi during the movie. It was nice. The best first date he had ever gone on. They left the theater chatting about the movie. Denki made jokes and Hitoshi laughed. They head to a park, and they climb up a tall tree laughing and having fun. They find a nice branch that gives them an appealing view of the small lake in front of them. Kaminari rests his head on Hitoshi's shoulder and he doesn't dare move. They sit in silence as the sun starts to set. Kaminari lifts his head and turns to Hitoshi. Thanks for coming on this date with me. Hitoshi looks him in the eyes. Of course. Denki stares back and smiles good-naturedly. How about a second date? Hitoshi says, smiling back. Yes. And Denki almost falls out of the tree. Hitoshi laughs and Denki joins in. They get out of the tree, climbing down one then the other. Hitoshi takes Denki's hand this time, looking him in the eyes. He pulls Denki closer and hugs him after he pulls away. He kisses him. And this time, instead of being frozen in place, he appreciates it. I do not like writing any further into what happened here since I am not comfortable with it. All you need to know is that they made out. After, they head to the train station still hand in hand, and get on the train. Hitoshi gets off a stop earlier, leaving Denki. There's my Moonlight. How was the date? Good, he responds with a small smile. Verdant had been following a villain to a mall. He caught the villain and tied him up. Then he got some boba from a place that is open till late in the day and sat down waiting next to the villain. He was just chilling out when he saw a hooded figure approaching him. Was that Tamura? Tamura sits down next to him. Hello, Verdant. Hello, Shigaraki. He deadpants, looking forward, not caring to turn and face the man. You know, you remind me of someone. He scratches his neck, but that's not the point. I want you to join me. Join you? And why would I do that? He says, turning his head now interested. Well, we can pay you, Shigaraki grins. He stands up. Sorry, but no. I can't be hired. Shigaraki glares. You don't want to refuse us. Watch me. He hears sirens and takes that as his cue to leave. They were after the villain he had captured, but Tamura didn't need to know that. Before he goes, he shouts, I'll let my nemesis know you're hiring. It was by time for his villain mastermind plan to come into action. So you're saying you think that a cafe worker is Verdant? Sakachi is confused. Yes, well I saw the connections but I think he is using Menka Akari as an alias since when I showed his supposed sister his picture she said it wasn't him, Eraserhead says convincingly. The detective sighs, yeah, because you interviewed the sister. Excuse me sir, an officer comes in and bows to the two of them. The Verdant analyst is in interrogation room 3. Okay thank you. The detective says not showing his surprise. The officer bows again and leaves. So, you didn't invite him right? Eraserhead says to his friend and coworker. No. They head to the interrogation room. They give each other a look before entering. There sits Verdant leaning back in the chair. Oh hey. There you are. I've been waiting. The two sit down without a word. Did you remake the interrogation rooms? They seem different. Verdant says to both of them. Neither answers the question of course. Are you Menka Akari? Sakachi asks, wanting to get the question out of the way. Verdant stares them down then answers cheerfully, nope. Never met anyone by that name. Sakachi nods to Aizawa, it's true. So, Verdant, why exactly are you here? Aizawa questions looking at him intently. I have information for you. He sits up straight. About what dash? Tamura Shigaraki. At what cost would this information be? Was it something they already knew? I just want you to lay off trying to capture me, I already have to worry about villains. I can't be worrying about heroes and the police all as well. Then he changes being more dramatic this time. It's just unfair. Villains are after you? Aizawa won't show it but he is worried. There is a pause. A villain related to me. Sakachi hasn't detected a lie yet. So, about Shigaraki, Sakachi says, urging Verdant to continue. He slams his hands on the table, right? Well, he is looking to recruit villains and likely already has some hired. He is offering money and if they don't accept he threatens them. How do you know this? Sakachi asks. Verdant shrugs, he asked me. That's not good. Verdant stands up. Well that's all I know, so I'll be off. I really must continue my patrol. Sakachi stops him from leaving. One more thing, Eraserhead will still be following you but he won't try to take you in for now. Verdant nods dismissively, okay. Then he walks out. Verdant leaves the station, and Eraserhead follows him. He hops up to the rooftops, you don't need to worry so much. Eraserhead walks up behind him, too bad. He turns around, I think my nemesis is going to join Tamura. Your nemesis? Verdant nods, the Scarlet Death. That's his name. Of course, you can just call him Scarlet. He wants to kill me, I think he will join Tamura to get back at me. Why are you telling me this? He shrugs, why not? It'll be good not to have the heroes on my back though. My father also figured out that I am not dead so he will be after me and he probably has his people looking for me. Verdant sees some crime and leaves before Eraserhead can say anything. 1 week later. Start of summer break. P.S. I use a timeline for this on Reddit. Where I live, summer break is the end of the school year but this is different so after summer break they go back to school. They are still first years. Hitoshi, want to sleep? I have big news. Yamikumo, sure. But Hitoshi, yeah. After packing a bag for his sleepover he walks over to his friend's house. Once he arrives at the address he knocks on the door. It immediately opens, hello listener. Hitoshi, your friend is here. Hitoshi comes out as he takes off his shoes and puts on slippers. Hey Yamikumo, Hitoshi says casually. Hizashi had noticed the similarity in names to his dead friend who was a ghost but didn't mention it. Why would he? They go to Hitoshi's room, so what's the news? I am dating Denki. His eyes widened comically, what? He slaps a hand on his mouth. Hitoshi chuckles, yup. I'm so happy for you Toshi, he says, giving Hitoshi a big brotherly hug. The two of them chat about Hitoshi's dates with Denki and Izuku shares his opinions and things from his experience with Katsuki. Boys, food is ready. Hizashi says. Izuku looked at the time, it was already dinner time. When did it get so late? Coming. Hitoshi opens the door only to turn to Izuku when he doesn't get up. Alright sorry. It's just the first time that we've hung out together at your house for a sleepover. I normally leave before dinner. That way your parents have no way of asking any questions. What if one of us messes up? Izuku says, worried about what could happen. Hitoshi hums, don't worry about it, they're cool. You can always say no to any questions. Izuku nods and the two head to the table. At each seat there is an appealing layout with a serving of rice, fish, and pickled vegetables. Since when had Izuku seen such a sight? They all sit down. However, when Izuku zones out, he stands up and walks to Hitoshi and hugs him. Yamikumo? Yamikumo! Izuku is now crying into Hitoshi's shoulder. I'm so happy you found an amazing family that loves you. The group stares at Izuku, unsure of what to do in the current situation. Eventually, Izuku stops crying and sits back down. Sorry, I'm kinda a crybaby. It's a fine little listener. Everyone has to cry sometimes. Good thing it was happy tears. They eat food and chat. They talk about Kazui, the cat who has been hiding since Hisashi tried to take him to the vet. They talk about UA and training, and then Aizawa turns to Izuku. So, Mikumo. Hisashi broke the ice with an enthusiastic grin. What's your family like? Tell us everything. Don't hold back. His voice boomed with excitement. Well, Akatani stammered, clutching his fork tightly, it's just me and my parents. They're nice, I guess. The words hung awkwardly in the air. Shuda's expression was blunt and tired, leaning forward slightly. What do your parents do? What's their deal? His tone was straightforward, cutting right to the chase. Akatani swallowed hard. My dad works overseas and my mom works with him overseas. They're pretty busy, so I don't see them much, but they mean well. Shuda stares for a moment. Who are you staying with then? He peers at the child. My parents have a friend who I am staying with, Izuku says, looking anywhere but at the parents. Hisashi clapped his hands together, his energy unwavering. Okay, how about your hobbies? What do you like to do for fun? Akatani's fingers fidgeted with his fork. I like doing analysis and being outside, I guess. It helps me relax. Shuda's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you like cats? Yes. They are the best. Akatani replied, looking less anxious. Shuda nods. But what do you want to be when you're out of school? Got any big dreams? Akatani hesitated, his cheeks flushing. I'm not sure what yet. Shoyuda kept his expression neutral but maintained his focus on Akatani. Fair enough. You've got plenty of time to figure it out. Hitoshi chimed in, trying to lift the mood. Yamikumo is going to be amazing at whatever he chooses. Right? Yeah, I hope so, Akatani mumbled, a faint smile creeping onto his face, feeling a bit more at ease. Shuda takes a sip of his water. So what's your quirk? Minor speed enhancement, he says nonchalantly. This was the one question he was prepared for. When Shuda hums in response, Izuku figures that's good enough. As they finish dinner, Hitoshi and Izuku talk about Izuku's birthday, which is soon. They were planning on hanging out with Izuku's friends and Katsuki. After a considerable amount of time, the two boys head to Hitoshi's room. It's late, so the two spend some time talking and then they settle into sleep. //////////// In the morning, Izuku wakes up first. He sees Hitoshi still sleeping, so he chooses not to disturb him. He turns on his phone, seeing that it is currently 9 a.m., and he gets up to go to the bathroom. He exits the room silently when he hears talking. Yamada and Aizawa were talking about something. He briefly hears, Verdant. And he chooses to just not hear before he hears too much and it consumes his mind. He comes back into Hitoshi's room and sees him awake. Hey Toshi. Morning Izuku, he says clearly and stands up with a yawn. There's a knock on the door, and Izuku turns to look at Hitoshi. It's open. Hitoshi speaks loudly so that whoever is at the door can hear him. Hisashi is heading to work, but he made pancakes if you two want them. Shuda grumbles. He scans the room to Izuku's confusion. A glance towards Hitoshi tells him it isn't something he usually does. You good dad? Were you on the phone with someone? Shuda makes eye contact with Hitoshi, who shakes his head in response. Okay. Shuda peers at Hitoshi and then Izuku, then he leaves. The two teens change and head out of Hitoshi's room. As they pass the couch, they see Aizawa in his sleeping bag on the couch. They sit at the table and Izuku eats pancakes for the first time in years. He remembers when his mother had made pancakes those few times. Izuku won't cry. He won't. And he doesn't cry. He does, however, stare at the food for a minute before putting a generous amount of syrup on his pancakes and gobbling them down. After they finish eating, Hitoshi walks over to his father. "We're going to head out for a bit?" Aizawa opens one eye, "Be back before sundown." And then he goes back to sleep. They leave without another word. Today was Izuku's birthday and he was planning on just asking his friends to come over, but he had forgotten to ask yesterday as he was busy. Izuku got out of bed, found an outfit and started to put it on. It was a black tank top with some gray-green cargo briefs. Izuku was putting his shirt on when he heard a knock on the door. "Nerd, it's me. Open up." "Kaken." Izuku yelps excitedly, forgetting about his shirt and choosing to open the door instead. The door opens and Izuku sees Katsuki standing there with open arms waiting to give a hug to the birthday boy. "Happy birthday, Izuku." They separate and Izuku invites Katsuki inside. He complies and turns around as Izuku closes the door. He stares at Izuku when he closes the door. Izuku tilts his head in confusion. "What is it?" Katsuki stares at him for a second before smirking. "Really? Huh?" He looks at his reflection in the window. "Kaken." Izuku's face turns red. "I am going to put my shirt back on." Quickly, he fumbles to retrieve his shirt from where he had tossed it. Katsuki pouts. "Ah. Don't tell me." Izuku protests, his hands shaking slightly as he pulls the shirt over his head. Once he's dressed, he glances back at Katsuki, leaning against the wall with an all-too-satisfied grin. "So birthday boy, what will it be today?" "Well, I'm not sure." "Great. Let's go." Katsuki takes Izuku's hand. "Go where?" Izuku questions, still walking with Katsuki when he pulls him towards the door. Katsuki lets Izuku put his shoes on before pulling him out the door. "On a birthday date." "Okay." And now Izuku is happy he went along with it. He could always invite his friends over when they got back. Katsuki lets Izuku put his shoes on before pulling him out the door. "On a birthday date." "Okay." And now Izuku is happy he went along with it. He could always invite his friends over when they got back. And so they left. The cafe they went to was a sweet cafe and it was the cutest place he thinks he has ever been to. Izuku thinks that if he had the money he would come here more often. However, Katsuki is rich and Izuku, not even close. After the cafe they go on a walk through a park nearby. They walk to a street filled with shops and stores. Izuku holds hands with his boyfriend as they walk. Then he sees it, his breath gets quicker and Izuku suddenly feels as if someone cut off his oxygen. He holds his head. "No, no, no, no," he murmurs over and over again. He feels Katsuki try and help, unknowing of what was happening or what he should do. Someone walks over to them trying to see if they were okay. "Hey, is he okay? Stay away from me." Izuku shouts at the person. He is nervous. He looks at Katsuki who immediately walks him to an alley a little ways away. He breathes heavily, sliding down the wall. Once they are in the alleyway, he clutches his chest. His heart is beating so fast as he thinks in a panicked blur. "What was that, Izuku?" Katsuki says, approaching him slowly. Izuku, still trying to regain his breathing, responds between breaths. "This is the spot where I got out of the car and ran to your house, and today is the anniversary of me escaping." His eyes tear up. I saw the car. The same car. I saw it, I thought." He wipes his eyes. "I don't want to go back." Katsuki pulls Izuku into a hug. He gladly accepts, almost melting into the touch as soon as his arms embrace him. "Shoo, I'll protect you. Don't worry." Katsuki says, patting Izuku's hair. "I think you missed a spot. You have some white dye in your hair." Izuku appreciates the distraction, but when he thinks, he notices. "I never dyed my hair white, Kaken." Katsuki is very much concerned. "What do you mean? You're not old, so then why?" Izuku's eyes widened. "Sheet. What is it, Izuku?" The blonde seems to only get more concerned by that. Izuku breathes out shakily. "My dad has white hair. It's a side effect from using stolen quirks. On a good day I asked him why he didn't dye it. He told me that no dye works on it." Hey, maybe it's only going to be a bit white, Katsuki says in an attempt to comfort him. Maybe. They sit in silence, both thinking of what to say next. I am here. All Might announces appearing in the alleyway. The two are startled and turn to All Might. Bakugo speaks to his teacher. All Might, what dash? Young Bakugo. Didn't expect to see you here. They watch as All Might realizes his tone is a bit loud in the current situation. A civilian told me there was a child in distress here and that they may need help. Young Bakugo, did you help this young man? I guess. That is quite the heroic act, young man. Very well done. All Might pats Bakugo's back. Why don't we head out of the alleyway, young man, and why don't you take this young one with you? All Might turns to Izuku. What's your name, young man? Sheet. Izuku is not in costume. What does he say? Damn it. Izuku. The hero pauses and then nods. He guides the two out. They hold hands, but All Might doesn't notice since there is a loud rumbling to their left. They all turn to see a group of reporters. The media surrounds them in an overwhelming mess of. All Might, how has your time as a teacher at you been so far? And why have you been seen less on the streets? Are you preparing for classes? And did you save these two? And who are these two? As the media notices the two, their attention turns to them. They immediately recognize Bakugo but don't seem to notice Izuku being an old dead kid. Strange. Katsuki. Bakugo, were you training with All Might? Someone asks and it clearly ticks Katsuki off. All Might answers the question however. Young Bakugo here, helped Izuku here. A civilian told me there was someone in distress over here and imagine my surprise when I found Bakugo already helping this young man. The media seems slightly satisfied and starts asking more questions. The cameras were now focused on the three of them. This may as well be the biggest story they have had in the past few days since it has been quiet. All Might stops answering at a certain point and it is clear that he is trying to get the two of them to leave before it escalates. The two sneak off as All Might start to speak again, this time more exuberantly. Aizu, you good? Let's go home, Kaken. At the Aizawa household, Hitoshi was sitting on the couch texting his friend while the TV played. It was on a news station that covered mostly heroes. Shota was sleeping on the floor in his sleeping bag as Hisashi watched the news while also sitting on the couch next to Hitoshi. He hears a small gasp from his dad. Hisashi then shakes Aizawa awake. Bakugo is on the TV with All Might. Hitoshi looks up at that and is also interested. Wait, is that Izuku? The audio plays and they hear All Might explain the situation. Young Bakugo here, helped Izuku here. A civilian told me there was someone in distress over here and imagine my surprise when I found Bakugo already helping this young man. Izuku, that kid looks familiar, Aizawa mumbles as he has just woken up. He sits up and Hitoshi sees the processing on his face. Doesn't he kind of look like Mikumo? Hisashi says staring at the TV. Hitoshi starts to panic but he hopes his parents don't notice. Who is he kidding? Of course they will notice. I guess. Aizawa hums and so maybe Hitoshi wasn't caught panicking yet. But his name is Izuku, not Akatani Mikumo. Hitoshi thinks maybe that will work. Hisashi thinks for a second as he continues to watch. Wait, Izuku, that name seems so familiar. Doesn't it show? He reminds me of Verdant. And Bakugo seems very close to this kid. They definitely know each other. Aizawa grumbles. Hitoshi almost faints at that. This was too overwhelming. Why did his parents have to be Sherlock Holmes? They are so good at seeing the small details. Aizawa glances over at Hitoshi. What do you think? You're being quiet. I don't know. Is Hitoshi sweating? Yes, he most definitely is. Aizawa peers at him. He is definitely suspicious. His dad turns back to the TV. Maybe look up his name in the police records. Hisashi suggests. Hitoshi tries to see if there is a way to not have his friend be found out. But don't you need a full name for that? You can find someone with a picture as well and we have a first name which is good. Shota explains to Hitoshi who still had to learn about that. But we don't need to do that, Hisashi comments. We don't. Hitoshi says relief is clear in his voice. We can just take a picture of him from the news and look it up. If there are any pictures online they will probably come up and who are we kidding? This kid is your age, he probably has social media. Oh right. Hisashi takes a picture and looks it up. Hitoshi watches as his father's face goes from happy to confused and shocked. Show? I think you're gonna want to see this. What? Aizawa turns and as soon as he registers his husband's face he stops. Show me. Hisashi turns the phone to Aizawa and Hitoshi. Hitoshi says in a breath, it was an article about the body found on Dagoba Beach. Everyone reads the article. Kidnapped child found dead after almost 8 years. On August 13, 2XXX at 8:56 p.m., 11-year-old Izuku Midoriya's body was found on the shore of Dagoba Beach, skull bashed in. Police suspect whoever kidnapped the child did some kind of experiments since there is a lot of evidence in the form of scars on his skin. Whoever left the body likely is the kidnapper. Keep your children safe and take good care of them. This kidnapper is still on the loose. Hisashi scrolls down to show a picture of the body. Although they were different ages in the pictures, they were still the same person. No doubt about it. I remember when the kid disappeared, I patrolled that area at a certain point and I heard about the story a few times. Aizawa says in shock at what they had just found out. Hitoshi is going to die. How could he let this happen? Hitoshi, are you okay? Both parents stare at him. He stands up. I'm going to go to my room. I think I didn't get enough sleep last night. Then he walks to his room. He can feel his parents' eyes on him. As soon as he gets into his room he grabs his phone and calls Izuku. He goes to the farthest corner of his room just in case his parents were listening, which he doubted they would do. Come on, Izuku. Pick up. The phone goes to voicemail. Shoot, he says frustrated, and he goes to text him when he notices that he has a message from a group chat. Izuku's surprise birthday party plan. Right. That was today. The party would be in an hour and he had told his parents that he was going to Mikumo's house for the day. He had a present and he was ready. Hitoshi thought for a second. It's Izuku's birthday today and he probably doesn't want this bad news. It could wait a day, right? Right. That was weird, right? His husband says. Shota nods. Very, but we should give him space. We can ask tomorrow. He's going to a friend's house today anyways. But Izuku Midoriya. Right, the not so dead kid. Hisashi says, continuing the thought. Where is he staying? Maybe with Bakugo, since he definitely knows Bakugo. But what is their connection? How did he fake his death and why? He was missing for years and they assumed he was kidnapped, so why is he alive? Shota sits on the couch next to his husband. Hisashi sighs, maybe you could talk with Bakugo? You do have his address, right? While Hitoshi is out with his friends you can go over and ask him about it. Maybe Izuku will be with him. Shota nods. I'll let the detective know once I know more about the situation. No, you should keep this between us just in case it is a fragile matter, because if there's something more going on the police may complicate things. Hisashi interrupts Shota, but he doesn't mind. He nods at the idea. Good call. Hitoshi walks out of his room. I'm going to head to Yamakumo's house now. Have fun. Hisashi says cheerfully. Hitoshi walks out without another word. After a few minutes sitting in peaceful silence, Shota stands up. Shota puts on his shoes. Bye, Zashi. I'll let you know how it goes. Love you, Sho. Stay safe. Hisashi says, waving him off from the couch. Aizawa arrives at the Bakugo household shortly after. He knocks on the door, and soon it opens. Hello there, Miss Bakugo. Could I speak with your son? Aizawa says, trying his hardest to be polite. She nods and shows him inside. The kiddo is currently out on a birthday date with his boyfriend. I can help you though. What did he do this time? They sit on the couch as Aizawa starts. Thank you very much. I just had a few questions about someone that he helped out. Earlier today, do you know or have you seen this child? He pulls out a picture from the news today. Aizawa had not expected the response he got. Mitsuki Bakugo froze in her tracks. She looked like she had seen a ghost. Where did you get that picture? He was on the news today. Your son helped him out and then All Might had found them. The press got involved, but when I looked into the kid I found his name is Izuku Midoriya. Yes, I know this child. She looks sad or happy? Well, her eyes are teary, that's the point. Is this real? Aizawa hums. Yes, I believe Izuku Midoriya is alive, but it seems you already know who he is. How come? She sniffles. I was friends with his mother before she passed. Bakugo and Izuku were inseparable back then. Until the incident. Can you tell me more in regards to what happened? Aizawa asks. This was very important information. Inko, the boy's mother, had tried to convince everyone that her husband had done it. No one believed her, however, since there was evidence that he was in America. But she knew that the sick BSRD had the connections to make it seem that way. She said that if she died from an injury that I could trust that it was her husband. They never divorced, but he was a cruel man, and when he left for work Inko was so much happier. I can't imagine what that boy has been through. But, if what the media was correct about the scars, then maybe Izuku also has them. Maybe he is hurt, she says, and basically cries at this point. Is that them? Aizawa gestured to the altar with 2 pictures on it. She smiles. Yes, but I guess we can take down Izuku now. He smiles slightly as an act to try and comfort her. Do you have any idea if your son has been seeing Izuku? She shakes her head. The only people she hangs out with are a few of the kids in class plus his boyfriend. He looked up at that. There was a chance. What did you say his boyfriend's name was again? Akatani Mikumo. He smiles slightly as an act to try and comfort her. Do you have any idea if your son has been seeing Izuku? She shakes her head. The only people she hangs out with are a few of the kids in class plus his boyfriend. He looked up at that. There was a chance. What did you say his boyfriend's name was again? Akatani Mikumo. Aizawa blinks in surprise. I'm sorry, what? Could he seriously be right about this? Akatani Mikumo? She says again. Aizawa turns on his phone and scrolls through a few texts before seeing a picture. He turns his phone so that Mitsuki can see it. Yes, that's him. She looks confused. What does he have to do with this? Nothing, thank you for your time. I will stay in contact with you. If I find anything I will let you know. Could you keep this between us? He says, standing up from where he had been. She nods, and after a second Aizawa leaves. As soon as he is in the car, he texts Hizashi. Shota, Mikumo may be Izuku. Hizashi, really? Hitoshi is with him. Do you think he is dangerous? Shota, I don't know. He has gone over to hang out with the kid a few times, so it will likely be okay for now. Bakugo is dating Mikumo. He likely knows about him being Izuku since they knew each other before Izuku was kidnapped. Hizashi, wow. Never expected that one. How did you get all that from Bakugo? Shota, he wasn't home. Apparently he is with Mikumo? His mother gave me this information. Hizashi, well, what should we do next? Shota, we have Hitoshi's location. I am going to check it and pin it. Tonight I'll head out early for patrol and see if I can catch Izuku, maybe through a window, or depending where he is staying maybe I will have to sneak in. Hizashi, be careful. Shota, do you think Hitoshi knows? Hizashi, no clue, but we should ensure Hitoshi is back first. Come home so we can spend some time together before you leave. Shota, I know, I am already on the way. The ducklings were great friends, and what great friends wouldn't throw a surprise party for their friend? Tango was currently waiting on Hitoshi. He was the last to arrive, other than Izuku and Bakugo. They had heard the news since Hitoshi had let them know. The news only made them more determined to make the party the most fun Izuku had ever had. Hitoshi is here. Irene says, running up the stairs only a few steps ahead of the purple-haired insomniac. Hey, is the only thing that Hitoshi says when he arrives. You good? Tango says, walking over to their new, not really, friend. Hitoshi sighs. My parents saw the news and they may have recognized Izuku. Tango takes Hitoshi's present from his hands. She sets it down on a table they had brought out. That's not good. Do you think they will look into it? Who knows, he says plainly. Don't bring it up when Izuku is here. He is already having a bad day. Irene says as she stands with the two of them. Plus it's his birthday. Tango adds. Hitoshi nods. I know. Tango turns when Celeste and Amain walk up the stairs. You got the cake? Yup. Celeste shows the box. When's the birthday boy going to arrive? Hitoshi asks. Amain. Celeste says, nudging Amain to tell them. Oh right, they pull their phone out. It says 3 minutes. Are we ready? Yup. Plus it will take a few more minutes to go up the stairs, Irene comments. They all hide behind the table that holds the cake. snacks, and presents. Soon they all hear footsteps. Each person is ready and armed with a confetti popper. The door to their floor opens and Izuku and Katsuki walk in. What is this? Izuku exclaims in surprise. Surprise! The whole group says, even Bakugo does. Is this really for me? Izuku says as his eyes start to water. Of course Izuku, you deserve it. 100%. No doubt. Yup. Who else would it be for? Izuku is now very much crying. Thank you all so much. Katsuki hugs Izuku, and when the group sees that, they take the chance and approach. Tango is the first to latch onto the two. She is a hugger, Irene joining only a second after. Celeste pulls Amain into the hug as she joins. Hitoshi stares, he felt so out of place. Toshi, come. Izuku manages to say through the hug. Hitoshi finds his spot and joins the hug. They stand like that for a few more seconds. When they separate, they all notice the huge grin on Izuku's face. Tango takes that as her cue to say something. OH. Izuku, we got you a cake. Plus we have snacks and we each got you a little something. Really? You guys spoil me, Izuku says, pouting slightly, and Katsuki chuckles. They make me feel so single, Tango says, leaning on Irene, who giggles. Hitoshi stands awkwardly next to Celeste and Amain, who were already standing awkwardly. The group cut the cake. It was a vanilla cake with fruits on top, though the fruits were mainly strawberries. You guys remembered how I wanted my cake from last year? He says emotionally. Celeste says as she cuts a few more slices for the rest of the group. After eating the cake, Izuku opens the presents he got. He got a matching bracelet from Katsuki. They were long-distance touch bracelets. Izuku got the one with the moon since he worked at night, plus he was a night owl. Katsuki kept the one with the sun since he is an early bird and has a bright personality. Not that he was complaining about getting that one. From Amain, Izuku got a ring, not just any ring however. As Amain eventually explained, it was a ring that had an AI system. Apparently, Amain had a favor he cashed in from a guy with a high-tech quirk. Izuku could make a hologram screen pop up if he gave the voice command, I can see that. He would have to try it out. Later. From Hitoshi, Izuku got a cat plushie and a fuzzy blanket, which he immediately got attached to. Not many people know this about Izuku, but he actually adores fuzzy blankets and sort of collects them. Celeste, Tango, and Irene gave him a new hoodie for his Vigilante outfit. Tango and Irene had made it. Celeste and Irene designed it, and Celeste made the materials. It was a sturdy material, though it wouldn't stop a bullet, it would stop a lot of other weapons. The back of the hoodie had a symbol that looked like a T, V, and a together. They explained that it was his symbol. The other members of the Ducklings already had their own. Izuku really liked the symbol they had made. The others mentioned them in the past, but he had forgotten over time. The symbol didn't have to relate to your Vigilante name. They had decided it looked cool. However, after that it just kind of stuck. The group played some games and then watched a movie. They decided to watch Suzume. Apparently, Tango and Izuku had memorized the song that went with the movie. When the song came on, the two started singing together. It wasn't half bad. When the movie ended, the group decided it was late. Each said their goodbyes to Izuku and left. When only Hitoshi and Izuku remained, Hitoshi approached Izuku, who just finished saying his heartfelt goodbye to his boyfriend, who left since his mother called him home. Happy birthday, by the way. I have something important I need to talk to you about. Not now, but soon. Huh. Izuku says, not noticing the tense vibe from Hitoshi. Don't worry, we will talk later, he says with a small smile, then leaves. When Hitoshi arrives home, he is greeted by both of his parents. He was hoping he wouldn't have to face them until he told Izuku about it earlier, but who is he kidding? They are literally his parents. Not noticing how the two visibly relaxed upon his entry. It was currently 10 so, and Hitoshi was tired. After saying goodnight to his parents, he went to his room. He wouldn't say he slept the best, but it was better than not sleeping at all. You pinned the location? Hisashi asked him in a worried but alert tone. Shota rolled his eyes. Yes, Zashi, stop worrying. Hey, this could be dangerous. Call me if you need me. Hisashi says as Shota put on his shoes. Yeah, I will. He opens the door. I'll be back before you know I'm gone. And with that he steps out into the night, the fresh air filling his lungs as he takes out his phone. Shota checks the pin and follows the marker for about a mile. He scales buildings and jumps over rooftops until finally he arrives on the rooftop across from the building. If he is being completely honest, this was not at all what Shota had expected to find. The building was old, and other than the few lights still on the top floor, there was no sign of life inside. The place was practically falling apart, or so it seemed. There was an old warning sign that said, "Hazardous chemicals," on it at the gate to the old apartment complex. Was this where Hitoshi had been going to hang out with his friend? This was the type of place Shota always found druggies, drunks, villains, and the occasional vigilante. Could this kid be Verdant? He had thought that they had quite a few similarities, especially with them both being close with a Kaken. Well, if the kid was Verdant, then he would need to leave for patrol soon. The few lights that were on then turned off. He waited for about 30 minutes and he texted Hizashi an update about the situation. Hizashi had texted back some worried scrambles, but Shota told him not to worry and that he was going to sneak in. Shota made his way to the building, opening the unlocked rooftop door. Once he was there, he noticed the clear use in the door. Someone or multiple people came in and out of this door very often. It was starting to look like his suspicions were correct. He entered the building, walked down the stairs and onto the first floor. There were many rooms on the top floor. He listened for any signs of life at each door. They were silent. That did not mean no one was there, it just meant they were either asleep, quiet, or there may really not have been anyone in the room. He couldn't afford to check. He heard a slight sound towards the end of the hallway. This stopped him in his tracks. He moved slowly and quietly as humanly possible. He couldn't let this whole investigation go down the drain. He heard the sound again, and it was louder now that he was closer to the door it seemed to be coming from. He listened. The sound came again. It was faint, but he could tell there was a person singing the eerie tune, little bunny, your mother is home, she's cuddled up now, keeping you warm." Shota, the door opened a crack. He opened it to go into the room. Somehow luck is on his side and the door does not squeak. He entered the dark room, blending in well with his black. There was a small night light on. Was there someone in danger here? Little bunny, when the wolf is near, you do not fear," comes the voice again, but Shota thinks he recognizes it. "Verdant," he says cautiously, not wanting to scare the child. A head pokes out from a fuzzy blanket, the blanket he was sure he had bought Hitoshi to give for a late birthday present to someone. "Kaken," the voice says shakily, likely trying to see who it was. He doesn't answer. What did he say to that? "Go back to sleep, kid," he says in a calming voice. After a moment the head sinks into the blanket again. Shota takes the chance and sneaks out of the room. What the hell was that? Shota made his way out of the building and went home. Once he arrived, he told Hizashi everything. That kid had to be Verdant. Hitoshi and Bakugo knew Verdant. They may not know his identity, but they are in contact with him. This is bad. The first thing Izuku does when he wakes up is make coffee. He is tired as hell. He also had such a strange dream. Too bad Kaken hadn't been able to stay the night. If he had, Izuku was sure he would have slept great. The next thing Izuku did in his routine was get ready to head to work. He wasn't hungry, so he didn't eat. No reason to waste money when it was unnecessary, plus it wasn't like he did it every morning. He did eat. Just not as much as some people would say is enough, particularly his boyfriend. Katsuki makes him eat, and Izuku never says no, even finding himself asking for Katsuki to make him food. Other than that, he doesn't eat much. And it is not a problem. He arrives at work on time, clocking in and putting on his apron. He brought the morning orders to customers, and he took a few orders during Tango's break. It was a slow day. He didn't mind. When Amain made a batch of cookies together, he didn't mind taking one for himself to snack on during his break. When he saw Hitoshi enter, waved briefly, then he remembered that Hitoshi had something he wanted to talk about today, didn't he? He put his cookie in his pocket and told the manager he was going to take his break. He simply nodded. He still brought Hitoshi his meow. He did have to talk with him, so why not? He sat down next to him, cookie now in hand. "So, Toshi, you wanted to talk?" Hitoshi takes a long sip of his drink, then answers. "Yeah, promise you won't be mad at what I am about to tell you?" "What is it, Tosh?" "Just promise." Hitoshi says with an edge to his voice. one Izuku had personally never heard from the boy. Izuku stares at his friend with worry. Oh, I promise. Now tell me. My parents know. What did that mean? Izuku was confused, but also now he was on edge. Know what? I'm sorry. They saw you on the TV and recognized you somehow. They figured out that Izuku Midoriya is alive. Hitoshi says, voice laced with panic. Izuku stares. Bad luck, he thought. But they don't know that dash. Hitoshi looks a small bit relieved. But for what reason? No, they are suspicious of Mikumo, but it really won't go anywhere. Oh, okay, what about Verdant? Izuku asks quietly. I'm not sure, but my dad thought you reminded him of Verdant. And you were with Katsuki, maybe stay away from him, he shrugs. Izuku nods solemnly. Yeah, for his safety maybe that's the best. We shouldn't hang out either, just for safety. Hitoshi, thank you for telling me. If Eraserhead knew his identity, then he was done for. He works with the police and will go to them with the information, then they will be looking for him, which means his father may also have a good chance of taking him if the police find him. If he keeps his friends around him, they will just get caught up in it all. He won't. No, he can't let that happen. And he can't go back there. His father already had wanted posters out for him. He needs to keep his father the farthest away from everything. But with the police looking, they will likely be able to track him down. But Nizu did say he would provide resources to take his father down. It's safe to say that Nizu already knows his identity. If he found Izuku Shigaraki, Izuku Midoriya is not far from that. But would he help him? And what if his father gets to him first? Or the police? Izuku? Are you okay? Hitoshi asked with a worried face. He spares a glance at his friend. I'm going to go back to work now. Try not to contact me. Sorry, Toshi. His best friend looks at him longingly, like he wished this had never happened. They both wished that. Bye. It was the morning. Shota had arrived late the day before and had fallen asleep very fast. I'm going to Tsukauchi with this. We have to do something about this kid. Shota says in a tone that rivals that of his husband when excited. But Sho, are you sure? Hisashi says, knowing the answer. Yes, I'm going to go before it gets too busy at the station. Shota says, putting his hero costume on. Hisashi nods. Say hi to Tsukauchi for me. When Aizawa arrives at the detective's office, he sees the man is already sitting at his desk. Hey, can I come in? Aizawa. Tsukauchi looks up immediately and says, of course, sit down. Hisashi says hi. Aizawa closes the door behind him, then he sits down. Do you remember Izuku Midoriya? He lets out a long sigh. How could I not? The commission was all over but when no one solved it. Well, I found him and I am very certain he is Verdant. What? Tsukauchi clearly cannot believe it. How? Did you see the news yesterday? Aizawa asks, though the detective probably hadn't since he is a very busy man. No, I was busy. The detective responds. Well, All Might found Bakugo, one of my students who had saved a kid who All Might said was named Izuku, Aizawa says to his friend and co-worker. That's not enough to confirm it though, detective corrects. Aizawa opened his phone showing the picture of Izuku's face next to Bakugo and All Might. He stares at the phone with wide eyes. Holy shit, that's him. Well, me and Hisashi thought he looked like Akatani Mikumo, who is my son's friend. So I believe that he uses that as an alias. Here's a picture. He scrolls to the picture he had shown Mitsuki Bakugo. I think you're right. But how does that make him Verdant? Well, I recognized his voice. But remember how I told you about that stand-in for Verdant named Kaken? The detective nods, so he continues. Well, in the picture you can see Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku. They seem very friendly. So I visited the Bakugo household to ask about it, but Katsuki was not home. So I spoke with his mother and she recognized Izuku immediately. Apparently the Bakugos knew the Midoriyas very well, even before the kidnapping. His mother also said that Katsuki spends a lot of time with his boyfriend. Akatani Mikumo. The detective fills in. Yes, my son went to his house that day, so I dropped a pin on his location and during patrol I checked it out. It's an abandoned building and when I entered I found Izuku in one of the rooms. I recognized his voice as Verdant, but there was something wrong with him. He was acting very strangely. Then I left. The detective pauses as he takes everything in. What should we do? I think we should see if we can take him in. Who knows what happened to this kid, but with what he has likely been through. Aizawa states. The detective cracks his knuckles. Should I notify some of the heroes who patrol this area? Aizawa nodded. But keep it small, only a few people, not anyone too flashy. How about Kamui Woods and Death Arms? The detective says, looking at something on his computer screen. That sounds good. We don't know what we will find there. I can send you the location. Aizawa says, already finding it on his phone and sending it to the detective. When are we planning this for? The detective says, typing on his computer, likely sending out an email to the heroes. Tomorrow at 5 p.m. Aizawa says firmly. Yamakumo, Kaken, I may have been figured out by your teacher. I am going to stay far from you, but don't worry, it'll all work out. Katsuki, WTF do you mean? What happened? WTF? Hello? Are you there? Answer the messages. I know you are reading this, goddammit. Yamakumo, Kaken. You're making this difficult for me. I'm trying to keep you safe. Katsuki, and I promised I would keep you safe. Yamakumo, by contacting me you would be doing the opposite. Katsuki, The message read at 8:32 p.m. Toshi, you good? You seem down. Hisashi says to his son. Hitoshi looks up from his large cup of coffee. Yeah, I'm fine. Hisashi walks over to Hitoshi. You want to talk about it? No, I'm okay, he says tiredly. Want me to talk about something cool then? Hisashi says, trying to lift his spirit. Sure. Hisashi smiles brightly. You know that Vigilante Verdant? The one Shota has been trying to take in. Yeah. Hitoshi answers with newfound interest. Well, there's going to be a small raid at his place tomorrow, or at least where they think he lives. They may finally catch this guy. Hisashi says exuberantly. Hitoshi is shocked, but of course his dad did not need to know that. Oh, that's nice. After a bit of listening to Hisashi talk about work, Hitoshi heads to his room. Upon arriving, he finds his phone and texts Izuku. This was too important. Hitoshi, you have to get out of there. My dad is leading a raid at your house tomorrow. Message not delivered. Hitoshi, WTF? Izuku respond. This is important. Message not delivered. Hitoshi decides maybe he can reach Izuku through Bakugo, and the only reason he had Bakugo's phone number was because of the class group chat. Shinso, Bakugo, can you reach your boyfriend? Bakugo, hey. You must be in Bakugo's class. This is his mother. Bakugo is currently banned from his phone for being on it too much. Try contacting him in a few days. Bye. What is going on? Hitoshi had the ducklings' phone numbers. Maybe they will respond? Hitoshi, Tango, there's going to be a raid at your complex tomorrow. With Eraserhead. Tango, shoot. Hitoshi, thank goodness you answered. Please tell everyone. Izuku too. Maybe the people on the first floor as well? Tango, Amain is working but the rest of us are here. I can tell them it's an emergency. We will get our stuff out. We don't have much that is ours just in case of a situation like this. I can head down with Celeste and tell the neighbors. But first I'm going to tell you about Izuku. Hitoshi, have you been able to reach Izuku? My texts won't go through. Tango, mine aren't either. I'll tell Amain to tell Izuku since they are working. Hitoshi, thank you. Let me know if you need help. Tango, shall can do. Greater than 10 minutes later. Tango, Izuku isn't here or at work. Amain checked and his tracker is off. We can't find him. Hitoshi, what? Tango, his vigilante gear is gone too. Hitoshi, don't you all have comms or something, right? Tango, he left his behind. Hitoshi, oh, for F's sake, what is he thinking? At least he is not in the building. Celeste and Tango head down to the first floor. They knock on the door that seemed to be mainly used. Hello, Dash. A woman with hair very similar to Celeste opens the door, her eyes widened as she sees the two. Wait, Lavender? Celeste says in surprise. Tango, not getting it, looked confused. Yes, Elle, don't you remember? She saved us from Dash. But we never saw her without her vigilante outfit on. Celeste interrupts. And? We know it's her though, she lives here, she told us. Tango says, still confused. I know her though. Celeste blurts out, something that never happened and was enough to shut Tango up. Yeah, you do, Lavender said with a small smile. Celeste looks back towards Lavender, the look in her eyes shocked and confused. Lavender shakes her head with a chuckle. So why did you knock on my door, sis? Tango's jaw drops. You mean you are her sister? To the one who ran away. Wait, this is actually insane. I remember saving you too that day, yeah. I just wish I hadn't taken so long to find you. If I had found you sooner, you both would be considerably less traumatized. Lavender looks a bit disappointed in herself but just shrugs. Well, if you two are down here looking for me, then this must be important. What can I do? Celeste steps forward and hugs her sister. I missed you so much. After a second she continues, we have to evacuate our building. There is going to be a raid here tomorrow. Lavender pats her head. Oof, well okay. Wish we could have had this reunion in better circumstances. I just gotta tell my roomie, then I will be set to go. Lavender says to the two as Celeste releases her from the hug. Celeste hesitates for a second. Could we meet and maybe talk? Of course, kiddo, I'll find you once this is over. Don't worry about it. Lavender says with a smile. Kit had been on a long patrol and they were exhausted. Maybe Lavender had made food they could steal? Lavender's quirk is perfection. If she sees anything imperfect in her eyes, she can use her quirk to see the steps she needs to take to achieve perfection or what she wants it to be. That's why when Lavender cooks it is always so delicious. She only needs to get the ingredients from there. Her quirk will guide her to make the perfect version of the food she wants to eat. They get up to look for food only to be interrupted by Lavender. You looking for food again? Yeah, maybe, they respond tired. Well, you don't have to steal it. Remember, I am not all for one. And just because you're living with me doesn't mean you have to sneak around. Lavender says to Kit. They sigh in response. Lavender rolls her eyes. Sometimes it is hard to believe that you are basically immortal. It's not my fault that shape-shifting keeps me from aging. Don't blame me, they say looking offended. Whatever, we have to get out of here. There is going to be a raid tomorrow, she says to Kit. They look annoyed, but I don't wanna. I have been through enough of these things, who cares? Lavender's eye twitches. Yeah, well, too bad. You are leaving with me whether you like it or not. Eventually they come to a decision. They are leaving and Lavender is making Kit's food for 2 months. With their building now empty, the ducklings head out. They had all helped take Izuku's essentials as well. Hopefully, they will find their friend and return home. For now, Irene moved back in with her parents. Tango joined Irene at her house. Irene had invited them all to stay, but Celeste had other plans. After meeting her sister, she wanted to spend more time with her, so after they met up, Celeste joined her sister. Amain soon joined Celeste, and they used the buddy system, so the two of them were together. They still hadn't heard from Izuku, and Katsuki was still banned from his phone by what Hitoshi said. All they could do now was wait and pray. 4 p.m. Tsukachi. It seems Death Arms got caught up in an armed robbery. He is sending Empty Lady in his place. Shoyuta never saw the message. Empty Lady? What are you doing here? Shota says to the female pro-hero as she arrives. What? You have something against women? She says with a scoff. He shakes his head. No, I just thought Death Arms and Kamui Woods were the ones that the detective mailed. He said he couldn't make it to me, Kamui Woods says, glaring at MT. The lady who was flirting. Shota sighs. Okay, do you know what we are doing? A raid, right? Some villain group. She said, straightening up and immediately switching from flirty woman to hero. A vigilante group, Kamui corrects. Okay, well, the police are on standby if anything goes wrong. We just have to get in and capture any vigilantes. He shows a picture of the group. Then he shows the picture of Akatani Mikumo and Izuku Miradia, and if you see these kids, capture them at all cost. He may be dangerous, but it will be best to treat him as a victim. The two pros nod, and they head towards the building. Shota is the first of the group to arrive. He makes his way to the room he had seen Verdant in. When he enters, he is surprised to find it mostly empty. He checked the other rooms, finding nothing. But right when he was going to give up, he found a box. He opened that box and found almost 500 RBB ducks. Green RBB ducks. He takes his phone out to look for a picture of his Vigilante ducks and finds a few. He was right, Verdant lives here. But if this is where he lives, then where is he, and why is all of his stuff gone? There were of course many things still on the floor, but clearly someone had taken a large amount of its contents. The only people who knew about the raid were him, the detective, his husband, and the 3 pros. There was a loud rumbling sound from underneath him, and he quickly got out of the way, almost getting hit as the ground exploded beneath him and a giant fist came flying through. The news ran in Katsuki's living room. Vigilante base found. Earlier this evening, the base of a dangerous vigilante gang known as the Ducklings was discovered. Kamui Woods and MT Lady were involved in the raid at 5 p.m., but the operation was unsuccessful in capturing the vigilantes. Although they did not apprehend anyone, they located what appears to be the group's base. During the raid, MT Lady used her quirk, causing a large portion of the building to collapse. Fortunately, no civilians were injured, as the building had been abandoned for many years. What brat, don't yell at me. His mother yells back at him with her usual tone. I need my phone, it's an emergency, he says loudly but not yelling. What happened? She says, coming into the living room. She takes one look at her son and then agrees. Okay, let me get it. He sighs in relief and continues to watch the news as if it were about to tell him how to solve world hunger. After a minute of waiting, he changed. The channel and a kids show was playing. The best way to defeat your enemy is to make him your friend. Well, that's stupid. He changed the channel again to some nature documentary and sighed. Here, I want it back when you are done, she says, and he snatches the phone. Katsuki heads to his room. He checks his messages. Hitoshi, Amain, Irene Celeste and Tango had called him each a few times. 1000 plus messages. He had only been off his phone for a few days. What was going on? After Katsuki finally read all the messages and he couldn't stay, he wasn't worried, because he was. He could, however, say that he was relieved, not for the fact that his boyfriend's home for the past years was destroyed, but for the fact that his boyfriend did not get hurt or caught in the crossfire of the raid. He called Izuku, and again. He stood up almost idly. Mom, I'm heading out for a bit, bringing my phone with me. Stay safe and get back before dinner. Sorry, Mom, but I have to find him. Time, 8:14 p.m. Katsuki walked to the building, the very same one that had been partially destroyed earlier that day. He entered through the back door that was still intact. He went up the oh-so-familiar stairs. He doubted running to the door but ended up doing so anyway. He managed to get around the giant hole in the floor. He was now on the other side of the floor. He walked into the room he had been in so many times. It was practically empty. What the hell happened? Where did you go? He mumbled. Something fell behind him, and he flinched. Then he turned. And he saw him. Izuku. Kaken. UFA Bisudi. He said, walking towards Izuku angrily, and Izuku looked terrified. He pulled the boy into a hug, and he reluctantly accepted. I was worried about you. It's not like it's been that long, he heard Izuku grumble. Katsuki looks at him judgmentally. Well, your home was destroyed, and you disappeared off the face of the earth. I think I'm right to worry. Fair point. Then Izuku looks out the window. It was nice out today, and Katsuki would be continuing school soon. After all, break was almost over. So, what are we going to do now? Katsuki asks, making sure that it's we and not you. Good question. Izuku thinks for a second. Can I stay at your house? Katsuki hesitates before responding. My mom has been talking a lot about you, like the actual you. Oh, maybe not then, I'll ask the others, Izuku says and pulls out his phone, but hesitates when he goes to send the message. Katsuki notices. Did you text them? He grumbles angrily, already knowing the answer. Izuku shakes his head. I can't. I don't want to put them in danger, nor do I want to put you in any. I'll stay in contact, but I will send cards until I think it's safe again. But where will you stay? Katsuki asks, though he doubts he will get an answer. That's for me to know, not you. ////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// form of a letter, and now Katsuki was on his way to school with a letter of his own in hand. Izuku's letter. Dear love of mine. I am writing this as I go throughout the city. The darkness is tracking my every move. I hope that you are all right and that you appreciate this small treat I am sending with you, though you depart soon for only a short while. I have the distant feeling that something may go wrong. Please remain safe and continue to keep me informed. As I continue to aid people through the streets on this quiet night, I can't help but think of you and your future as a hero. You helped me through the toughest moments of my life. I hope to help you through yours. I am the pen to your paper, the coffee to your morning, the song in the wind. I am yours and you are mine. You stole my heart and kept it safe. My trust in you is never in doubt as we go through this meaningful life, this never-ending carnival. A world of pain and delight. I anticipate that day when we find a safe space. A place where we can enjoy our lives and let our guard down. Sometimes, I fear what I'd do if given options against your love. I fear what I would do to keep you safe. Nevertheless, when I'm with you, it's like those thoughts never existed. You brighten my world and make my hell of a past melt away. Thank you for all that you do and all that you have done. You are my guardian angel, my protector, my shield, but you don't have to be. I know that you feel inferior for not protecting me from the cruelties of my past. How could you have done anything to change it? The day was still young and we were only 4. I know those side characters that you work with will be there for you. You should place more trust in them. I know that it is ironic, especially coming from me, but you need to grow your community. Perhaps try to learn about them and maybe cut down on the nicknames. Don't be so hostile with them and curse less. So tone it down a notch. From a blazing fire to a small flame. Remember, my love for you is never in doubt. I only want what's best for you. I have allies, people I trust, though I am not so sure how I got them to stay. I know if I can do it, you can too. I just know it. I am now heading back home to the warmth of my bed. As I scale the buildings, I can hear the sirens approaching. The ghost of my mother stands proud in the sky. I hope she still believes what I do is the right thing. I wish you luck at this training camp. I hope it all goes well. Keep me updated and train your hardest. I know you will be something great someday soon. My sweet, angry, angelic devil, I love you, don't you forget it. Best regards, your one and only, the one who stole your heart. Katsuki's response letter. Dear Sunshine, the love of my life. I have only arrived recently, though I already miss your voice. I am as good as you can be after training hard a whole day. The moon will sing songs for me just like you do. I love you like the sun, and I await my awesome return. I am not so sure how you write so poetically, but I'll have to take some lessons from you when I'm home. Don't worry, my love for you will always remain. It's like I am a bird and you are an arrow. You shot me down and you stay inside my heart. Now that I think about it, that doesn't sound as sweet and nice as I had intended. My friends are currently trying to figure out what I am writing, and Hitoshi is trying not to laugh since that idiot knows. See, I used his name. I'll be home soon, we'll go to your favorite Katsudon shop, and after that, we'll watch the sunset from the top of your building. Thank you for all your encouragement, my love, my sunshine, you brighten my world. Best regards, your one and only, the one whose heart you stole. 3 days later, Izuku was drinking tea with Nizu when it happened. Nizu grinned. So, Izuku Shigaraki, what you are saying is you do not want to put anyone in danger because your father is all for one. Yeah, only he calls me Izuku Shigaraki, Izuku says grimly. My real name is Izuku Midoriya Dash. Oh yes, the one who was kidnapped. I do hope you did not suffer the same things as the body that was found did. Oh, and do you have an immortality quirk? Nizu says with a questioning look. Izuku looked at the cup of tea in his hands. Well, for starters, I am not immortal, though I used a quirk to make that body, and it was a replica of my body at the time. While I was with my father, I was tested on, and I think they used my DNA to make the Nomu we have been facing. Nizu continues now, very unclearly intrigued, because you can't tell anything from his face. I see, well, I am sorry you went through that. What is your quirk, by the way? Oh, my quirk lets me steal quirks from anyone, even if they are dead, and it amplifies it, so much so that sometimes I can't use it because it is so powerful. Unlike my father, I cannot give back the quirk once it is stolen. I was never properly diagnosed, and my quirk never got a name, so that's kinda it. Izuku shrugs but then continues. I was going to ask you a favor. Nezi nods and sips his tea. Ah yes, the reason you came. You do not want to put any of your friends in danger, so until your father has been defeated, let me guess, you want to stay in UA and have the school protect you. I knew you would understand. Yes, that is why I am here. I just need some place where I can crash on UA grounds and protection if my father decides to attack. I figured since this is a hero school this would be the perfect place. Izuku takes a sip of his tea. Well, that sounds good, however, I would like something in return. I do not take favors as a free paid job. Nizu says with a sickening smile. Oh, what would you like in return? Izuku asked hesitantly. I want you to become my student. I see great potential in you. And you know, I did my research on you. I am sorry for what is about to happen. I simply do not know whether I can trust you or not. I have a feeling that I can, however, I would like to take the necessary precautions. Izuku sat and listened. He was confused, and although he didn't have the power to speak, he felt fine. Well, other than the dizzy feeling he had, but that was because he hadn't taken any of his iron pills recently since he was out of them and was currently on the run. With his VWD, this made him dizzy sometimes and Izuku, a good name for your quirk in my opinion, would be expropriate.